Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. To catch a glimpse of the king of chefs. Secret location, so it's official. That buffoon has recovered. A masked man bound to a chair connected to a complex array of tubes hissed in contempt. That is what our spies said. He no longer uses his true form to go around under the fake identity of All Might's secretary, only the pro hero is seen around now, even during conferences lasting way longer than his time limit, and since we know he is at least smart enough to not waste time in frivolities when using his quirk, that makes it certain, All Might is back. The old man in scientist attire working next to him answered without ever lifting his eyes from the computer he was working on. With a loud smashing sound and a roar, the masked man's fist snapped one of the armrests of his life support chair in two. Who was it? You were certain that the tumor was impossible to remove. The legendary villain all for one demanded between clenched teeth. And it was. I personally engineered it to be high adaptable and self-regenerating. Even the location you injected it in had been studied to the millimeter to have the greatest impact while making it inoperable. Nothing in this world was supposed to remove or heal it. The doctor, Daruma, answered, unfazed. That was how deep Airfo's hatred for Toshinori ran. He didn't want the man to just die a swift death, he wanted All Might to wither away, to rot a piece at a time and feel every day a tiny part of him die and decay until the day came that only a dried up and deformed black husk remained of the hero's corpse. Not to die in a blaze of glory, but with a pathetic weak whimper. All for One had tasked Daruma to create an artificial tumor-like growth that would have sapped Toshinori's energy slowly, day after day after day. He had then absorbed the thing inside his arm thanks to one of the many quirks at his disposal he had stolen inside himself through the years. At the climax of their fight, as a last insult to the #1 hero of Japan, All for One had injected the tumor inside All Might's body, but now that very same secret weapon he had used had been defeated as well, and the villain was furious. Was Recovery Girl the cause of this? He asked. No, I took care of covering for her quirk and similar ones as well. The tumor was programmed with immense regeneration and growth abilities. I studied the rate of healing Recovery Girl can produce with her quirk in detail. So besides slowing it down a little, even daily infusions would have not stopped it. Daruma answered. Then why does he look just as healthy as he was years ago? Before I poisoned him. AFO bellowed. Of that I have no clue, the doctor admitted. Well, then find out who did it. Find out who was the miserable worm that dared to get in my way and bring them to me. I will get Kurogiri and our spies on it, the other answered. Good. I want whoever is responsible here in front of me. I will skin them alive one STRP at a time. I will break them, in body and mind, and then deny them the merciful death they will beg me for. All for One muttered with a dark tone. It had been a while since he had felt such intense hatred towards somebody that was not Toshinori or Nana herself. It will be done. Daruma answered, and at that answer silence once again fell into the empty lab, interrupted only by the bubbling of the tubes containing a new batch of Nomu waiting for competition and deployment. At the same time, UA's Height Alliance dormitories, Class 1B section, Rumi's room, the young hero student was giving the finishing touches to herself in her morning routine, but every time she looked at her bed through the mirror reflection, she saw a giant pink ball of thin fluff with long bunny ears on top and a tiny rabbit face on the front staring back at her. A plushie big enough she could actually hug it with both her arms and legs. With a loud puffing sound, Rumi threw herself on the bed and buried her face deep into the plushie while hugging it tightly, rubbing her nose a little in its fur to find the few traces still there of the scent of the boy that won it for her. The date was good. When her face finally resurfaced, her cheeks had an adorable dusting of red. She knew that beside Whitey, Momo and Okiko as well were following them from afar as she went through with her date with Izuku, but the young woman was too stubborn to let the two girls' misguided attempts at keeping the chef safe ruin her chance. The movie part had been a success already, with him not arguing about Rumi leaning her head on top of his while watching. He even regaled her with a cute little chuckle and a knowing look she was more than happy to answer with a smirk and a wink, secretly glad he was feeling better after his down moment during his visit in UA. Then came the trip to the arcade where she destroyed him in Dance Dance Revolution, and besides showing great sportsmanship by congratulating her instead of getting angry, he actually decided to get back at her by winning that giant bunny plushie he then gifted her. One she had him carry for her for the rest of the date, both for him to be a gentleman and to maybe have a bit of his scent remain stuck into it. She blamed her inner rabbit for that, or that was the excuse she decided upon should somebody ask. The closing act of the date was a visit to the ice cream parlor that he insisted on paying for, to her shame, and then accompanying her back to UA University. Then I ruined everything. Her expression darkened considerably when she remembered the last thing she did before hurrying back to her dorm. Flashback, it was an amazing date. Rumi admitted while recovering the giant plushie from Izuku's arms, an hilarious sight as the thing was pretty much as big as his whole body. I had a lot of fun, Izuku admitted. Even if I took a bit too many liberties, she asked, unsure. It was all in good humor. I saw how Okiko and Momo were tailing us, so I imagine you did all that just to annoy them. Even if it was not very nice. He answered with a kind smile. I did not do all that just for fun, she admitted with a low voice. At the beginning it was all a game, a way to get under Yaozu's skin to have some fun. Mean fun, that I can admit, but now things have changed. Rumi explained. Changed? Changed how? Izuku's question was stopped by Rumi's mouth covering his in a searing kiss, a move he actually never considered her capable of. I know I can make you happy. Happier than Yaozu does. I just need to help you realize it as well, she said before leaving rapidly for her room at the dormitories. Izuku was thus left there standing in a daze while Momo ran past him with an expression that screamed psychotic rage, followed closely behind by Okiko desperately trying to stop the young woman from killing Rumi. Present day, end of the flashback. Ever since then Rumi, actually recognizing she fed up, had avoided Izuku and his restaurant because afraid he would be angry at her. Unfortunately she could not do the same with Momo or even Okiko, as both girls had rightfully marked her as their sworn worst enemy. A minute, Rumi muttered, still with half her face pressed deep into the plushie. Rumi-chan. Can I come in? Pony asked from outside. Doors open. How are you? The girl asked while sitting next to her friend. Awesome, the other replied with a low voice. Still moping about your cutie chef? Pony asked, rubbing the rabbit girl's head gently as she talked. I am supposed to be the cool beach nobody can get. The unreachable badass. She replied, annoyed. And I can attest you are all that, you are a true hardened beach with a capital B. Then why do I want him to reach me? Rumi asked with her rabbit ears pinned against her head. I guess that's the price to pay to be in love, to have that one special somebody you can relax or even lower your defenses with. I don't like it. I want to be a lone wolf. Kind of hard with a bunny quirk. Pony quipped with a smirk. You know what I mean. Rumi roared in anger. I know. Pony said, still patting her friend's head. I don't want to feel like this. Then don't, you just need to forget about that boy and just go on with your life. I don't want to do that. You can't have your pie and eat it too, Rumi-chan, who says I can't? That little thing in your chest pumping BLD. All this happened just because Yaozu got to him before me, Rumi said with a petulant tone. They are in a relationship, yes. That usually means he is off limits. You can't have him, but I like him. Maybe even love him. That's a bold claim, Pony admitted, surprised. It doesn't make it less true. Rumi muttered with a bitter tone and once again fully burying her face deep in the giant plushie. You still have to face Momo-san to get to him. I am sure it can work, I just need a couple more dates to make him recognize that too. You stole a kiss, you admitted it yourself, that is not a good start. I can fix it. I can still fix it, Rumi muttered. You will have to actually meet him to do that. You are still avoiding him and his restaurant like the plague, don't you? Pony said. Tomorrow he will face the teachers of Inoshiki Academy, why don't you go there as well to cheer for him? And how do you know that? Rumi asked with her ears shutting straight up in surprise. I overheard Momo-san and Okiko-san discuss the possibility of going there themselves with Momo's parents, along with Midoriya's own parents, as a show of support. What if he doesn't want to see me? He did not strike me as somebody holding a grudge. Maybe if you explain he will listen. I can accompany you, if you want. Pony offered with a kind smile. I don't need a nanny. I am strong and can go there alone. I don't need somebody holding my hand. Rumi hissed. Besides Chef Izuku, the other answered, smirking. Beside him, the bunny girl admitted with a low voice full of shame. Come on, let's go ask Professor Vlad if tomorrow you can skip class and go cheer for your crush. Pony said, getting up from the bed and walking towards the door. Okay. I am not a shallow woman for chasing a man already in a relationship, yes. You might appear to be a bit of a beach to do that, yes, but if you do this not for lust but for love, maybe you can argue your role to be the love rival instead. Pony answered, amused. You read too many Fing love novels, Rumi grumbled in annoyance while following her friend. But it is actually helping you now. TCH. Even a broken clock gets it right twice a day. Don't brag. So you are going? Of course I am. I still have a chef to catch, and if I have to snap Yorozu in two to get him, so be it. Oh, God. If she tackles love as she does with everything else, I am scared of what will happen. Pony thought in misery, since a strong-willed woman like Rumi with a very abrasive personality didn't translate well into relationships or even just courting somebody. Meanwhile, Inoshiki Academy, Yamato's office, the old woman acting as the rector of Inoshiki Academy was at the moment looking at the phone in her hands with an expression of confusion, having finally contacted Izuku to define the last details for the challenge she and her best teachers will have with the young chef the very next day. Miss Yamato, the monster at the other side of the call, said, sounding worried at her lack of response. Sorry, it's just too insane. You want to face me and my teachers at the same time. Yamato shrieked in surprise, almost dropping her phone. Some of the dishes I decided to make need between 2 to 3 hours to be ready. We all are busy people, you and your teachers have a university to manage and I have a restaurant to run. Like this we will at worst spend 4 hours together, meaning that I will have enough time to take care of dinner service and you others to organize lessons and everything else for tomorrow. Izuku answered. What do you plan to cook? That is a secret, of course. But they all are simple dishes that still require lots of time. From all around the world, China, France, America, Philippines, and India. I see, Yamato muttered, and her mind rushed through every dish she knew of those schools of cuisine to try guessing what he had planned for, and making herself dizzy because all of them had a large amount of typical recipes, and each recipe came with at the very least a dozen of variations as well. So, can we make it a 5v1 fight? I only need my 5 workstations to be built close to each other and in a circle. I will then take care of using them. You are not planning to cook every dish at the same time, do you? What part of me asking to face you all at once did not suggest that? Izuku asked with a tone so full of disbelief Yamato would have preferred to hear him downright insult her. It's insane. No, it only takes guts and skills. I know I have both. I'm still going to call it insanity, but if it is how you want to do this, then so be it. Me and my 4 best teachers will face you at the same time. Remember, we all will be focusing on one of the themes we agreed on. I myself believe in my carving skills, and so do my teachers in their own field. It won't be easy. I know that. People used to call you Moonlight Sculptor after that moon-shaped white chocolate cake you made in celebration of your first Michelin star. Izuku answered. You researched that? A 3D cake made in a perfectly spherical shape divided in 6 horizontal layers. Topmost, bottom and middle layer were made in butter biscuit. Other layers in sponge cake slightly bathed in tangerine-flavored liquor you personally made. As for filling, in order from bottom to top, custard with tangerine slices, custard with strawberry slices and custard with coconut shavings. All covered by a hard shell of white chocolate you carved to show several pictures of Mary holding baby Jesus in her arms. I guess that in order to serve it you then had to cut it in half in the middle and slice the 2 resulting domes. It would explain why the middle layer was the largest. Yamato could not answer that, she was too stricken. Yes, I researched that. It happened almost 25 years ago. Then you are an even better chef. I accounted for that as well. Sigh. Fine, we'll do it your way. You will have your 1v5 insanity. The old woman finally conceded. Thank you. We'll see you here tomorrow then, we will prepare everything. Perfect. Good day, Yamato-san. Izuku answered. Good day, Chef Midoriya, Yamato answered before closing the call. Samui. I may love you still like I did when we were both teens, but I fear this time I have bitten more than even I can chew in the name of those feelings, she muttered in dismay. Madam, the woman's assistant asked, having been summoned by Yamato once she closed the call. I have the last details for the challenge. We will use the gym for this since we'll need lots of space for this. We will also have some guests as well. Here is everything we need, see to have everything ready by tomorrow morning. The rector instructed while jotting on a piece of paper the long list of requirements both she and Izuku agreed on. Oh okay. The assistant muttered, unsure. Me and the chosen teachers will go through a last-minute training session, just in case. Yes, madam. And see if we can somehow get some publicity out of this. I suspect there will be a live stream again, may as well try to advertise Inoshiki Academy. As you wish, madam. The next day, Inoshiki Academy, gym, once again flexing the big budget behind the private academy, Yamato showed how their gym as well was a top-of-the-line wonder of modern equipment and construction, with the main giant room being spacious enough 2 volley courts easily fit in it close to each other with still enough room around them for other equipment to be used by other students during P. That day though the entire place had been vacated and sanitized thoroughly, so to leave the entire giant space for the cooking challenge. On one side there were 5 separate workstations positioned in 2 rows, while at the opposite side other 5 had been installed in a circle with just enough space for a person to walk between them. A long line of fridges had been also installed not too far and stocked in a huge amount of ingredients. Since both Izuku and teachers won't reveal their chosen dishes until the very start, the academy tried to cover every possible angle by amassing every possible kind of meat, fish, vegetables, species, and so on. From the most common to the most absurd. Pretty much the entire school was sitting in front of the workstations and waiting in hype for the absurd challenge to start. Izuku's parents, Momo and hers, Okiko and her mother and Rumi were sitting in the front row, with Rei, Inko and Miss Uraraka acting as natural barrier between Rumi and the girls to avoid acts of violence. The judges were once again the 5 kings, with the Meat King returning once again as student of Inoshiki after much pressure from Minato himself on Yamato, and Michiko avoiding actual juvenile prison by sheer dumb luck thanks to Izuku's own intervention, fate that instead befell on Tokyo that got expelled and arrested. With a new student taking on the mantle of Vegetable King that was now looking at Izuku's own area in great interest. Will he really cook 5 dishes at once, she asked. Insane as it sounds, I expect no less from him. Sadao answered. Be happy Miss Yamato won't try to have him join Inoshiki, you wouldn't be a king for long otherwise. Number 5. Mako added, huffing in annoyance. She still can't replicate Boss Izuku's century soup, she has been trying to make it ever since she tasted the complete version and keeps failing. Just ignore her for now. Toshio the Meat King, now number 4 of the group, explained. Oh. Okay, senpai. The new king answered. Every noise in the giant gym stopped abruptly when Yamato entered the place to address the audience with the mic in her hand, and watching appalled as a swarm of drones immediately entered the gym from the open windows to cover every possible angle and make sure whoever watched the live stream could not lose a single instant. Who the hell has this much interest in that boy? Yamato mentally shrieked. In shock. At the same time, I-Island, Secret Underground Lab 8, Darling's research branch. A full team of 20 researchers was watching the monitors in front of them while a giant one covered by the combined feed of the various drones in Inoshiki's gym towered over the big room from the opposite wall. Cameras 1 to 8 in position, a man said from his station. All drones are recording. Video and audio feed is optimal. We are both streaming this for the civilians and recording this ourselves with no issues. Another woman chorused right after. We got a clear view of Subject 37 station, Ready for the 3D mapping of his body, a third researcher added. I saw those videos you sent me. There is no way that boy is quirkless. A very old woman, the one directing the entire Darlings initiative and the boss of Hisosh's boss, admitted. I repeated the tests with a hair sample we managed to get in secret, and you saw the results yourself. He is a quirkless, the old man answered, secretly glad the mutation Hisoshi talked about did not show up in the results, and unaware that the system actually removed the gourmet cells from the hair the agents of I-Island had stolen. I am not convinced yet. I assembled this team just to get to the bottom of this. I want every single movement of that boy recorded and analyzed. She answered. I would gladly tell you he had an isekai in another world and got special skills from that, but then you would convict me in an asylum. The old man thought in misery. Sometimes truth was even more incredible than lies. Start recording. If this still does not answer any doubts we have, I want that boy here in person. The woman barked. Yes, sir. Ah, yes. Because the stripping robot will let us kidnap his MSTR just like that, the old man muttered in dismay. Inoshiki, with Izuku. Welcome to our challenge between we of Inoshiki and Chef Midoriya. This special event is being streamed live and has been sponsored by Inoshiki Academy itself. Yamato said to the audience, and I-Island registered the huge spike in visuals once the livestream went live, with the teachers of UA that had bet their paycheck on the challenge's outcome watching it in rabid attention, especially the now terror-stricken pro-hero present MIC that had bet the most among all of them and will lose everything if even just one teacher lost to Izuku. Class 1A and 1B and Nejaya as well had collectively bet on Izuku's total victory against the teachers and rector of Inoshiki, meaning that if they won, every other student of UA University will find themselves with an empty wallet, and they could not wait to swim in cash. Except Mirio, he had bet Izuku would lose against them all. But that was not because the chef and Nejaya were very close friends and she had dumped him, because Mirio was totally not jealous. I will now present to you the 4 teachers and the theme they will represent, Yamato said, pulling on herself the attention of everybody watching, either in the gym or in the livestream. For steaming, Professor Kyowa, she said, and on cue the lanky, glasses-wearing tall teacher entered the gym to take position at one of the workstations behind Yamato. For boiling, Professor Monoi. Then came a tall woman with long blonde hair, and Momo could swear she heard her mother growl menacingly, but she also saw her glare at the woman in pure hatred. For stewing, Professor Sasaki. The third member of the team was a very old man walking with a hunchback posture and eyes closed in a perpetual slit. He too took his place behind a station under the roaring applause of Inoshiki's students. For frying, and returning just for this challenge, Professor Minato. Yamato introduced her own son with a tone dripping with pride, with the man actually exchanging a friendly fist bump with Izuku before entering the gym. And finally, myself for carving. Yamato finished saying, a bit shy still at the loud applause of her beloved students. Now the challenger, owner and chef of Green Cloud Restaurant and up-and-coming legend of Yavin Street. A young prodigy and the one that actually defeated the 5 kings in a cooking duel, Chef Izuku Midoriya. The old woman declared without an ounce of hatred, having finally recognized the young man's skills as the real deal. When Izuku entered the gym, though, he was welcomed with absolute silence from the students of Inoshiki, and a thundering applause from his friends and supporters. Go, Iken. Break them. Hisashi yelled with a feral roar. Show them the might of Green Cloud Restaurant. Saito yelled as well. That's my son. The king of chefs. Inko declared, proud beyond belief. And my future son-in-law, H.A. Ray added, smirking. Mother! Momo gasped in shock at the admission, face burning red. So that's him. In the meantime, Okako's mother studied the young man's every detail as he took his place in the middle of the circle of workstations. Hua, Okako admitted, looking down. Cute, he is cute, and hard-working too since he has his own restaurant to run. Are you aware that he is already taken? Yeah, Sai. Just like it was for me with your father. Contrary to me, though you may be forced to admit defeat and step back, you know this. She asked. It hurts. It always does, my little Ocha, it always does. Maybe you should really consider your options, you know. Before it will hurt even more. Just consider it, okay? I just want you to be happy. Her mother whispered in her ear and gave her a one-arm hug of encouragement. Okay, he did not scowl when he saw me, he just waved at me with a smile. Maybe I can salvage this after all. Rumi thought in apprehension once seen him wave at her like he did with everybody else. As per our agreement, whenever one of us loses you will receive the loser's knife with their name written on the blade. As a show of good faith, I actually had my teachers choose what knife to give you in case of defeat and had their names engraved on it. It will serve as a reminder both in case of defeat or of victory. We will give our best, so I hope you will do the same. Yamato explained. Of course. Izuku answered, shaking the woman's hand properly, with no ill thoughts on either side. Had things been different, I would have killed to have you here, the woman admitted with a whisper. Nobody besides Izuku heard her. I actually did try to come here, but your assistant made it clear I had to have a quirk to get in, he admitted. Ah. That guy is so fired. The old woman growled with a low voice while walking to her own station. Once everybody was in position, Mako herself took the mic and acted as both host and head judge. Good morning. As you can expect, since Madam Yamato and Mr. Minato are contestants themselves, somebody else will have to act as host. I hope I will meet your expectations. The young woman declared with a bow, and basked herself in the roaring applause of the students. We will be proper judges, though, being students of this school won't mean we won't be impartial. Our honor as chefs forces us to not play favorites. I hope our teachers will forgive us. She then said, causing a wave of laughs to echo in the gym. Oh, dear. Now I regret giving you all that long essay as homework. Professor Sasaki admitted with an exaggerated loud sigh of regret, and renewed the laughs from the audience. Don't worry, we will close our eyes this time, Professor. But please, tell us what you all will make. Mako answered, amused. With pleasure. As the one tasked with the theme of steaming, I will prepare the steamed buns known as chicken momos, an appetizer from Nepalese cuisine. Professor Kurwa answered with a collected tone while adjusting his squared glasses. Ho ho ho. Since I have drawn the stewing straw, I decided I will prepare some beef stew following the same recipe of my dearest mother. It may be an inside joke of Inoshiki that I treat that woman as my greatest inspiration to become a chef, but this little challenge will help me show that yes, she was that good. The very old man answered with a chuckle and a fond smile. As the representative of the frying theme, I will go with something festive yet complex, bon cam, their gelatinous rice flour ball filled with sweet mung beans paste, flavored with jasmine flower essence, covered in sesame seeds, and deep-fried. I have a friend of Vietnamese descent that would hate me forever if I don't use this occasion to showcase this dish from his homeland. Minato answered with a loud laugh, and laughed even harder at one of the other teachers from Inoshiki yelling, "Right, I will," from his seat between the audience. Since I will have to show off my carving skills, I will reprise my Moonlight Maria cake, only in the form of 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐵, a cream puff tower. Yamato declared, to the awe of the audience and judges. So you will create small cream puffs you will then encase in white chocolate, carve on the shells of each one of them a small portrait of Mary and Jesus and then manage to pile them all into a tower. Mako asked, not even trying to hide her shock. Precisely, it will be my new masterpiece, evolved Moonlight Maria. Yamato confirmed, stealing a glance at Izuku and gaining a nod of respect from the young chef. Rector Yamato is taking this DMN seriously. Sadao muttered with wide eyes. I wish the other teachers did the same. I guess their hubris stopped them from doing it. Michiko answered, grimacing. Do not underestimate Mr. Minato just because he chose a simple dish. He is the MSTR of frying, but what about boiling? Toshio the Meat King said, unsure. Yes, what about boiling? Mako asked Professor Monoi. I will boil an egg, the woman answered. And? Mako asked. That's it. Why, the young woman asked, and the other teachers, Yamato included, looked at her as if she was utterly insane. I have a secret plan. Monoi said with a mischievous smile that seemingly irked Mako into maddening rage. Suddenly a loud sound of static surged from the gym speakers, loud enough nobody could avoid covering their ears in pain. Glad you accepted to meet me. It's good to know you three are actually smart enough to understand the situation, Monoi's voice echoed from the speakers. What? The blonde woman uttered in confusion. Why did you want to meet us, Professor Monoi? Marco was heard asking. It's about that ridiculous challenge that an upstart cook forced us through. You will be part of the judge panel, yes. Everybody heard Monoi answer in annoyance. Yes, that was 𝐶𝐸. No. It can't be. Izuku saw Monoi grow unhealthily pale once understood what the recording was about. Tomorrow we will be the judges, yes. What do you need? Michiko asked. Let's be honest, I did not want to take part in this farce, but there is the need for some sacrifices sometimes, the teacher answered, and in the gym pretty much everybody looked straight at her with wide eyes. Cooking is a world full of inspiring new talents waiting just for the right occasion to shine. And I personally can't let a quirkless come stealing the spotlight from more worthy people. Monoi then said. This is a world of quirks now. Those quirkless losers are just a page of history that should be cancelled as we move forward as a species. We have surpassed the concept of normal, and should not be held back by an inferior version of humanity. I find that kind of talk disgusting. Marco answered. Feel free to defend that idiot brat, if you have to. But the fact remains that he is wasting everybody's time in a useless cry for attention, and I won't second him. He doesn't deserve it. Monoi answered, scoffing. She reminds me of those guys preaching the villain Destro's ideals. She is literally repeating their spiel verbatim. Sasaki commented with a grimace. He was clearly recalling several unpleasant memories of his past. Insults to him and the quirkless population aside. Why did you call us? I bet it was not just to have somebody to vent to about Chef Midoriya's challenge. Michiko asked, grumbling. It's quite simple, actually. We only need one victory to force that little pest to close his restaurant forever, and since everybody here is being so stupid as to play along, instead will take proper measures to put a stop to this nonsense. That boy is quirkless. There is no place for people like him in this world anymore. So this is my answer to his foolishness. If you kings do not vote for me as the winner, I will make it my mission to make you all fail. Monoi declared, to the shock of everybody. Are you DMN insane? Surprisingly, it was Yamato who screamed that. I, the woman stuttered, unable to form a proper answer. You are in your last year at Inoshiki, isn't it, Marco? The woman addressed the soup king. TCH, the student replied in disgust. And you? Michiko and 𝐶𝐸. Next year you will have your final exams, do you? It would be a shame if you failed them, isn't it? I also have powerful friends. I can make it so that you will at best work in fast food. I will destroy your future. Hey, both girls roared in anger. You don't want that. Just vote for me. We only need one of us to win to teach that useless brat his place. I will even sweeten the deal. Do it and I will put a good word in the same restaurant I will work in once I leave this cesspool of a university. Consider it. Your future or that piece of garbage pretending to be a chef. How dare you? Rei could not take it anymore and gave a bestial roar of anger. Shut up, Katsuragi. Monoi snapped, finally reaching her breaking point. Yes. I said that. And I stand by what I said. He does not deserve to be here. He is an insult to chefs everywhere. You always were a bitter hag, and finally you are showing your true colors. Who the hell do you think you are? Rei countered. Silence. I am a DMN prodigy of cooking. You instead are a thief just like him. You both are just spoiled brats whining for attention and believing to be big shots just because you were lucky once. I never forgot how you have stolen 𝐶𝐸 from me. How, I don't know, but I guess you managed to trick him into knocking you up and then marry you to achieve that. That's enough. 𝐶𝐸 himself now looked apoplectic in rage as he jumped to his feet. Be quiet, you moron. You wasted an opportunity by choosing a useless brat like her instead of me, and I even heard you are championing that quirkless. What happened to the bright young man I knew, You. Rei bellowed. We quirked chefs are the future. And I personally am the one that will revolutionize the world of cooking. I am teaching the new generations how to be the greatest chefs ever. I will slap. With a sharp sound, Yamato surprised everybody by slapping Monoi hard enough she sent a few of her teeth actually flying off from her mouth. I heard enough useless drivel for today. You are fired. We are chefs, not villains. I too may like to see Chef Midoriya defeated, but contrary to you, I will defeat him with superior skills and no underhand tactics. Not because he is a quirkless, but because we are rivals. I am ashamed to admit I used to think like you about quirkless, but after meeting a very talented one like him, I recognized their value and I felt disgusted by my old self. Now I decided I won't condone such blatant racism in my school. Especially in front of everybody and during a live stream, you idiot. Yamato said with a tone of pure hatred. People like you are dragging us down. Society needs to look forward. People like him are a relic. And I know that whoever is watching agrees with me. You are the relic, Monoi. You are stuck in the ideals of old. Ray countered. Oh, shut up. You can't even boil an egg. You are useless. How many cooking teachers have thrown the towel with you, HN? 10. 20. I heard so many nice stories from them, you know. You can't cook and you can't look after your daughter without nannies either. Besides looking pretty, managing some spoiled models or sec, you are useless as a woman. Monoi said. Ray tried saying, tears already mounting in her eyes. How dare you? Momo, furious, jumped to her feet as well. Be quiet. You are 100% her daughter, meaning that besides some nice melons, there is nothing useful or meaningful about Monoi. The sound wave and air pressure generated by that inhuman scream was immense. It caused the gym windows and lights to explode, almost deafened the people present and went close to frying the drones above, and when every eye in the room turned to look at the source, they saw Izuku himself glare at the former teacher in fury with a red flaming aura covered his body. It had been years since the last time it happened, but now the young chef was pissed, and his appetite devil had made its appearance to growl at Monoi as well, and even if everybody else was already on edge by feeling only a small fraction of the anger lingering around Izuku, Monoi herself was instead petrified under the full weight of it, and for an instant her heart actually stopped. You can insult me all you DMN well want, I don't care. But you have no right to badmouth the few people that believed in me. Or else, she tried saying. In answer the appetite devil grew to huge sizes, so much it looked ready to burst out from the gym's roof, and with a deliberately slow movement its giant hand gently landed on top of the woman's head and started slowly pushing down on her whole body ready to squash her. I only challenge chefs. When it comes to troublemakers like you instead, I can easily get my hands dirty and break their bones. He answered, and behind him Whitey immediately turned red-eyed and cracked his knuckles. Eek. No need to get down to her level and become a mere ruffian, Chef Izuku. Yamato said with a calm, but cold tone. If she is so sure about her superiority, she can easily show it by competing in this cooking challenge. Monoi tried saying, but the threat of another slap silenced her. If she wins, I will actually give her a chance to keep her job here, if this cesspool is up to her standards. But if she loses, not only I will fire her with as much shame as I can add to it, she will still give you her knife and she won't get through with her threat. Fine. I accept the terms. It's not like I expect him to win against my delicious boiled egg. Marco said, smiling cruelly. You said it yourself. You will prepare a simple boiled egg, that's all. We can give you a freebie and let you add some pepper, but that is still the dish you will prepare. No. I will you can't change the dish once you declare it, Monoi, those are the rules we and Chef Midoriya agreed on. Everybody here and the ones watching the livestream can testify you already choose a boiled egg as your dish. So get to cooking and hope it will be better than anything the challenger will make. Somehow. Kyowa interrupted her with a BLD freezing glare. Behind him the other teachers as well were looking at Monoi in disappointment. You should have taken this seriously instead of trying to make a mockery of this event by cheating behind the scenes. Now go to your station and be quiet. Yamato ordered. You can't be serious. You are defending him. Instead of me. Not everybody treats the biography of the villain Destro as the Bible. Some of us actually have common sense, child. Professor Sasaki chided her, mercilessly. Have it your way, Nothing will change even if you heard that recording. Because those brats better vote for me or you won't do a thing. Ah. Saito. I remember fondly our time as friends in high school, but if you think for just a second that I will let you talk to Ray like that, you are sorely mistaken. I will have my lawyers eat you alive in court for what you said to my wife, for the threat to those students and for the disgusting hate speech you used against a dear friend of my family. I will ruin you. And with you so openly admitting all this on video, you'll see how those powerful friends of yours will gladly throw you under the bus to save themselves. So get on with the challenge and hope to win by some miracle to at least have some nice memories to fall back into, but I wouldn't bet on your victory if I were you. Saito explained, eyes burning in rage. I will judge accordingly, I won't play favorites. Marco declared. We too. If you win it will be because your boiled egg was better, no threat will force us to vote unfairly. Michiko added. Yeah. Let me guess, when it comes to Professor Monoe, you all will vote for Midoriya-san regardless. The new king asked with a whisper. Honestly. Speaking for myself, Chef 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 can even SHT on the plate and I would still vote for him instead of Monoe, but I know he will make something amazing, even just to shut her up and win fairly. Sadao answered. Oh. With Izuku, system. Was that you? Izuku asked. Correct, host. While the system imposes challenges and missions on the host to test his skills and help him improve, those challenges and missions still fit into the category of difficult, but fair, as no host has ever been forced to go through an impossible task. What that simpleton did was a threat to the fairness of the task the system gave to the host, and that is unacceptable. A stepping stone should not dare to take initiative, only fulfill its role in the script. Transgressors will always be punished accordingly. The entity answered, merciless. Good God, Izuku muttered, shocked by the coldness of the answer. The host should not worry. While the system will not help the host fulfill his tasks, it will still assure the task's fairness. You will either succeed or fail based solely on your skills and hard work, not because somebody cheated in your favor or against you. Very well, I guess. But I need some jewel meat for my pot-au-feu. Is it possible? The young chef asked. The host wishes to answer in kind to the provocation. Request accepted. That fool dared insult the future god of cooking and his family, this sin must be punished. With the premise of her trying to cheat, the woman called Monoe is no longer considered a chef by the system. The usage of different ingredients from the ones imposed by the challenge has been permitted. Any specific on the quality of the jewel meat? The entity answered the mental inquiry. I want the absolute best part of it, in both taste and texture. For once I will crush my opponent with all my power since she believes herself to be above everything with her quirk. If she thinks to be the greatest chef to have ever lived, then I will treat her accordingly and show her what it used to be like to have a high-level cooking battle against Zeus. Understood. At the moment the host will start preparing his dish, the meat will be swayed with a piece coming from the jewel meat in secrecy, nobody and nothing will notice. The system answered. Good, thank you. Once Monoe took her own position under the heavy booing of the crowd, Marco tapped gently on the mic to ask for some silence from the audience and then addressed Izuku. Shameful display of stupidity aside, hey. Shut your trap. The Soup King roared loud enough to silence the woman. As I was saying, please tell us what you plan to make, Chef Izuku. With pleasure. 4 steaming. Emperor's herbal chicken with sayapao steamed dumplings as a side dish. A dish from Chinese cuisine and 1 from Filipino cuisine. 4 boiling. Pot-au-feu, boiled beef and vegetables. French cuisine. 4 stewing. Rogan Josh, spicy lamb stew. Indian cuisine. 4 frying. Salt-fried yin-yang beggars duck Cantonese cuisine. 4 carving. Baked Alaska miladies. A personal variation of mine of the famous baked ice cream cake. He answered. American cuisine, you said you had planned 4 simple dishes. In what universe a baked Alaska is simple? Yamato shrieked. To me they are simple. Izuku answered with a cheeky grin. Come on. Salt-fried. That's stretching the rules. Minato added with a childish whine. There is my restaurant on the line, I won't hold back. Izuku answered. That is understandable, but come on, the man replied, pouting. There isn't a simple dish in there. He played with us. I told you it was a bad idea to leave the dishes a secret to the very end. 𝐿𝐻 admitted with a sigh. Ho 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 ho. Youngsters these days. Always so ready to show off. I say we give our best to show that we old guard are not pushovers. Let him flex a little. We might actually be the ones laughing in the end. Professor 𝐒𝐿 commented with a jovial laugh. God, how I envy you optimist people, Yamato admitted with a groan. It seems like the challenger did play a bit dirty. Can't say we did not deserve that, considering our past together. Marco admitted with a chuckle. Two can play that game. Izuku answered, sticking out his tongue. Debatable. But now. Everybody ready? The young woman asked. In answer, the teachers and Izuku looked ready to bolt towards the fridges. And go. As soon as Marco screamed, both young chef and Yamato with 𝐻𝐻 and Minato ran to the fridges to collect the ingredients for their dishes. 𝐒𝐿 instead had already given them a list of what he needed. Old age and running don't go well together, while Monoi just needed an egg that Marco herself was more than happy to handle. The woman herself. Choke on it, she also added, scowling. You don't know who you are messing with. You are a second-rate teacher, not a messiah of cuisine. Jump down from that pedestal, you are making a fool of yourself in front of thousands of viewers. Marco replied, uncaring, and then focusing on the other challenges. Samui, you better keep your promise and give me that sous chef role in your main restaurant. I threw my credibility down the drain for that job. The teacher thought in dread. With Izuku, Porvo, Izuku thought, having already quartered a large onion and cut several large leeks in stripes of 2 inches, and added them to a large pot together with celery and carrots. Beef meat has been substituted successfully with jewel meat. The system has selected pieces equivalent in texture to beef shanks and rump roast following host specifications. The system notified Izuku promptly. Perfect, the young chef answered, pleased, while positioning the cuts of meat on top of the vegetables. Wrapping the parsley, thyme and bay leaves in a piece of moistened cheesecloth, Izuku tied them together and added the bundle to the pot along with the peppercorns and 1 tablespoon of kosher salt. I will use 2 marrow bones of the original beef too. It still deserves to take part in the dish. It's not his fault Monoi tried cheating. I will still pay him my respect. He muttered, adding that and some water to the pot. Waiting for the thing to boil, since between boiling, simmering and skimming he will need around about 2 hours to be done with the recipe's first step, he swayed his focus to another dish of his list. He is really doing them all at the same time. Saito muttered in awe. He can really do that? Miss Uraraka asked. Ma'am, he can do it and then some. Honestly, I still can't tell what's the limit of his abilities, even if it is basically my job to study quirks and their limits. Hisoshi answered, knowing well how the guys in Island were going to react once seen Izuku in action for real. Izuku sighed. Following Izuku's instructions, Whitey positioned a large basin filled in shining white salt on top of the biggest flame he had at his disposal, and the young man was now mixing the salt around to make it warm up uniformly with slow and steady movements of a big spatula. The salt will take a while to become hot enough and the lotus leaves are almost done soaking. In the meantime I will take care of the duck itself, Izuku muttered, taking an entire duck he had emptied of its organs and covering its inside and outside in a mixture of salt, wine and soy sauce for seasoning. Done. Perfectly covered. In half an hour it will be ready for cooking, just in time for the mushrooms to finish their bath. Good. Still mumbling to himself, he preheated the second oven and prepared a big stack of vegetables he started shredding into thin slices at absurd speed. Not satisfied yet, at the same time he moved one of the woks on his workstation on the fire to heat some oil. The vegetables are ready, now it's the pork's turn. Thrown the vegetables into the hot oil to stir-fry, a big chunk of pork meat was rapidly diced and added as well to the wok, where the young chef kept stirring everything at high speed non-stop, and when the meat lost its raw look, Izuku finally added the mushroom caps he had previously left to soak in water and then squeezed dry and sliced and a handful of bamboo shots to mix their flavor into the meat as well. When everything was almost done cooking, soy sauce, wine, salt and a pinch of sugar was added as well, and everything was then stirred thoroughly. Done with that, the wok was then finally removed from the fire, covered and set aside to cool. Filling for the duck is done. I still need to let the duck itself season for a little while longer. I can start the preparation of the white chocolate ingots while I wait, then I will move to the stew and the emperor herbal chicken and 𝐼𝐴. Teacher's side, I am surprised he is not tripping over himself to prepare everything, he is way too calm. Minato admitted while preparing himself the rice flour he will turn into a paste for his fried dish. I wanted to say something about hubris, but he has not made a mistake that would justify that speech yet. 𝐾𝐲 answered, adjusting his glasses a little to study in great detail his own version of the flavored rice flour he was making for his steamed dumplings. Tell me again, Yamato, why is he not a student here? Professor Sasaki asked, taking a small taste of the broth acting as a base of his stew, and showing a satisfied smile right after. Because a dear friend of mine got his feelings hurt by him and overreacted, I had decided to help along in avenging his honor even knowing firsthand that the kid was good. I just underestimated how good he actually was. Now I am regretting it. Yamato admitted, and the way she was stirring her custard got just a bit more wild due to her annoyance. So we are here because your childhood friend has thrown a tantrum? Minato asked. Just keep cooking, before I think more about this mess and start feeling the need to drown myself in custard. I used to tell you that Samui was bad news when we were kids, but you still wanted him to be our friend, and it looks like I was right. He hasn't changed a bit since our days in high school. Not now, 𝐾𝐲. Challenge time, 1 hour, Izuku's side, the duck is frying along nicely. Time to start building the baked Alaskas. Izuku was heard declaring with a happy tone after checking the stuffed duck he had wrapped in lotus leaves, encased in clay and then submerged in the hot salt. What the audience saw was him recovering 4 boxes of handmade ice cream from the fridges Inoshiki Academy had prepared for the challenge along with several eggs. Egg white. Lots of whisking. The young chef mumbled while rapidly whisking the whites of a few eggs until the mixture turned into a foam thick enough to for 8m a stiff peak. He then slowly added sugar to the foam until it became thicker and creamy with a very gorgeous glossy look. The biscuit base is ready too, I can use it for the bases. After that, a big square plate holding an inch-thick crunchy biscuit base was recovered from a slightly warm oven for the young chef to rapidly cut into several identical circles. Vanilla ice cream, strawberry ice cream, chocolate ice cream and hazelnut ice cream. Perfect. What followed was Izuku grabbing a giant block of frozen ice cream of each flavor and positioning them next to the stack of biscuit discs he prepared. It was then that the old woman of Island watched in amazement as the boy's knife moved through the ice cream bricks with a single barely seen horizontal slice that instead managed to cut those 4 big frozen ingots into tiny cubes, all in the span of a second. I will make them perfectly checkered, a block at a time. Izuku said, a pair of pliers in each hand, while grabbing cubes of ice cream of various flavors and piling them up in a pattern creating a vaguely spherical shape on top of the biscuit discs. The dozen of small domes of ice cream cubes were covered by a thick layer of meringue right after, a cover Izuku then spent several minutes working on with a spoon to create folds overlapping from top to bottom, but not even Yamato could tell why he was doing that much work on the meringue. Island, madam, you will catch flies if you keep your mouth open like that, the old man muttered with a sigh. Did we record what he did with that knife just now? The woman asked with a faint voice. I think so, one of the technicians answered, unsure. Find me his medical history, and repeat the quirk test again. Yes, sir. Is it really so hard to believe somebody can be good at something without a quirk? The old man muttered, rolling his eyes. Challenge time, 2 hours, teacher's side, the cream puffs are ready, now I need to build the tower. The most annoying part. Yamato muttered as soon as she was done carving the last stylized picture of Mary holding baby Jesus in her arms on the front of the small sphere of white chocolate encasing a cream puff. Be careful and do not make it collapse. 𝐾𝐲 answered, checking the seasoning of the ingredients he will soon use for his dumplings. I know. It's not the first time I made a 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. She hissed in answer. Once the teachers recognized the complexity of the dishes Izuku had planned to prepare, all of them had immediately came to the silent agreement that they too will stretch the rules a bit and add their own spin to the recipes they had chosen upon, like extra seasoning or a more throughout preparation of the base ingredients. Or in the case of Minato and 𝐾𝐲, making the rice flour themselves to add extra flavoring to it. I am almost there, just 20 more minutes and my stew will be ready. Sasaki declared after giving a new taste test to his dish. By the looks of it, Chef Izuku's Rogan Josh 2 is almost ready. Minato answered. We'll go as planned then. As soon as one of us is ready they will deliver the dish to the judges, the others in the meantime will continue working. Luckily contrary to us Midoriya will have to stop cooking to deliver his own dish. And what about Monoi? Kyowa asked. Screw her, she called my Inoshiki Academy a cesspool, she's on her own. Yamato answered, not even sparing a glance at the depressed blonde woman behind her. Monoi had long since brought her egg to the judges that simply swallowed it and declared it to be well cooked and kind of tasty. There wasn't much else to say about a simple boiled egg with some salt and pepper on it. I saw the boy bring out some small ingots of white chocolate. What do you think will he do with dash swoosh? Them. Wow. Kyowa's glasses slipped down his nose a little as he and the others watched with wide eyes the young chef move his knife fast enough to disappear from view and attack the dozen small blocks of hardened white chocolate to produce tiny female busts a couple inches tall, although none of them could see how detailed those actually were from their workstations. SHT. At the same time Yamato gave a soft shriek as she almost made her half-done tower of cream puffs collapse due to the distraction. He seemed slower on video. Shut up, Sasaki. With Izuku, some time later, how's it going? Momo asked, nearing the young chef workstation circle. Kind of hectic, but nothing I can't manage. How about you? Must be pretty boring to sit there for 2 hours, he answered, giving a last stir to the Rogan Josh stew and lowering the flame a bit to let it simmer. I guess it is what the audience of a cooking show goes through compared to who sees the edited version back home, but it's not so bad considering the amazing sense we are bombarded with. Okako answered with a small smile. I made a bit more than necessary, actually. You can have a taste too if you want, as a way to thank you all for coming. Izuku admitted, sheepish. For me too. Rumi asked, unsure, and stoically ignoring the glare the other 2 girls sent her way. Of course, he answered, smiling brightly. Thank you, she muttered. Why did you make this a 5v1? Momo asked. Like this in a little more than 4 hours we will be done. Both me and them are busy people and I did not want to take too much time from their schedules. I already left things half ready back in my restaurant, so once done here I will be free to get ready for dinner hour with no problems. Hopefully. He answered. It's a risky maneuver, she replied, worried. I know, but I needed a bold move to finally impose myself as a difficult target. Even though now I see how Yamato-san has changed her mind about me, at the time I came up with this plan I still thought she hated my guts. Izuku admitted, sighing. And now? Okako asked. Maybe she just sees me as a rival now. Somebody to surpass, but in the proper way. I don't know, I never asked for this, I just want to manage my restaurant. He said. I really hope so, the girl answered. Anything ready to be served? Rumi asked, trying to change the topic once seeing him develop a slightly depressed look. 3 things, actually. The Rogan Josh, the Emperor Herbal Chicken and the Beggar's Duck, with the latter 2 needing just another 40 minutes to be done. He answered. 40 minutes, the bunny girl asked. Both Minato-san and Kyowa-san took their time to make the rice flour themselves, just so as to adjust the taste to what they needed. That needs a bit over 2 hours to be done. Adding that to the normal preparation time for their dishes to be ready, they will need around 2 hours and 30 minutes to be done. They will actually finish 5 to 10 minutes before me. Luckily the challenge is about the final product, not speed. Izuku answered, sighing, unknowingly surprising the 2 teachers in question with his near-exact guessing of their dishes' time of preparation. Really? What now? Rumi asked. It's okay, it's not really a problem, like that the judges will have enough time to taste the teachers' dishes without rush and then cleanse their palate a little, that way the taste of those dishes won't interfere with mine. Izuku answered, flashing her a reassuring smile. That's a relief, you done? Momo hissed with narrowed eyes. I kissed him, Yorozu, yes. Deal with it. I am your rival, I am not going anywhere until he drops you and chooses me. Please don't argue, I am not worth it, the young chef commented, unfazed, while turning off the stove under his stew. I beg to differ, Aizu. Momo answered, arms crossed and glare directed straight at Rumi. Had you not been worth the effort, I assure you we wouldn't be doing this, Rumi added, unaware that she had to look slightly upward to meet the eyes of the other girl. Sigh. Help me, Okako-chan. Izuku asked with a tired sigh and his hands moving fast to prepare the various portions of Rogan Josh for the judges and his friends and family. Sorry, boss, besides taking the plates back to the seats, I can't help you this time, Okako answered, smiling weakly. Rogan Josh stew, why me? The young man muttered, leaving behind the war of glares to join Professor Sasaki at the judges' table. Amazing, Professor. That really tasted like something straight out of my mother's kitchen. It felt homely, informal and very familiar. It actually had the taste of a mother's cooking. Marco admitted, impressed. Ho ho ho. Thank you. I must admit my beloved mother used this recipe to bribe me into behaving. So in a sense I acted out mostly to eat it as much as possible, and once grown up she never stopped reminding me of that. The old man answered, laughing amused at the memories. She sounds like an amazing woman, Izuku admitted, distributing a plate for each king and one for Sasaki himself, while behind him Okako, Rumi and Momo brought the other plates to his parents and the others. Nothing for you, the old man asked, hurt. Too nervous. And not enough time. I need to get back soon to check on the herbal chicken. Izuku answered, chuckling. Just go then, we will vote once done tasting every dish, red for you, blue for each professor. Sadao answered. Thank you. Not waiting for another second, Izuku sprinted away to check on the two dishes that were the closest to be ready. In the meantime, both judges and Sasaki had started tasting the young man's creation, and growing pleasantly surprised at the divine taste. I'll be damned, this lamb is melting in my mouth. So soft. The teacher admitted. He had marinated the lamb meat in yogurt to make it softer, and added a touch of cream to the sauce that has actually rounded the edge of the 𝐒𝐿 he used. The curry and the chili are in perfect balance too. The new king said in awe. Told you. That 𝐵𝐴𝐶 is a monster, Michiko answered with a loud sigh. He actually used real Kashmiri dry red chilies to make it. He has hidden 𝐒𝐿's jars in his coat again. He knew that had he asked for those to us we would have tried guessing his recipe. Marco said, laughing. Cardamom, cloves, bay, onion, peppercorns, coriander, cumin. So young and yet so skilled he managed to mix this many tastes and keep them in balance. Who are you, boy? Sasaki, having used his quirk to analyze in detail every taste individually, muttered while looking at Izuku in confusion. Inko and company. Seats, Jesus, this is amazing, Miss Uraraka said in between mouthfuls. Mom, I have a staff discount, you and Dad can come eat where I work whenever you want, you know. Okako answered. I forgot about that, we'll come visit then. I want to taste something carrot-based, I bet he can make a carrot cake to 𝐒𝐿, Rumi muttered. Cooking challenge time, 3 hours. With Izuku, the herbal chicken was ready, so were the sayapaos, and when the big bamboo canister of the steamer had been finally opened Izuku's dish showered the entire gym in the gentle scent of steamed meat accompanied by the faint undertone of the dried herbs and 𝐒𝐿 the chicken had been filled with together with the Chinese wine that had been lightly drizzled on the meat mid-cooking, a scent both spicy and sweet, yet mellow and aromatic. The meat was still rosy in color and even by look alone one could tell it was a very delicate dish as the meat came off from the bones with zero effort. Emperor herbal chicken. It is said that a Chinese emperor in ancient times used to eat that constantly to stay healthy. Each herb or spice that boy used actually has medicinal properties. Yamato muttered with narrowed eyes. Her dessert was still in the fridge ready to be taken out. Red dates replenish the BLD, wolf berries help to promote clear eyesight, Tungshan promotes salivation, aids ingestion and counters extreme mental and physical fatigue and so on with every ingredient. It's basically Chinese medicine made into a gourmet dish, and he pulled it off the proper way, without using store-bought ingredients. Kyowa answered, fixing his glasses. I am ready. Minato asked, having finished plating his dish. Go then, they already evaluated my dish, once done with his chicken, it will be your turn, he answered. The salt-fried duck. And in answer a blur ran past the teacher's stations as Izuku flew back to his area to prepare yet another dish, and gained some friendly chuckles from the audience at his adorable worried expression. Judge's table, damn. And this is healthy food. I can go on a diet if it is all like this. Toshio admitted while giving a big bite to the 𝐒𝐻𝐽, then to the chicken leg he had been given, and then taking a spoonful of broth in his mouth and chewing everything together in a single giant mouthful. Calling this healthy is a stretch, but hell will freeze over the day you go on a diet. 𝐶𝐻𝐽 answered, still with her mouth full. Oh, take a room you two. Let me eat in peace. Michiko growled, annoyed. This is too good, the new king muttered, shocked. Not surprising, he is my rival after all. Mako answered, smirking. He is. Pretty much, but it's just a matter of time before I surpass him, unlikely. Toshio commented. Shut up. Once done polishing their plates, and washing their mouth a bit to reset their palate, they welcomed Minato's dish with a wide smile thanks to its cute appearance. Up for something sweeter, the man asked, smiling. I am always up for some sweets. Michiko admitted with gleaming eyes. Good to hear. What did the police say? Community service then? He asked. Yes. Assault is a heavy crime, but since he did not press charges and I did not actually manage to lie a finger or tentacle on him, the judge was a bit more lenient. I will have to do community service and take anger management classes, along with visiting a counselor. I am just happy I am still a student here, and I was told I can only thank you for that, Mr. Minato. She answered, sighing. You have a great talent, Michiko, and I did not want to see it go to waste yet, so I talked my mother into giving you a last chance. Don't waste it, he answered. I won't, sir. You won't feel obliged to vote unfairly, yes? Minato then asked. No, I am a chef, we have dignity. So I will give my vote in total fairness. Michiko answered, eyes ablaze. Well said, he answered with a thumbs up, Mr. Minato, these buns are amazing. So sweet and soft. 𝐶𝐻𝐽 declared in amazement. DMN fragrant too. And the filling is so tasty. Toshio admitted, shamelessly talking with his mouth full. I followed the original recipe. I was tutored night and day to make them properly under threat of bodily harm, so please, tell your teachers I did a good job or they will beat me up. Minato answered, making them laugh by casting a worried look towards the other teachers watching the challenge. Will do, sir. Mako promised, chuckling. Crack. Under the sound of Izuku's mallet breaking the clay shell hiding inside his salt-fried duck, both Minato and the judges fell immediately silent. They all knew that sound meant that it would be soon time for them to try the third plate of Izuku's insane menu. When the last brown giant leaf was carefully open and the entire bundle unfolded, the stuffed duck resurfaced to proudly display its crispy brown skin shining slightly under the gym's lights thanks to its thin layer of grease. This smell is amazing. Mom, please, you are making a scene. Okiko groaned in shame at the half of her mother. You think you can ask him to make it again back home if we invite him for dinner? Ray whispered. Maybe if we make Momo ask, he will. Saito whispered back. You won't use me to get some salt-fried duck, man up and ask him yourself. Momo countered, huffing. Oh. While this happened, Izuku had already divided the dish into equal portions, taking care of also distributing in a fair manner the duck's filling that had now taken a slightly gelatinous consistency. Okiko, please, he asked, sheepish. Coming, boss, the girl replied before moving to deliver the extra portions to her mother and the others. It's unfair that they get to taste everything he makes, a student in the back muttered, displeased. Apparently they are his parents, his fiancée and her parents, a friend and his waitress and her mother. They came all the way here to cheer for him, it's only fair. The girl's friend answered. I still want to try that too, the other replied, huffing annoyed. Judge's table, the heat from the salt seeped deep inside the meat still no matter the leaves and the clay encasing it, and the clay itself gave to the meat's flavor a faint earthen note that goes amazingly well with the filling, Toshio said, having the deepest expertise in meat dishes among the kings. That is normal. The lotus leaves are mostly there to separate the meat from the clay, not to insulate it from the heat. Also, if properly bathed they also add flavor to the duck, other than helping manage the temperature. But you changed the recipe a little, didn't you? Minato explained. Busted, I added a tiny amount of honey to the mixture I used to season the ducks inside, only a tiny bit, but it helped make the meat just a tad softer and added a bit of sweet smoothness to the overall flavor. I am impressed you noticed. Izuku admitted, smirking. In fact, the duck, other than being flavorful, possessed a delicate, springy meat hidden under the crispy skin. It was pleasantly spicy and felt smooth like silk inside the mouth. The pork filling instead was buttery soft and the jelly-like sauce around that meat melted back into a thick liquid once swallowed, giving the impression the judges and the others were actually eating a very thick, delicious soup, something Mako found mildly infuriating as it was yet another dish of his she felt the need to match and surpass to protect her pride as Soup King. Impressive. Hey, yes. If something does not work in your own restaurant, wanna come work in mine? Minato asked. Minato! Yamato was heard screaming in shock, an expression mimicked perfectly by whoever managed to hear. I am honored you offered that, even just as a joke. It's not a joke. Minato said, dropping his friendly smile in favor of a more solemn expression. Then I am even more touched, but I have to refuse. Izuku answered, once again causing a new round of shocked gasps to resound in the gym. My restaurant is and forever will be the Green Cloud. I want to show the world that I can make it to the top even without a quirk or a famous name backing me up, to say I did it to whoever doubted I could achieve anything. But thank you all the same for the offer. The young man said with a deep bow, and then returned swiftly to his workstation circle to finish cooking. Too bad, but I am not backing down. Minato muttered with a devious, and yet still friendly, smile. Host! You gave me a chance, system. You offered me the occasion to chase my new dream when everybody else tried to smash it, and I am not ungrateful. I will return the favor by becoming the best god of cooking I can be. It will be my way to thank you for saving me from losing yet another dream. Izuku answered. Well said, host. The role of the god of cooking is more meaningful than the position as a sous chef of a random restaurant, and the system knows the host will fulfill the role perfectly. The entity answered, still monotonous, and yet Izuku could swear there was some tiny spark of gratitude buried deep. Almost done. Surprisingly, the next to move near Izuku's side of the gym was Yamato herself. 40 more minutes and the pot-au-feu will be ready. Shall we go through our carving challenge in the meantime? He answered once checked the state of his boiling dish. May as well. Why go through with it, though? Monoi had clearly done enough to be disqualified. She chose to boil a mere egg and tried threatening the judges. You could have easily swayed dishes for something way simpler and still won. Why doing this instead? The old woman asked, curious. Can I be honest? Izuku asked. I am listening. Yamato muttered while leaning closer. It is all to send a message to whoever still believes I am easily bullied, to show that I will always fight back and never take everything lying down. And also, I had already chosen to make this dish. I promised the ingredients I would have prepared them this way and didn't want to disappoint them. You didn't want to disappoint the ingredients? Yamato asked, confused. Yes, believe it or not, I would have never heard the end of it, he answered, smiling. If you are so sure. Let's prepare our dessert in the meantime. You still have to cook the baked Alaska's meringue top. It's okay, if you take yours out of the fridge now, by the time I am done, your 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐵 will be ready to be served as well. Well said, get to work then. Contrary to my colleagues, I did decide to take this challenge seriously. It's a pity that even with video proof, they underestimated you. The old woman answered, walking back to her fridge. It's hard to gauge somebody's skills on video without tasting. I can't blame them. Especially since I did cheat a little by downplaying the difficulty of my chosen dishes. Or stretching the meaning of frying. But come on, I too can be a bit mean once or twice, Izuku muttered, cheeks reddening a bit. His embarrassment though lasted very little as soon as his mind focused on the new task that was giving the finishing touch to his baked Alaska. He had in fact rapidly took them out from the fridge together with a special alcoholic mixture with a faint orange flavor he used to gently cover the meringue top of the numerous small desserts he had prepared using a very soft brush. In front of him now stood his small desserts, one for each judge, Yamato herself and his friends, ready to be decorated. The oven is hot enough. 10 minutes should be enough. Izuku muttered as he moved the small domes of meringue inside the thing to bask in the angry red light of the heat. 10 minutes. Just enough for me as well, Yamato answered while pulling out of the fridge the small pyramid of cream puffs encased in white chocolate. Each sphere had been engraved by hand to have 4 stylized pictures of Mary holding baby Jesus in her arms with a very minimalist style, even if Mary's dress still presented few lines representing her clothing. The chocolate itself was perfectly smooth and had a faint shine to it, giving to the spheres the appearance of smooth ball of precious stone. Wow! Rector Yamato has not lost her touch, Mako admitted in worshipful awe, once received a few spheres of her portion. It's all about experience, Ishikami-san. All the years I spent in the kitchen were to better myself, Yamato answered, proud. Do you mind if your friends try this too? I actually made more than enough, she then asked. Ahoo. Go ahead. Izuku, eyes glued to the glass panel of the oven, answered. He keeps opening the thing to move the desserts in there. I wonder what he is doing. Michiko, the sweet enthusiast of the 5, wondered aloud. Thank you, madam. Saito said with a grateful tone once received his portion from Yamato. Think nothing of it, it's part of my apology for the idiocies spouted by one of my teachers. If you really want to take her to court, count me in as a witness, she answered. Will do, thank you, he answered, grateful, while the others already moved to attack their cream puffs. Crunch. Oh my! Inko gasped in amazement. The chocolate casing, while fairly thick, still broke apart easily, and the homemade white chocolate held a very rich taste of fresh milk, with a very faint buttery tone, and not overly sweet like the cheap one found in stores. The puff itself too was good, with a slight vanilla aftertaste, but the real star was the custard cream itself, sweet, fluffy, smooth like nothing the tasters had ever felt before, and still proudly displaying a tiny part of the taste of the fresh eggs used to make it. In short, the cream puffs looked gorgeous and tasted amazing. This is one hell of a contender. Madame Yamato really did give her all for this. Michiko admitted. Rector Yamato made this to fight him. Wow, the new king muttered in awe, looking at both the old woman and Izuku with eyes full of amazement. They liked it, it's your turn now. Yamato said with a mischievous smile and a thumbs up. Fingers crossed. Izuku answered as he finally took out of the oven the small domes of baked Alaska he made. And both the audience in the gym and the ones following the live stream and the guys from my island grew slack-jawed at what they saw. The browning of the meringue had clearly followed the pattern the young chef planned for. The folds were slightly darker than the meringue under them, and when Izuku uncovered what he had sculptured the ingots of white chocolate into, their shock grew tenfold. Baked Alaska Miladies, the name was literal. He had sculptured by hand each ingot so to give it the look of a woman's bust wearing an intricate dress, and when he put each and every bust on top of its respective dome, the folds of the meringue became the folds of the women's dress. Both dress and hairstyle of each milady held a level of detail one could only describe as insane, especially considering how fast he had been at actually carving them. Even declaring all of that impossible didn't fully make it justice. Only a chef from another world could actually achieve that. Perfect, just a bit of perfume, and the miladies will be ready for their debut, Izuku muttered, peeling an orange at lightning speed and gently squeezing the peel to drip some aromatic oil on top of the meringue, and the last vestiges of heat from it helped that oil release a faint and very pleasant citrusy aroma. Yamato accepted her own baked Alaska in stricken silence, and her brain had categorically refused to admit that the dessert she was about to eat had her face carved on it with way too many details, like the crow's feet at the eyes. It was simply too absurd to be real. You know. It turns out I would look nice in a Victorian dress, Toshio was heard saying with a weak laugh once seen his own face on the body of the milady in his plate. He used a 3D printer to make this, right? Right. Michiko, ready to burst to tears out of broken patissier pride, asked. No, he made it all by hand, Mako answered, unsure. Boo-hoo, the awful wailing of the Desert King did wait long to come and echo loudly in the entire gym. The inside is also amazing, check it to perfection, each cube of ice cream too has been cut with maniacal precision. Does he suffer from OCD? Sadao once took a slice off her portion to check the inside. Easy to say, beside the outrageous carving involved, the taste too was amazing. The ice cream Izuku had personally made and brought along fully displayed his talent as well. The vanilla ice cream was amazingly delicate in taste and fluffy. The strawberry ice cream was so fresh you could almost tell apart each and every strawberry that had been used, as if eating them straight from the plant. The chocolate ice cream was dark and intense, counterbalancing the sweet taste of the strawberries, while the hazelnut ice cream instead perfectly framed the vanilla one without overpowering it. It was clear, in a frightening way, that Izuku had even studied the position of each cube of ice cream so as to pair the flavor in a positive manner. Rei-san. Yes, Miss Uraraka. Rei answered. You say he gives you cooking lessons for free. Can I join? She asked. I don't think he will mind, but we better ask, just in case. Thank you. When the time came for the pot-au-feu to be served, Monoi accepted her portion with hatred shining in her eyes. But before she could try anything with her quirk, she possessed a second set of arms sprouting from her hips, with the 2 extra hands also possessing creeper-long fingers. Whitey appeared behind her to grab her shoulder as a silent threat. This is a small glimpse of my abilities. Never again try to make a joke of a cooking competition. Food is sacred, and a chef pride is essential. You spat on both with your attitude and should be ashamed of yourself, Izuku muttered harshly once left her a plate. Monoi's anger evaporated as soon as she tried it. The meat was simply divine, a texture she had never felt before, and a taste that seemed not of this world, as no matter how many times she chewed, the meat's taste did not diminish by an iota. Spicy, tender, warm, somber, a taste that encompassed her very soul, and she had to stop herself from trying to eat the bones in her plate as well together with the marrow inside them. The vegetables too had been cooked to the point they offered very little resistance to the bite without losing a bit of their fresh taste, but the meat, that was the jewel of the entire dish. Something she recognizes she will never be able to match. Thump. With a soft sound, Monoi's legs gave in under her and she fell on her knees. Her face was pale and her eyes unblinking. She just looked at Izuku as if he was an eldritch abomination. Who are you? She asked with a whisper of voice. Me. I am Izuku Midoriya. But for you, I am the king of chefs. He answered, back straight and head held high, and for an instant Monoi caught a glimpse of what he meant with that answer. A towering figure, an unreachable chef at the very peak of the world of cooking, able to look down on the rest of them. She saw Zeus, and she saw the bottomless depths of his talent. Only Setsuno could surpass and only Komatsu could match, and she grew afraid. Simply amazing. We tasted food of a quality we all didn't know was possible, but it is now time to vote. I will call each name separately and we will cast our vote, red for Midoriya and blue for each professor. Are the contestants ready? Mako asked. We are ready, they all answered, except Monoi. She was still looking at Izuku in fear. Good. For the stewing challenge between Midoriya and Professor Sasaki, Mako asked. 4 red-colored discs and 1 blue were lifted, with Michiko being the only one voting for Sasaki. Oh, dear. Looks like I lost. Ho 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 ho. I hope we will have a rematch someday. The old man answered with an amused laugh. Whenever you want, Mr. Sasaki. Izuku answered, shaking the man's hand. We have cast our vote. The winner for the stewing challenge is Chef Midoriya. Mako declared, and while his friends and the audience roared in amazement, in UA University present MIC scream of anguish exploded the windows and deafened students and teachers alike, since that first victory meant the pro hero lost the ongoing bet on the results. Both his savings and his next paycheck will thus go straight into the pockets of somebody else. Next is the steaming challenge. Who won between Chef Midoriya and Professor Kyowa? Mako then asked, making the audience there and watching the stream observe the king's discussion with bated breath. 5 red discs rose next, and the people watching roared again in awe. A total defeat. I am ashamed, but not surprised. Kyowa answered with a chuckle, and shaking Izuku's hand with not a trace of anger to be seen on his serene expression. Sorry. Izuku answered, sheepish. Don't be, that herbal chicken was a work of art, I liked it. Glad to hear that. Another victory for Chef Midoriya. An applause for the amazing show of sportsmanship both Professor Sasaki and Professor Kyowa showed us. Mako said, and the two teachers actually did look a bit flustered at the loud praise and applause of their students. Next will be the frying challenge. Mr. Minato versus Chef Midoriya, please cast your votes, fellow judges. Once again the five spent several minutes whispering and arguing between themselves before giving their score. For red and one blue, this time it was Sadao to vote against Izuku. In my defense, it was not specified what kind of frying was permitted and what wasn't. Minato answered, laughing thunderously, and giving Izuku a friendly fist bump and a high five on the notes of the audience applause. We are 3 on 5, nice results, Chef Izuku. What about the boiling challenge? Marco asked next. And you need to ask. It was a boiled egg against the best boiled meat I have ever tasted in my life. Toshio answered, scoffing, and without even a second of thought, 5 red discs rose in the air to declare another absolute win for Izuku. Your life is over, Monoi. And you won't even have some good memories to fall back onto, you brought this on yourself. Yamato muttered, making the former teacher of Inoshiki burst into a loud, desperate crying fit. Another win. Only our beloved rector remains. Madam Yamato for the carving challenge. It's time to vote. The Soup King declared with a loud scream. The audience was more than ready to answer in kind. This time it took way longer for the 5 kings to reach an agreement, but still, 4 red discs went up, with the girl taking the place of Tokyo being the only one voting for Yamato, and the gym seemed about to explode with how loud the audience cheered. M-I-D-I-Y-A. 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 The audience chanted over and over as they watched the teachers and Yamato deliver their knives to the young chef one by one. I hope you realize this doesn't mean I won't come back for a rematch, Yamato said with a small smile. I will be waiting, Yamato-san. Izuku answered, smiling wide. Izuku, when the old woman moved close enough to whisper in his ear, though, his smile dropped instantly. Ah! Samui is a very vindictive and dangerous man. His sense of pride is his biggest weakness. I helped along due to my past for him, but even then, I soon learned what I was doing was wrong. The others won't care. Instead, they will come. She whispered. The others, he asked. The judges that were there that day in the park. They are chefs and food critics, yes, but we all also used to be a tight group of friends. Problem is, contrary to me, now Samui has leverage on them that will force them to do his bidding and get revenge on you. Very dirty leverage. You must be careful, they will come after you soon. Yamato warned him. Thank you. They will find me ready, Izuku answered, grateful. I hope it will be enough. Unfortunately, I fear I won't be able to have them see reason, as I suspect the skeletons Samui discovered in their closets are way too dangerous to bring to light for them to be talked into backing down. I can only give you a heads up when one of them will start to move, so as to give you enough time to prepare. The old woman offered, grimacing. Are you sure you can risk it? Izuku asked, worried. Between them all, I am the only one without dirty secrets, and my own reputation is solid enough even Samui won't be able to attack it. I'll be fine, promise. She answered, showing him an encouraging smile. Okay, thank you for telling me. Izuku answered, shaking the woman's hand. When everything was said and done, the 5 knives joined the ones of the 5 kings inside the wooden cabinet. Whitey then strapped to his back, and accompanied by his friends and family, and the last applause of the audience, Izuku and company made their way back to Green Cloud Restaurant for a celebratory party between them all while everybody else celebrated as well in their own way. Highland, find me a table in that restaurant. I want to talk to that boy in person. Yes, sir. This won't end well, Hisoshi's boss muttered with a sigh of dismay. UA University, 20, 30, 40, 50. Aizawa was heard counting bills after bills aloud with a wide smile on his face. I'll buy those shoes I saw yesterday, then those fancy glasses. And then I will visit the SP. Nemirai in the meantime started organizing her next expenses after finishing collecting the money of her colleagues. My paycheck. My savings. The money for my new bike. Boo-hoo. MIC instead kept crying and wailing like an angry ghost while on all fours. There goes the money for the new leather seats of my car. Toshinori just gave a defeated sigh once seen Aizawa tearing off the money in his hands to add them to the pile. I knew I should have not followed your example and just bet by myself. Night, I muttered with a frown. A similar scene was taking place between the students of Class 1A and pretty much everybody else in the university. Easiest money of my life, Mina declared with a wide smile. There were fat stacks of bills overflowing her pockets, sprouting from her cleavage and the sides of her school skirt, and few bills even peeked out from her wild hair. She had seemingly stuffed her clothes in money. Remember to set aside your Momo's part and Okako, Toru said while still counting her own big stack of money. Of course. Of course. I am going to have Boss Izuku's name engraved on my new guitar, as an homage to who made it possible for me to buy a new one. Gyro declared, with a bit of a cackle. This greed is unbecoming of future heroes. Tenya said, frowning. Here is your part, Tenya-chan. In answer, Tsuyu delivered him what looked like several thousands of yen divided into various high stacks of bills tied together with RBB bands. I will let it slide this time. The bespectacled boy conceded while rapidly pocketing the small fortune. But not everybody was rejoicing from Izuku's victory. With Monoi apartment complex, later that night, the woman had finally entered her place after several long hours spent with Saito's lawyers, and those had apparently joined forces with Inoshiki's own legal team to eat the former teacher alive, leaving no dirty detail untouched and painting Monoi's future of misery following the lawsuit they slapped her with sadistic glee. If she actually managed to avoid prison after the trial, her life and career as a chef was still over and done. I just want to go to bed and sleep forever, she muttered with a tone of desperation. Not before your punishment, a monotonous and slightly metallic voice echoed in her apartment. Who's there? Monoi shrieked. You tried to cheat and ruin the fairness of the challenge the system had set for the host. This meddling shall not be forgiven, the system replied. System? Host? What are you blabbering about? Monoi asked, still looking around wildly. Never before has a challenge been put in danger by somebody moving behind the scenes to actively sabotage the results. You have committed a cardinal sin that put at risk the ascension of the host to the echelon of god of cooking, and this warrants the harshest punishment, the entity said, and immediately a splitting headache forced Monoi to double over in agony. Each. It was after the first bout of pain that the woman saw something resembling pale smoke leave her body. What? What are you doing? The system would have accepted you manipulating the choice of dishes and ingredients in your favor, would have accepted you sabotaging the instrumentation given to the host and even forcing the host to use subpar ingredients. But the system won't accept the insult of minor characters like you cheating with drags or trying to threaten judges into voting for them. You tried to manipulate the ones called to judge your dishes to vote in your favor and even pretended to win with a mere boiled egg. For your insolence, the system decided to bestow on you the worst curse. You will be stripped of your ability to cook and of the ability to taste. Forever. The system answered, mercilessly. No, the scream of anguish that tore its way out of Monoi's mouth scared to near death whoever heard her, and the next day, when somebody finally came to check on her, they will find the woman lying in fetal position crying hysterically and surrounded by ruined food from failed cooking attempts. And no matter how much she wanted to, she was also unable to tell them about the system as part of her curse. At the same time, at the opposite side of the city, Shigaraki had just finished disintegrating yet another stray dog, leaving behind barely a handful of ashes, but his sense of hatred had not diminished at all. It's not the same thing. I want to kill the real deal, that fleabag and his shitty owner. The young man muttered with a dark, unhinged tone as mental pictures of Blackie and Green Cloud restaurant filled his head, fueling even more his thirst for revenge. But Izuku was unaware of all this. He was too occupied being giddy at the unlocking of the new bone-made kitchen knife as promised by the system for defeating the guys of Inoshiki, the so-called Silver Sea Dragon kitchen knife, and the young chef was eager to train in using such a divine knife for his future dishes. That and that special cabinet where time moves faster. Chapter finished. A very super long one. Woo. Don't get used to it, please, it was a pain for me. Dimensional travel have system, will travel. The sun had just begun peeking over the horizon when Izuku's eyes snapped open. He turned off his alarm clock and after a long shower he went down the stairs connecting his apartment to the restaurant under it. Good morning, Whitey, the young chef said, yawning, while giving a friendly pat to the robot's soft round belly. The tall robot simply scratched the shining dome of his round head with his big hand and gave a small nod. Ah! I would have never thought I would ever enjoy waking at dawn, he muttered with a chuckle. Host Izuku, today you will meet other candidates for the DLVRY service. You still need to find one candidate for the lunch hour and one for the dinner hour. You have until before today's closing hour to find them for the abrupt mission to be considered a success. Mission: find 4 worthy candidates to start your DLVRY service. 2 for lunch hour and 2 for dinner. Reward for completion: unlocking of the utility dish, Berserker Burger and the ingredient Meteor Garlic. Host should also remember that candidates with an aptitude level for this job inferior to 95% won't be accepted as worthy members of the DLVRY staff. The system declared. Meteor Garlic. And I can have it either already ready for use or just raw for me to prepare. Izuku asked with wide eyes. He was so surprised. He almost dropped the bulky, heavy knife he normally used for training, one so heavy even he had trouble lifting it. As always, host. Please remember that there will be a small fee to pay should you longing the selected ingredient to be already prepared by the system. In the case of Meteor Garlic, asking for it already without its outer shell will cost you 1,000 yen. The system answered. Okay. As always, that option will be left for cases of emergency, Izuku muttered with a grimace. I forgot to ask. What is a utility dish? Since the host has shown his heroic spirit by saving all might and his pride as a chef by defeating the best Inoshiki Academy had to offer, the hero subroutine has been unlocked. Host will be now permitted to utilize recipes offered by the system to create dishes with special effects. These dishes won't be added to the menu. Berserker Burger. A burger created with ingredients rich in life energy and fighting spirit. It will increase the customer's fighting power up to 10 times. Compatible with quirks too. Side effects: the customer will lose half their fighting power for 24 hours. Compatible ingredients: Berserker Bear Meat, Jewel Meat, King Python Meat, Scorpiodile Meat. Should the host utilize Meteor Garlic to prepare it, the effects of the dish will be tripled, but the customer will lose consciousness to recover their strength for 24 hours as a side effect. Utility dishes. If I use them, I will bring even more attention onto myself than what I am already getting. Izuku muttered. Host, you are walking the path of the god of cooking. You cannot limit yourself for fear of the people of this world. I wish I had your optimism, the young man answered with a sigh. With that said, he just fell into silence and simply went through his training regimen for the day, using that giant, ridiculously heavy butcher knife to cut tomatoes into hair-thin slices without squishing them, and by the looks of them, that day he was expected to cut over 100 of them in under an hour and then worry about the breakfast service. 1 hour later, here it is. Caramel cappuccino and a honey-filled croissant. Izuku said once delivered a customer his order. Thank you. The short woman with red hair answered, happy. Much appreciated, my boy. The old man with her added, guys, just hurry up before some pro hero shows up. Izuku answered, please don't rat us out, Chef Izuku. The young woman begged with a low voice and a weak smile. Miss La Brava, I understand why you and Mr. Gentle do what you do. But there are better ways to do it than vigilantism. He answered, sighing. Things are a bit more complex than us simply not trying, Gentle answered, grimacing. We did try to do it properly, I swear. La Brava added with a whisper. I know I have no right to ask you this, but please, do try to get a license or something. I know you have good intentions, but the people in charge clearly don't like you doing things your way. I've lost count of how many times you or Pop Step have come here to hide. You and her just need some polishing. You are not as bad as many other vigilantes. Izuku begged. Bossican, I really wish things could be that easy. Gentle admitted with a sigh. I am just worried about you, guys. You will always be welcomed here. I only wish the best for you. He answered. We'll be careful, promise. La Brava answered, showing him a reassuring smile and gently patting his hand. Sigh. Okay. The chef conceded his defeat and walked away. We are trying, my boy. I swear we keep trying to have our chance, Gentle muttered with a sigh of defeat. Dealing. The tiny bell on top of the door chimed lightly as the pro hero Endeavor entered the restaurant, causing the two vigilantes in civilian attire to squeak in fear and keep their head low while having their breakfast. Yes. Who is it? Mr. Endeavor, good morning. Good morning, the pro hero number 2 of Japan answered with a grunt, and glancing at the strange duo pressed against the wall in the far corner, he gave a shrug and took a table under one of the giant windows. The usual? Izuku asked. Yes, the cupcake too. The young chef asked with a tiny amused smile. Don't mock me, boy. Yes, the cupcake with pink strawberry frosting too. The pro muttered with a super low voice full of shame. I'll bring both to you immediately. And there is nothing shameful in liking strawberry-flavored sweets. They are feminine. Endeavor muttered. Debatable. They still taste good no matter the color. True. Bring me two. Please. Of course. Once the chef disappeared inside his kitchen, Enji gave a sigh and leaned slightly back on his seat, watching the people passing by in front of the window and sending a smug smirk to the ones he recognized as his fans every time they pointed at him or waved at him in excitement. It was then that he saw an absurdly tall girl with a fox-like mutation quirk and her skin covered in greenish-blue fur stop in front of the door, her long ears folded back against her head in a show of discomfort. She was dressed in a green checkered shirt and skin-tight beige breathes. She was an absurdly tall girl, probably twice Enji's height if not more actually, and the pro hero was already pretty tall himself. With her there was a more normal-sized young man with his face adorned by numerous earrings and piercings and a short mohawk hairstyle dyed bright blue and dressed in leather from head to toe with under his jacket a pre-Quirkera-style Sonic the Hedgehog shirt showing the game's mascot giving a V sign, salute to whoever looked at the thing. The giant girl was hesitating in front of the door, as if ready to have a panic attack. Want me to get in for us both? The punk young man asked with a surprisingly gentle voice for somebody with a look like his. Thank you, the girl answered with a shy whisper. Okay. Wait here, baby. Big Brother Zoom has got this in the bag. The guy replied with a cocky attitude that somehow made her chuckle. Thanks. Dealing. Truth be told, the guy's smug look dropped as soon as he actually got inside, meaning that he was indeed acting tough to cheer the girl up a little. In truth he himself was clearly just as nervous as she was. Good morning. Izuku was fast in welcoming the new arrival, all the while carrying in his hands a small tray with Enji's breakfast on it, and as always the scent of his freshly made coffee mixture managed to take off some edge from the doorman's everlasting foul mood. Finally. Endeavor half-grunted in answer once delivered his order. By now Izuku knew that was the man's version of the common thank you, at least when it came to the young chef, so he paid it no mind and just addressed the new arrival. How can I help you? He asked. Hi. I saw that AD in the newspaper about you looking for somebody to take care of 𝐔𝐬𝐽, the young man said with a nervous smile. Yes. Are you here for the job? Yes. Sonoda IGA. Nice to meet you, Midoriya-san. A pleasure to meet you, and thank you for coming here for the job, but you do know I am quirkless, right? Izuku said, slowly. Now the leather-dressed guy knew he was treading on thin ice as Enji had immediately stopped drinking his coffee to look straight at him in the eyes, and the two strange guys in the far back too were probably looking at him with the corner of their eyes, if the cold feeling traveling up his back was anything to go by. I fail to see what this has to do with the job. Is this a test? The guy asked, gulping. Oh, no. It's just that the last guy that came for the AD stormed off once he learned that. I just wanted to make it clear immediately so we both won't waste time. I almost added that in the AD too, to be honest. Izuku answered, shrugging. Oh. That's no problem then, I am not that sort of guy. He answered, finally relaxing a bit, and secretly happy to see the customers return to mind their own businesses. They really love their restaurants here, the guy thought in wonder. Nice to hear. The thing is very simple. I need somebody open to take care of deliveries for either the lunch or dinner hour, working hours, and the pay are as I listed in the AD. If you have any doubts, don't be afraid to ask. I need somebody quick and professional in deliveries though, so either with flying or speed-related quirks or a scooter at the very least, and good manners of course. Izuku answered. My mom did not raise a hooligan, sir. And I do have a speed quirk. I have literal wheels under the soles of my feet, the guy answered. Oh. What are they made of? Izuku asked with starry eyes. Hardened bone covered with a thick layer of enamel. As long as I keep a calcium-rich diet, they regenerate very fast. I am a fan of both Pro Heroes Ingenium and Speed Limit. And Sonic, of course. I will be known as the Pro Hero Zoom one day, so trust me when I say that with me you will have the fastest deliveries in the entire city. He answered, puffing out his chest, something that made Izuku chuckle amused. Proud to meet a pro in the making then. Which shift are you applying for? Izuku asked. I would prefer the dinner hour. I am already under apprenticeship with a hero agency and they did argue a bit when I asked if I could take this job, or at least they did until I told them you were the author of the AD. Zoom answered. Really? Which agency are you working with? Speed Limits, why? Hoo. I see. 𝐒𝐭𝐚-san may have a soft spot for me and my orange-flavored cheesecake, that may be why she agreed to allow you to work here part-time. Do you want some of that to bring back to her as a bribe just to make sure she will let you work for me? Izuku asked with a mischievous smile. Orange-flavored cheesecake, you know her personally, the other shrieked in surprise. She is a regular. Enji supplied from the sidelines. Oh. Then yes, please. Perfect. I would really love for you to start tomorrow, is it a problem? Oh. Already? I thought it would have been harder to get a job here, why? My piercings, and the hair. He answered with a bitter tone. What about them? They always say that I look too scary, that I may scare customers, he admitted. Oh. Well, for what it's worth, I like them. Izuku admitted, smiling wide. Thanks. So I got the job. Zoom asked hopefully. System. Making it seem like he was deep in thought, the young chef actually asked for confirmation to the entity itself. This young man, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 aka Zoom, has an aptitude of 95% for this job, making him just suitable enough to do his duty in a satisfactory manner and not bring shame to your restaurant host. If you want, you can hire him and he will be counted as the third candidate for the DLVRY staff quota for your mission. The system answered. So. Hoo. I was kidding, you got the job no problem, I was just pulling your ear a little, the chef answered with a cheeky smirk. That's mean, boss. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 answered with a whine. Sorry. I am just happy that thanks to you I managed to cover for the dinner hour DLVRY. Now I only need somebody for the lunch hour and I will be able to start the test run for the DLVRY service. Oh. I may have somebody for that. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said immediately. Really? Yeah, an old friend of mine, we went to the same middle school. Don't be fooled by her appearances, she is a huge softie. Literally. He answered, motioning to the girl outside to present herself, even if she had to get on all four to squeeze her head through the door to do so. Many young men did make some ruckus at the amazing sight of her pretty heart-shaped but sticking out from the restaurant, but those perverts are of no importance to the story, so they will be ignored. Hi. Aye. My name is 𝐒𝐿 Josie, nice to meet you. The giant fox girl muttered. Nice to meet you, 𝐒𝐿-chan. Are you here for the job too? Izuku, hiding his stricken expression, asked with a gentle tone. He may have a thing for tall girls, but Momo was still his number one, even if this young fox girl could probably cradle his entire body in the palm of her hands effortlessly, something that did make his heart race a little. Hooah! I have moved. Here to be closer to my school, but I need a part-time job for some extra money. She answered. And you won't have a problem taking the lunch hour shift? Not really, I asked my teachers and they told me I could do it. I have my scooter for the deliveries, is it okay? She answered, unsure, while pointing to a custom-made scooter parked nearby and made for people her size, meaning the thing was actually bigger than a normal car. This hard-working girl has an aptitude of 98%. Please snatch her before another restaurant does, host. The scooter itself will be updated by the system to assure worthy performances as well. The system prompted immediately. Don't worry, it will be perfect, 𝐒𝐿-chan. If you want, the job is yours. But you both will need to work hard, okay? Izuku answered. Of course. Both answered at the same time, and their smiles simply lit up the room. Good. I will bring you your uniforms and a portion of cheesecake for 𝐒𝐿 to bring to Miss 𝐒𝐭𝐻, this time free of charge. Izuku answered. Thank you, boss. Zoom answered, looking ready to cry. Once sure Izuku was out of hearing distance, Enji cleared his throat loudly enough to catch the duo's attention. You will soon learn that several pro heroes love this place. F up and they will skin you alive. I will look the other way when that happens, so don't beg for help. Endeavor delivered his short threat with an utterly casual tone before leaving the money of his bill to Whitey and bidding goodbye to the returning Izuku. Yes, sir. Both 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐼𝐴 answered as one while paling considerably and scampering away fast to let the man all the space he wanted to exit the restaurant. Please ignore Enji-san, he has bad manners, but I believe that deep, very deep inside, he is a good guy. And maybe one day he will actually act like one too, or at least like a decent human being. That's a big maybe, boss Izuku. 𝐒𝐿 answered, gladly accepting his Green Cloud restaurant brand jacket and the small package with the cake inside. Yours will be ready tomorrow instead, 𝐼𝐴-chan, custom made for your size. Thank you, boss. 𝐼𝐴 answered, smiling a little. We'll be ready for tomorrow then. See you later, boss. Zoom asked. Bye, the young chef answered, waving both goodbye with a wide smile on his face. Congratulations to host Izuku for completing another mission of the system. Both rewards are now unlocked. The system alerted him with a victorious fanfare that made him chuckle. Thank God, I thought I would not manage this time, he admitted with a low voice and a sigh of relief as he returned inside his kitchen. Never doubt yourself, host. And since you have successfully unlocked the first utility dish, it means the host can take on the next dimensional travel ingredient hunt sooner than programmed. Tomorrow you will depart for another world and no. What? The entity asked. I am not going. Tomorrow there will be the sport festival and I will be there to cheer for Momo and Okiko. Host, I will be there. End of story. I always go through your challenges and missions and whatnot without missing a bit, but this time we will do things my way. Postpone that mission. Host cannot see if I can't, instead he roared back in answer. The host is supposed to go through tests and missions to better his skills. Well, the host has already decided he will. But the host won't put aside his loved ones just to appease his demanding sponsor that thinks I exist only to dance around following its tune. Izuku answered with a growl. Host Biyufang was easier to manage. Biyun maybe had nothing else to think about besides cooking, but I am a different person. I already was married to my job once, now I want to spare some of my time to spend it with my family and loved ones. Host risks being unable to to hell with it then. Host is unaware of the power of the system. Bring it. The chef answered, unwavering, and looking upward in the hopes of meeting the eyes of the entity itself. There was a long silence after that, until the system finally spoke again. The system will compromise then. The entity said after a long pause. Yes. If host is adamant in having a personal life beside his training to become the god of cooking, then the system will relent and even help, but in exchange the host must double his efforts during morning and night training sessions. Did I ever strike you as a lazy guy? Izuku asked with crossed arms. No. The system only wants to make sure the host won't feel tempted to. The voice answered. Unlikely. Indeed. Saying that the young man brought the bill to La Bravare and Gentle and watched them leave as cautiously as they could to not be recognized, thus leaving Izuku with a rare moment of peace he had not seen in a while recently. Host. Yes. The system has a question, though. Why show this determination now? And against the system. Because while I am grateful for everything you have done for me, I can't put my life aside and just blindly follow your every order. I promised Momo and Okiko I would have been there and I can't betray their trust in me. Does the host love them? The entity asked. A lot, system. The host still has to go through the mission the system has decided for him, so the system is offering an alternative. The host will go to another dimension tonight after closing hours instead of tomorrow at dawn. Thanks to the effects of the different flow of time in the other world, the host will be back by dawn following this world's time flow. This is the system's last offer, otherwise the departure will happen tomorrow morning as previously planned no matter the host's protests. Fair enough, I accept. Sorry for being so stubborn, but I decided it is finally my turn to be the spoiled one. I want the cake and to eat it too, no matter if I have to bake the bloody thing myself. Izuku declared. The system can accept this reasoning, as a future god of cooking bends to the whims of nobody, but only follows their ideals. But for future reference, the system is indeed open to dialogue if a properly made argument is presented to delay a mission. Host and system should not need to fall into quarreling since both want to achieve the same goal. The entity answered, sounding almost pleased. Of course, thank you, the young chef said with a wide smile. Very well. Host should remember that the system only wants to help the host to ascend, and doing so in the most optimized way, but any schedule can be adjusted if both parties involved are ready to collaborate and find a middle ground between their respective needs and requests. Glad to hear that. The feeling is mutual. Good. Sure, the system would also appreciate an apology for the previous outburst of the host. The system is not a tyrannical being bent on making the host dance to any tune whatsoever, and host cannot deny our partnership had always been one of mutual trust and camaraderie. Sigh. Okay. I am very sorry for snapping at you. I promise I will first try to talk things out with you before getting ready for a fight. Izuku said while rolling his eyes. The system only detected a level of honesty of 35% in that statement, but as the mature one between us, the apologies will still be accepted as valid. Whatever makes you sleep at night, 𝐂𝐸𝐽. Izuku's mumbled answer went cut short by a flash of pain similar to a tiny and weak electric shock centered on his left butt cheek. Mature, 𝐶𝐻. As if. The chef muttered in disdain, while returning to work in his kitchen while massaging his abused posterior still stinging a little from the childish attack of the entity. Later that night, after dinner hour, closing time, the restaurant was finally empty as the closing hour approached. In fact, not many people could be seen wandering the streets when night fell and the street lamps outside became the only source of light. But before Izuku could actually begin to close, a lone man entered. Good evening. It was a tall and lanky man with a long beak-like nose and wearing a clearly expensive striped suit. Good evening. Izuku answered with a polite bow. I hope it is not too late. I had to organize a sudden business meeting that ran way longer than anticipated and now I am starving. When I passed by here I remembered some rumors I heard about this small restaurant and decided it was high time I actually tried your dishes. Is it feasible? The man asked with a polite tone and friendly smile. It's okay, just pick a table and I'll be with you in a moment, the chef answered, curious to see Blackie enter sooner than usual to sit under one of the trees in the far back. Host, the system warned him. Yes. Please make him sit under one of the trees, the entity requested. Oh, okay. Thank you, especially for going along with my little selfish request for dinner at this hour, the man said, his smile turning sheepish and embarrassed. I can't say no to an empty stomach. Please do sit at one of the tables under the trees, they have been cleaned already compared to the others. Izuku offered. Thank you, I'll just have some steak, Argentinian, well done. Of course. Izuku answered, leaving for the kitchen just as Whitey walked out by himself to look at the man. The famous relax trees of Yavin Street, I wonder if they really help you relax, the man muttered with an amused chuckle at the thought of such silly superstitions. His expression turned grim as soon as he sat directly under the plant itself. MMI stockpile. The man thought in alarm as he could feel the huge amount of anger and frustration his quirk had stored for a while being siphoned away in a matter of seconds until he felt his reserves run completely dry, and no matter how frustrated he felt about it, even with the hidden amplification ability of his clothes he was utterly unable to rebuild his reserves. The consumption rate of the plants was simply too great for his quirk to overcome. Stay put, kid. It's bad manners running away right after placing an order. Blackie said with his magnetic voice filled to the brim in mockery. What? The dog? Is the plant really doing this? It is not just a fancy rumor, these plants are soul-appeasing trees, also known as soul-cleansing trees. They feed on negative emotions, like the ones you use to fuel your powers. Blackie said, smiling in cruel amusement. You know me then, he asked with narrowed eyes. No, this lord personally does not care enough to even learn your name. You are still not a worthy enemy for me to have a nice fight with, so at best I consider you a non-entity, like any other mortal I see here every day, except for my protégé. All this is just standard procedure, you are not special. The Lord Dog answered, lying down to sleep under one of the trees without a care in the world. Standard procedure, the man muttered, finding himself becoming intrigued at the discovery that there was a plant that was basically the perfect counter to his powers. As he waited for Izuku to finish cooking, he entertained himself by studying the plant that had sapped away his powers. He looked at every leaf, studying the faint runes the veins naturally formed on them, each line and twist and angle. He looked closely at each node of the wood and committed to memory as many details as he could, from the color to the smell and even the unnatural chiming the leaves produced when flicked, a sound complex enough to change tone depending on the force of the flick and where one did hit them. Fascinating, he muttered. He dared not to take a leaf away once noticed the robot missing not a single minuscule movement he made, nor did he try suching tables, as a show of good faith. Here it is, sorry for taking so long. When Izuku finally resurfaced from the kitchen, he delivered the requested steak and took a seat at a table nearby to watch the man eat. Yes, he asked. Sorry if I ask, but did I see you somewhere before? The chef asked. Oh, I seriously hope so. Otherwise my PR team will get an earful from me. I am 𝐒𝐻𝐲 𝐔𝐻𝐝, CEO of Detnerat Company. The man answered, smirking. And leader of the villain group called the Meta Liberation Army. The villain 𝐻𝐻𝐷estro. Izuku added. The steak is not poisoned or drugged in any way, he added once the tense silence between them elongated for way too long. Sigh. Do you know what a chef is, 𝐒𝐻𝐻-san? The young man asked with a sigh. I guess you are going to say they are more than just somebody cooking food. Just like a hero is more than just somebody chasing fame and sponsors. HN. They aren't. The other asked with a challenging tone. Not to me. I treat being a chef like being a hero. I help whoever is in need, in my case, whoever enters that door looking for food. He answered. A hero chef then. Cute. The other answered in sarcasm. Hey. I wish I was that. I always wanted to be a hero, you know. Just not in the current meaning of the term, though. The young chef explained. You were chasing the pure ideal then? 𝐻𝐻𝐷estro asked, looking at Izuku while leaning his chin on his stapled fingers. You can say that I was idolizing the thing, a symbol of hope and a living example of what everybody should aspire to be. A ray of light in times of darkness, the embodiment of the idea that everything will be okay, that there will be somebody ready to share the weight of whoever is in need. I admit it was very childish, but I still believe that a hero should at least try to be that. You can imagine how that already put me at odds with the other kids. Then I had to be diagnosed as quirkless and things got even worse. Izuku explained. Quirkless? Surprised? People always are. I learned at 4 that men are not created equal. At 4, kids at that age are still wetting their bed while I had an epiphany people 10 times that age still cannot grasp. Then at 15 I discovered another facet of that truth, another. Which is? The villain asked, honestly curious. That this world has a hard-on for quirks so pronounced that it's almost comical. Do you know what the quirkless quirked rate is nowadays? 80% of the population of the entire planet has a quirk, and each and every kid born has up to a 90% chance of being quirked. The chef said with a bitter expression. That means that 15% to 20% of Earth's population is quirkless. It means that out of 7 billion people, at least 1,400,000,000 are quirkless. That's basically 14 followed by 8 zeros. That's pretty much equivalent to the total population of India. And we are still literally invisible to society, useless, all because we don't have powers. The Meta Liberation Army wants every quirk to be free and use their powers as they see fit, doesn't it? That was basically the goal of the group when the villain 𝐻𝐻𝐷estro was in charge. I have read his biography, and you yourself still champion those ideals, don't you? Izuku asked. You have. What do you think of it? It was a cry for help, as far as I am concerned. Even if it came from a villain, it was interesting. TCH villain. Please, you seem to be a smart kid. Don't use such labels. The man answered with a tone of contempt. We have always used labels. Some people actually need to label everything to function normally. Normally? Normal? What even is normal? Isn't it odd how society conforms to the old ways of thinking while eliminating anyone who doesn't fit the mold? Especially since we as a species have moved beyond the very notion of normal. We haven't. Ah. Had we moved beyond the normal as a species, as you said, there wouldn't be quirkless. We all would have powers, even if that would mean the return of the normal, just under a different and updated version of the term. Or have you forgotten we quirkless exist, just like everybody else? Izuku asked. I am championing the oppressed, boy. And I am not oppressed. I am always at the bottom of the waiting list for everything because quirked people get special treatment. Before getting a sponsor and opening this restaurant, I could not find a job anywhere, nor could I get a place in a decent university, because this society is so enamored with quirks to pretend to have quirked working everywhere, all just in the tiniest hope that one of your employees will become world-famous heroes and make you shine in their reflected light. You say the quirked are oppressed and can't use their powers the way they want. Let me guess, you even justify villains, do you? They get into villainy because society forces them, it's their only form of freedom. He answered, anger rising, but still unable to channel it into his quirk. Some do, yes. Izuku admitted, surprising 𝐷estro. Some have been abandoned and are just lashing out, that's true, but that is hardly a justification if they don't even try. Oh, really? What about heroes then, eh? They are no saints either. I don't justify heroes acting like greedy morons, and I don't justify villains acting like spoiled children throwing a tantrum, and I don't justify quirkless whining night and day about their misfortune. Doesn't that make you a hypocrite? The villain asked, smirking. Perhaps, but I have long since decided to stop sitting on my butt and wishing for a miracle to change my life. Now I just focus on the path I have chosen at the cost of creating said path myself. If there is none, I may still shed a tear about my lack of quirk, but I am pushing forward towards my goal all the same. And your goal is becoming a chef? The man said, smirking cruelly. A chef is a treasure, Rikiya-san. We make our mission to bring a tiny bit of joy to whoever needs it through their stomach. Our weapons are savoriness and ingredients, and our enemy is an empty belly. That is why I turn a blind eye when vigilantes and villains enter that door under fake identities. As long as one is a customer, I will do my best to fill their stomach, if they show proper manners and food etiquette, that is. So you serve even the villains? 𝐷estro asked, amused. That's your label, not mine. You see villains and heroes, I see full and starving. That's the difference. That's a childish way to see it, boy. Rikiya admitted, chuckling, and finally giving a try to the steak, and actually developing an expression of pleasant surprise. Impressive, he commented while eating. Glad to hear that you like it. So to you a chef is a form of hero then? Once midway through his steak, 𝐷estro addressed a small curiosity of his. Let's say that watching an old friend of mine treat All Might as an example of what he wanted to achieve helped me form my ideal as a chef, Izuku answered, shrugging. Please elaborate, he asked while rapidly finishing his steak, still obviously pleased with the taste. He said that he wanted to be even better than All Might, to have everybody know who he is once he got to the top as the greatest hero ever. Once I realized this, I saw where we were different. He wanted to have what All Might has, I wanted to be what All Might is. Many nowadays treat being heroes as celebrities, having tons of money, fame, sponsors, fans, and all that. I wanted to be a positive role model and teach people to never lose hope, and luckily I saw there were many others like me becoming a hero for those same reasons I used to have. They were only drowned by the vocal minority just looking for cash and popularity. Unfortunately, without a quirk I could not even start studying to become a hero, so I decided to still reach that goal through a different path. By cooking, yes, my teacher had a vision of chefs that pretty much matched my ideals of what a hero should be, so the transition was not that hard. Quite the intriguing way to see your career, but let me tell you a secret, 𝐷estro said with a whisper while motioning him to move closer with a finger. Yes? Izuku asked once close enough to the man's face that the tips of their noses touch. 𝐂𝐩𝐸𝐽. The villain tried to use the knife he was eating his steak with to cut the chef's throat open, but in a surprising show of speed the chef's own knife seemingly phased into being and gently poked the villain's jugular vein, so fast it did not give him a chance to even just initiate his attack. Hey, 𝐷estro heard the young man's voice as if coming from a faraway place, because he was too entranced by the cold light coming from the chef's emerald eyes to notice anything else. Have you ever seen a fierce animal you were sure would never bite? Because I haven't. So why do you think a chef can be easily bullied instead? I said I am quirkless, not that I don't have other skills. The faraway voice said as a fierce red flaming aura enveloped the young chef while a giant figure surfaced from his back in the form of a monstrous gorilla with BLD red fur and boar-like tusks, a creature with a body showing off huge muscles barely containing their savage power. AWO, and with a wild roar of the beast the scene in front of 𝐷estro's eyes shifted. He saw a giant table covered in a tablecloth of the finest silk. He saw expensive porcelain plates adorned by a thin border of pure platinum. 3 enormous forks were on his left, 3 giant knives and 2 spoons were on his right, tall glasses of pure crystal finely engraved in leaves towered behind him big like skyscrapers. Above him a gargantuan chandelier decorated in delicate drops of crystal glittered in its own light as if made of solid starlight. The very formal dinner was faintly illuminated by a lone pure white and thin candle, and 𝐷 finally caught on to where he was. He was standing alone in the middle of the plate, in the role of the food and dwarfed by everything around him, every object so big he himself looked small, like an ant in comparison. With a soft, humming laugh a giant figure appeared from the pitch-black darkness surrounding the giant table to sit on one of the regal chairs, a planet-sized titan in the shape of a red-furred gorilla clad in a pure white tuxedo with gold buttons and a BLD red handkerchief tucked elegantly in the suit's BRST pocket. Brandishing a knife and a fork while maintaining the air of a gentleman, the beast sat at the massive table with royal composure and its back straight. The monster had simply surpassed the mere concept of top of the food chain, and as it moved to pierce 𝐷estro with its fork to eat him, the creature ascended to a realm even beyond mortal understanding, a predator king. Tak. Echen. That was when Izuku brought a small dish with a piece of paper on it, the bill, and awoke the dazed villain with the soft cling of the dish on the table. Here is your bill, thank you for choosing the Green Cloud restaurant, the chef said, nonplussed, returning to his kitchen with the empty plate. Thank you for the meal, 𝐷 answered with a thoughtful tone. He silently left the requested money plus tip and exited the restaurant that immediately closed behind him and turned off the lights, along with dropping the drapes to obscure the view inside. The villain simply stood there to observe the outside of the building. Sir, a voice said from a limo nearby as soon as the car stopped next to him. Who. In answer 𝐷estro conceded himself an amused chuckle once he got into the limo and felt it move. Do I take you home, sir? The driver asked. Yes, please. So, what about that kid? The woman sitting in the seat in front of 𝐷 asked. It was a meeting way more intriguing than expected, the villain answered, chuckling once more. Oh, really? Indeed, curious. Apparently even a quirkless can be liberated. It was a nice surprise, let me tell you, 𝐷estro admitted. Liberated? Him. In his own way he was, in a sense. See if we have somebody that can keep tabs on our little chef from afar, he instructed, using the frustration and anger at the memory of the plant stealing his stockpile and of the moment of weakness Izuku dared to make him feel to rapidly rebuild his reserves of power. Okay. Why for? The woman asked, confused. I am still a bit on the fence about him, but after his little show of skills I think we can put him in either category. He will either be a new asset to add to our organization or yet another bump on the road that will need to be removed. It will all depend on how smart he really is when the time comes for him to choose where to stand. I'll see what I can do. We should have a couple guys good at both spying and corpse disposal. Thank you, much appreciated. 𝐷estro answered, his smirk becoming full of malice once looked back to see the restaurant disappear behind a corner when the car sped away. With Izuku, okay, the ultimate routine worked as intended and made sure intimidation forced him to stay put and not start trouble. I can finally use it again. Izuku said with a sigh. Thank you for warning me about that guy. The host should always know when he is dealing with a hero, a villain, or a vigilante, so to act accordingly. The system will then take care to assure the host's safety and the safety of the customers. The system answered, "Thank you, I hope they will stop him soon, though, because a megalomaniac with near unlimited resources is extremely dangerous," the young chef muttered in dismay. He really did read the book biography of the old villain Destro, following his first dream of being a hero himself and so wishing to study a villain's mentality to be better prepared. So he was not lying when he said the book was a cry for help. He only omitted to say that for him the book was the cry of help of a DMN lunatic that needed serious help. I serve heroes and villains alike if they keep their fighting outside the restaurant, but some of them really push it. I am already towing the line with whitey stripping troublemakers. A charge for vigilantism would not help me. He then said with a sigh, recognizing that his philosophy as a chef was a double-edged sword, all things considered. He knew he was calling on himself way too much attention from both sides of the good vs evil battle raging every day outside his beloved restaurant, but by now it was far too late to stop it, unfortunately. He could only brace himself and hope for the best. Host can rest assured, a god of cooking is beyond a small squabble like the one between heroes and villains. Your path will push you beyond, towards goals above their petty squabbles, the system declared. I would kill to have just 1/10 of your conviction, you know. Izuku admitted. One day host will realize he is indeed skilled beyond this world's finest. For now you need to prepare for your next ingredients hunt, host. Soon the teleportation array will activate and bring you to another world. I know. Where am I going this time? Tianfa continent, host. There you will be tasked to learn how to replicate a typical recipe of the capital, Starlight City, and capture the ingredient known as Thunder Phoenix. As always, the system will make sure the host will be able to comprehend and speak the world's language upon arrival. The time dilation has already been set. 12 days in that world will equal 12 hours in this. Host has 12 days to capture the ingredient and learn the typical recipe. Any extra ingredient will be counted as extra experience points. Work hard, young man. Thunder Phoenix. Izuku asked. Correct. Host can compare its meat to jewel meat in terms of quality, as the king of chicken meat. As long as the ingredient is fed pure storm lightning, the creature will keep its immortality and be reborn shortly after each death, thus acting as an endless source of meat. So it's like a normal phoenix, only it is reborn from lightning instead of fire. Correct. Upon capture, the storage area will be equipped with the perfect environment to assure the purest lightning to feed the ingredient and assure its continued existence. Okay, how long do I have to get ready? Izuku asked. 30 minutes, host, the system answered. I'll prepare cooking equipment and some minor ingredients, just in case, the young chef muttered in answer while hurrying to get ready, and when he was ready he stood in the middle of his kitchen with Whitey nearby and his heart drumming loudly in his ears. Bang! 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 That was also why he almost jumped out of his skin when somebody started to violently punch his door. What the hell? Intruders! Whitey declared with his eyes turning red and flashing. Izuku, open. Please open. Please. HIC. Sob. Open, I beg you. Sob. Izuku, a female voice begged from outside between sobs of despair. Nejaya. The young chef uttered in confusion, and once unlocked the door he went thrown on the ground by the woman pouncing on him to hug his chest tight enough to almost snap his spine and bury her face in his shoulder, drenching it completely in tears in a matter of seconds. Nejaya. What's wrong? He asked while watching the restaurant's doors closing by themselves and getting locked tightly. Mirio told All Might we broke up. And now everybody is angry at me. They are calling me an ingrate and unselfish. Nejaya gurgled out. Her hands were clawing his chef robes so tight she almost managed to tear a hole in them. Calm down, what do you mean angry? Izuku tried asking. Initiating teleport array preparations. Uncaring of the situation, the system actually started drawing the circle of runes around them both. Wait, the young chef shrieked in horror. They say I am selfish. That I should have waited for Mirio instead of putting more pressure on him. I was not adding pressure. I just wanted to mean something to him. To have what other couples have. To have a normal relationship. With kisses and dates and hugs. 𝐂𝐸𝐻 was unaware of the light particles now circling around her. 𝐂𝐸𝐻, this is not a good moment. Izuku tried saying as the light was now turning blinding. I just wanted my boyfriend to love me back. Wah. I want to be loved. To be cherished. Wah. Deaf to his pleas, the young woman finally let loose her grievances as her heart fully broke down to pieces, with not enough tears to show the true depths of the pain she felt. Teleportation array ready. Beginning dimensional travel. The system declared as reality started dissolving around the duo. Goddammit. It was rare for Izuku to curse, but even he had to do it in such a situation when 𝐂𝐸𝐻 and him landed in the middle of a giant and empty grassland. Why? Why? I just wanted Mirio to return my feelings. To love me back just as much as I loved him. The girl kept raving in sorrow. He had just technically kidnapped somebody in another dimension. Now not only did he have to comfort a truly heartbroken girl that had apparently been accused of selfishness for breaking up with a boy not even trying to return all her awe-inspiring love and devotion, but he also had to explain to her why they were in another world and that they won't be back home before he completed his mission. Or at least not before spending their 12 days. All this with the addendum that he will probably need to disclose with her the true nature of his sponsor, his powers, and who knew what else as well, something he had not done with anybody else besides his parents. Oh, for F's sake, Izuku cursed again with a low voice as 𝐂𝐸𝐻 was still crying her eyes out on his chest, so deep in desperation to have not noticed a bloody thing. To think his day had started so well. Meanwhile, in front of Green Cloud Restaurant, Shigaraki had finally reached the front of the restaurant. Around him there was complete silence as the road was devoid of people, and unknown to him the system had made sure even the ones spying on Izuku wouldn't be able to get in the way. All under the explicit request of Blackie that was now walking out of the restaurant to sit on his haunches in front of the villain. You are late. This lord has been waiting for your visit for days. What gives you such shameless thick skin to have Emmy wait for you? The Lord Dog asked, huffing in annoyance. I had to wait until Kurogiri was distracted enough to organize our little gift for that hero girl your owner loves so much, but you. I will deal with you myself. Personally. Shigaraki spat in answer. Ho ho ho. So you think you can actually be so bold as to tell me you will hurt the woman of my protege? A woman my poor has defended once already. And what makes you believe you have the qualifications needed to perform such an insulting act towards me? Especially after openly telling me your wish to do so. Who do you think you are to threaten your Lord Dog so casually? Blackie asked, looking at the villain with eyes full of derision. I am the guy that will kill you, Fleabag. You got me once, but even moderators fail. You are not gods. Shigaraki answered with a deranged smile. Boom. In answer, an unseen force slammed the villain onto the ground and kept pushing down until a crater formed around him, all the while Blackie enjoyed Shigaraki's groans of pain and his futile attempts to move even just a finger. Foolish boy. You are overestimating yourself and underestimating both this lord and the chef ruling the restaurant behind me. Blackie answered, and with a gentle pat of his exquisite paw a new wave of invisible power hammered down on Shigaraki, making him bounce upward from the ground and land on solid ground next to the hole dug by his body. Groaning in pain, the villain managed to stumble back to his feet, only for the Lord Dog paw to elongate in an unnatural way like a WHP to pat him on his head, forcing him to kneel down on the notes of his knees, almost snapping in two under the weight. As he stood there kneeling in a daze, Blackie slowly moved closer to him with his elegant cat-like steps and looked straight in the villain's eyes. You won't hurt that woman, or me, or the kiddo managing this restaurant, nor anybody else he deems precious or family. Do you wish to know why? Because you are not a threat, an enemy, or even just a small annoyance. And you will never be. Blackie explained with a very human-like smirk surfacing on his face. Just you wait, Shigaraki tried saying, weakly lifting his hand to touch the dog and getting it swatted away by an uncaring swat of the dog's paw, and even then, that small pat snapped several fingers of the villain in multiple points. Unfortunately, his scream of pain fell on deaf ears. Ho ho ho, how amusing. Listen well, boy, you are alive here and now just because this Lord Dog finds you entertaining. I find your bouncing at every gentle caress of my paw amusing, nothing more. You are only a plaything, a toy. The Lord Dog declared with a chuckle. A toy, the downed Shigaraki muttered with a weak voice still full of hatred. Yes, child. That is all you are in this world, your Lord Dog's pastime. Now do your job, toy, and bounce for your lord. The dog answered, lifting his paw a little and gently patting forward towards Shigaraki. And the same unseen mighty force shot Shigaraki away and against the wall of the building across the street. Boom! Just enough strength to leave a faint imprint of the young man's body on the concrete, but before the villain could even just start falling down after literally bouncing away from the wall, Blackie's paw patted forward again. Boom! Shigaraki's body went slammed again against those bricks, at the exact same point, turning the imprint just a tiny bit more clear. Boom! He is bouncing me, the young man thought, the pain so high his mind was actually unable to fully process it, and yet his instinct could tell Blackie himself was somehow stopping him from falling unconscious no matter the overwhelming agony. Boom! I am his toy, the villain thought as yet another caress bounced him against the wall. Boom! His bones broke and his testicles burst to shreds once again. Boom! I am a toy. Boom! His clothes became rags and a mouthful of blood exploded violently out of his mouth. Boom! I am not a threat. Boom! His skin broke apart everywhere and his teeth flew away one by one. Boom! I am a dog's toy. A dog's toy. His body was utterly covered in bruises and cuts and blood started slowly dripping down from his every pore. Boom! Hoo. You really bounce well, toy. Blackie said with a soft chuckle. Boom! I hate you. 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 It was either brain damage or just broken pride, but Shigaraki's mind finally lost the very last bit of sanity it still possessed, and putrid hatred flooded the villain's entire being. Does this lord look like somebody that cares if his toy hates him? Be real. Child, you are just not worth my attention besides being my plaything. The last paw strike did not make Shigaraki bounce, but it fully pushed him deep enough inside the wall to leave him stuck there like a sick form of decoration. Ah. Yes, child, I can read your thoughts. And I still don't care about you. Blackie said with a canine smile that fully showed the sharp teeth he possessed. That was fun, good job entertaining this Lord Dog a little before his sleep. I will wait for your next visit so to bounce you again. Toy, you are indeed good at giving me a few laughs. You are dismissed. Blackie declared with a loud yawn. I hate woof. The short bark of the Lord Dog did not sound mighty or deafening from outside, but it had in itself a world-ending power that slammed on Shigaraki's body hard enough to send him through the wall he had been pinned against, but instead of landing inside the building, at the same time he broke through, the same bark had blasted open a hole in the void for the villain to fly through to be transported right in the middle of the small bar acting as the secret base of the League of Villains. And with a loud cacophony of breaking glass, Kurogiri and the others were roughly awakened by their leader's arrival, and when they bolted out of their rooms to check on the source of all that noise, they found the unconscious Shigaraki lying on the floor in a broken heap and still getting bombarded by the various bottles of liquor falling down from the cabinet behind the counter he had crash-landed onto, each full bottle landing on a random part of Shigaraki's body and shattering on impact, to drench him and cover him in glass shards. What the hell happened? Twice asked. Call the doctor. Emister won't like this, Kurogiri answered with a tone of misery. With Blackie, idiot child, the gulf in power between me and you is even more vast than the distance between heaven and earth. Stop deluding yourself about the measly power you have. Soon this lord will grow bored of you, then you won't have your role as toy to keep you safe. The dog muttered, shaking his head and entering the restaurant to sleep inside once the doors opened by themselves to let him in and then close and lock for the night. Nobody will know what transpired that night, villain or heroes or island alike. Even Shigaraki won't be able to alert the League of Villains that the surprise attack on Momo they organized during the sport festival will result in a disaster if they don't abort the plan. He will wake up from his unconsciousness far too late to warn them about the danger. As for Izuku, he was still helping Nejiya recover from her breakdown, and the chef was secretly dreading the moment when she will finally notice the change of scenery around her and will demand a well-deserved explanation. Make time. Each one takes place between chapters minor ingredient hunting scenes EP1, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐻 curry rice. Another world, forest. A strange humanoid goat wearing long robes and sporting a long braided beard was at the moment cackling maniacally while talking to a small group of colorful ponies. It's over. Finally my greatest creation is ready to be unleashed. My super cockatrice's army will swarm everywhere and bring forth my revenge. You all will become mere garden ornaments in my new kingdom. Equestria is done for. Why ha ha ha. The goat man declared, with his maniacal laughter echoing everywhere. We will stop you, Gothenburg. The purple pony at the head of the group answered with pure determination. Try if you can. Each cockatrice of my army is as big as an adult bear, and I command over 300 of them. You can't defeat me. The goat man answered, unafraid, and unclasping a twisty horn from his sides to blow on it. Come, my servants. Barrow. I don't like this, the orange pony with a cowboy hat admitted. We will pull through if we fight together, girls. As always. The purple one answered. Where in Tartarus name are those stupid birds? I said to come here. The goat man hissed in anger. Baroo. Have you checked if the batteries are in? The pink pony of the group asked, curious. Pinky, horns don't need batteries, the blue Pegasus commented, rolling her eyes. Maybe his needs them. Finally something made its way towards them, a giant chicken purple in color and with a lizard tail, and while big as a bear, the animal also looked to be scared out of its mind. At least one showed up. Attack them, now. The goat ordered as soon as the cockatrice ran past him. Swaying. To everybody's horror, though, a flying crescent blade of pale white energy also flew past the goat man and caught the cockatrice fully, and under their wide eyes the animal's body went seemingly disassembled in an instant. Feathers scattered away in the wind undamaged, then the skin peeled off from the thing by itself like a dress and the meat got cut and separated into perfect cuts without a single drop of BLD, leaving behind a perfectly clean skeleton that instead of dropping dead simply kept running away until it disappeared from view. Plop. Said cleaned meat fell in an orderly manner, neatly separated in the various cuts normally associated with common chicken, plus an extra one for the skinned and cut lizard tail. Then the BLD finally started pouring out on the floor. Got the last one. With this, all 300 have been processed, exceptions made for that male and female I left untouched for future breeding. That was also when Izuku and Whitey made their presence known, with the chef collecting the cuts of meat, unfazed. Both the ponies and goat man were a bit too stricken to utter even a sound. Oh, good evening. You must be the locals. The young chef said. You killed it. The cream-colored Pegasus asked with a broken voice, as if very close at having a mental breakdown. The chickens, you mean? Yes, I need them for my restaurant. Don't worry, I'll be on my way soon. The portal for my dimension should open in a moment. Izuku answered. You destroyed my army. For food. The goat man asked with a furious roar. I didn't know it was your army. I was just told to come here and collect as many cockatrices I could for my restaurant. I thought they were just wild ingredients. You know, to make curry rice. Izuku answered with a weak smile. My super cockatrices. The results of 50 years of sleepless work. Destroyed for some curry rice. The goat man yelled in outrage. I am sorry. 𝐔𝐬𝐽. With a deafening roar of madness, the goat man tried jumping the young chef to maim him with his own hands. Clang. The assault though went stopped immediately by Whitey's hand clamping hard around the goat man's throat to lift him effortlessly. Troublemaker, cease your attack towards the host, or you shall be stripped as an example to others, the robot ordered with his eyes shining red. Unhand me, you puppet. Wait. My magic is not working. The guy tried saying while lighting up his hands in a dark blue aura that evaporated as soon as it appeared once it got in contact with Whitey's body. Troublemaker is not complying. Beginning stripping protocol and standard beating. The robot declared while grabbing the front of the goat man's robes. Is that thing -SIP? Holy Faust, he got stripped naked for real. the mares yelled as one while covering their eyes. "No! At least spare me the humiliation," the goat man yelled in tears. "No!" Whitey answered, and with a thundering boom, his giant fist impacted with the goat man's face to slam him headfirst into the ground, burying the guy elbows deep into the gravel and leaving him there with his feet up in the air, unconscious. "I am really sorry for the sad spectacle, but I really must go," Izuku admitted with a sigh. "Wait. Did you really have to kill those poor animals? I imagine that you can't accept other beings eating meat, being horses and all, but I serve people that do eat meat, and since I have a restaurant to manage, I had to hunt those animals. My sponsor as well was adamant in me capturing those cockatrices and those strange giant translucent bears. I had no choice," he answered, sighing. "Giant transluc. You killed a Ursa." The purple one shrieked. "Ursa can die," the blue Pegasus asked with a whisper. "That's the first time I hear that," the orange pony answered, unsure. "6 of them, actually. I kept 2 alive for breeding. I was told their meat was good for my red braised bear meat recipe and for making hamburgers." "Are they an endangered species? Because I made it clear I won't have hunted those," Izuku asked, afraid. "No. Those are pretty much natural forces. I have hunted worse," the young chef blurted out. "What?" And with that admission, a circle of light appeared around Izuku and Whitey to take them away back to Izuku's original world, leaving behind a confused group of mares, one crying for the death of those poor cockatrices, and another having a crisis at learning that what she thought she knew about the world was instead wrong. When they later tried to ask a friend of theirs for help, a lizard-dragon thing with mismatched body parts, with the intention to call the chef back in their world for further questioning, a large black plump dog appeared in Izuku's place, and the animal looked extremely cessed at being summoned in another world mid-nap. But the full retelling of the worldwide effortless beating Blackie gave to literally everybody in that world's so-called princesses and lords of chaos disharmony included, leaving them all within an inch of their lives before returning to the Green Cloud restaurant by himself, is a story for another time. Dimensional Travel Arc Part 2, A Phoenix Rebirth. Dormitories, Mirio's room, had one looked inside the small bedroom of the dormitories reserved to the upper years of UA, nobody would have seen the legendary pro-hero All Might and the young man he openly declared to be his successor. Whoever entered the small bedroom would have just seen 2 chastised kids sitting on the bed with their heads low and Sir Night Eye staring down at them with an expression of disgusted disappointment. Mirio was also sporting a brand new black eye courtesy of his old friend Tamaki that had used Mirio's own trust in him to deliver a swift answer to the blonde retelling of the reason behind Nejia's disappearance 2 hours prior, before flying out of the window to look for the missing girl. "So, let's have a recap, shall we?" Night Eye said with a tone both acidic and cold, and the 2 heroes he was looking down upon had at least the decency to flinch and lower their heads even more. "You," he said, pointing at Mirio, "lied and kept secrets from a girl you professed to love because you didn't trust her enough to share the secret behind your quirk's mutation. A very poor excuse we will soon also go through," Night Eye said with narrowed eyes. "Mr. Toshinori told me to keep the secret at all cost," the hero student muttered. "I will soon tear Toshinori a new one. Now it's your turn," the other replied, and surprisingly Toshinori seemed to crumple in on himself and try to become even smaller than Night Eye no matter his immense sizes. "You lied to her, Mirio. To the girl you said was the most important person to you. A girl I was told by your common friend was being incredibly patient with you. And somehow I too helped in causing this fracture between you two, but in my defense you never once told me you were already occupied with her when I called you. Young Mirio's training - it's not the be-all end-all, Toshinori. All for one is out there, yes, but forcing things to go faster doesn't make results show up faster. Young Heido should have just been more understanding and patient," Toshinori muttered. "Nobody can be that patient, Toshinori. Nobody can put their entire personal life on hold. Nobody is you. We all have our limits, our breaking point." The way Night Eye said this while looking straight at Mirio made the young man pale considerably. Yes, I know." "Know what?" Toshinori asked. "It is not a matter we will discuss tonight. Now I want to know what caused the protégé of A dear friend of mine to disappear like that. Ryukyu is beside herself in worry and is still combing the city to find Miss 𝐿, and you two should thank God her worry is overruling her anger for now. She is still part dragon, and tearing you two to shreds will soon become her new priority once she has found her in turn. Night Eye answered. Me and young 𝐼𝐼 may have said some unpleasant things to Miss 𝐻𝐻𝐻 when we talked. Toshinori admitted with a defeated tone. Like her being a hypocrite for not waiting. For asking just the bare minimum explanation as to why her own feelings were being put aside. Asking why she was being taken as a commodity. There may have been a selfish in there as well, but Mr. Toshinori is not at fault. He just misunderstood the situation. 𝐼𝐼 muttered. With how you were whining and crying on yourself, it was not hard for somebody with zero social skills like him to misunderstand. The man replied, sighing in dismay. I do have social skills. Toshinori tried saying. And quirkless pigs fly. Stay quiet and wait your turn, you have caused enough damage as it is. Night Eye snapped. Yes sir, the muscled giant muttered with a weak voice. Now. This is what is going to happen. You two will apologize to that girl as soon as we find her, on your knees if you must. Then 𝐼𝐼 will come clean to 𝐿 about one for all in excruciating and complete details. If she will give you a second chance, then everything will be okay and we will just forget this whole incident. But if she still wants nothing to do with you and Toshinori, then you two will keep a minimum distance from her of 50 meters and not bother her unless she starts a conversation first or unless absolutely necessary. Are we clear? Night Eye ordered with not a shred of mercy to be found in his tone. Yes sir, both blondes answered, utterly defeated. Very well. This farce has gone on for far too long. It's time for me to personally return some common sense in this mess, since you two apparently are not mature enough yet to be left on your own devices. I am taking over. Objections? No, sir. Good. Also, if in the meantime we look for Miss 𝐻𝐻𝐻, something has happened that resulted in her being hurt or worse, I will personally enact punishment on you two. 10 times over. So pray she doesn't even have a hair out of place when we find her. The pro-hero declared with a dark tone, and his victims found themselves fervently praying nothing happened to 𝐿 in the few hours she had been away. Meanwhile, other dimension, TNFA continent, forest, 𝐿 was lying on her side completely paralyzed, able only to blink as she watched Izuku work on a giant dead creature to cut it in various parts. She had been apparently transported into a different world while clinging to the young chef, and while at the beginning she thought it was only a matter of simple teleportation, she soon saw 2 moons hanging in the sky, flying rock formations and mutated animals she was sure were not original of her home world, along a waterfall flowing in reverse, and many other strange sights in the 2 days they had traveled towards Izuku's destination. The lightning-spitting purple leopards they met, for example, were already a telling sight, as that sort of thing would get on the media on a regular basis, considering how obscenely rare it was to find quirks on animals. When she finally asked for details, Izuku explained what was happening behind the scene of Green Cloud Restaurant and himself, like his isekai as Zeus in another world, how that was not the first time he had traveled to another dimension to find ingredients to add to his storage and breeding area for his restaurant, and he even showed her part of his hidden skills. It was after the 3rd day of travel passed and they were just camping by the fire that things went pear-shaped. She had asked if his girlfriend knew about all of that, and when he had said he was still keeping everything a secret, 𝐿 kind of went on a rant against him, and said very bad and rude things about him. Surprisingly, he had taken it all in stride with not even a frown and just waited for her to finish insulting him. Then he asked a simple question with a very bored tone. So it's right when your beloved 𝐼𝐼 does it, but we others have to be paragons of virtue instead. You sound like a hypocrite here. To her shame, 𝐿 had, in a moment of blind anger, tried shooting him with one of her quirk spiral cannons, but it was a weak one. Honest. He replied by simply disappearing from view and hitting her in the chest with the knuckles of 2 fingers from his right hand. A simple tap and she went down limp like a sack of potatoes, unable to move or talk, and she kind of had a lot of questions to ask after experiencing that on top of the 100 of thousands still lingering in her head. And she couldn't ask a single one. It was so frustrating. Now there she was, after watching him take on a flock of at least 6 bison-like beasts the size of those English double buses and covered in a carapace thick enough to shame a tank, and he defeated them all alone and barehanded, knocking them down in just a couple minutes while his robot bodyguard just stood by 𝐒𝐲𝐻 to protect her just in case. And now she was wondering why a quirkless like him was not in UA all the same even without powers, seeing that such a label meant nothing to him. Whoosh! A lively fire was soon burning in front of her once he was finished removing the last bison's carapace using the strange bone knife he could summon from the tattoo on his wrist at will. Then he made everything fade away and disappear like magic. So many questions. Must ask. Must know. Have you calmed down? 𝐒𝐿 finally asked, having cut a big slab of rock into an extremely thin disc with that same knife. Sigh. Blink once for yes and twice for no. He gave a sigh and asked again. In the meantime he also positioned the disc of rock on the fire and was continuously flipping it over. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 just gave a groan and blinked once. Good. I will unlock you, but at the first sign you are even just thinking of attacking me, I will block you again and just drag you along until I have completed my mission. The young chef said, studying her face for a few seconds, then poking, for the lack of a better term, the back of 𝐒𝐲𝐻's skull, right at the base of her neck, and the girl felt her body return responsive. Ah! I can move! She exclaimed once done some test vocalization while moving her limbs around. Yes, that is normal. 𝐒𝐿 answered, unimpressed, while selecting a piece of bison meat and recalling it from the system storage to cut it into several thick steaks. What was that? How can you block somebody like that? How does it work? Why do you go to other worlds? What's with your sponsor? Why do you say you are quirkless? If you are quirkless, then how can you do those things? What is your knife made of? How can you summon it from a tattoo? What is that animal? Why does it have a carapace? Are you going to eat it? Why did you not tell your girlfriend about this? Why dash breath? The young chef begged once he found a long enough hole in that barrage of questions to stop her. Was I like that too when I was still a hero maniac? He also thought in worry, having finally seen the thing from the outside. But I need to know. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 answered with a very distraught expression. Sigh. Okay. I used knocking to block you and capture 2 of those bison alive for breeding. It is basically me attacking nerve clusters and pressure points of the body to make it stop moving, among other things, as it has a huge variety of effects. You just watched me fight against armored bison, a beast of this world I decided to capture as an extra since I am given extra experience points based on the number and quality of ingredients I capture during these sorties. We are here because my sponsor is an extra-dimensional being that decided to help me become the best chef of our world, and in order to do this, I am required to go hunting for ingredients into other worlds. In exchange, this entity I have no clue how to physically describe makes me stronger. I literally level up like in a video game. That is why I talk about experience points. I am quirkless, but not powerless. After my life as Zeus, I now possess 𝐒𝐻𝐽 cells, a more advanced form of cells compared to normal humans, giving me another set of powers, besides strength and speed. The knife is made with the bone of some stupidly strong monster. That is why it can cut everything and can be hidden in a tattoo on my wrist. That should be all. That is a lot to take in. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 admitted. You asked. You may not believe it, but sure as the sky is blue, I am living it. 𝐒𝐿 answered. You didn't tell me why you are keeping this a secret from your girlfriend and family, she then said. 𝐒𝐿. I am afraid, okay. He admitted with a shaken breath, and the girl saw the fire reflect on the tears that threatened to spill from his cloudy eyes. Afraid of what? At that question the girl moved to sit a bit closer to him. I am afraid that they will ask me to stop. That they will declare this too dangerous and demand me to drop everything. But I am not a porcelain doll. I don't want to abandon another dream. He answered. They are just worried about you, they fear you may not be able to keep on doing this. And I am supposed to live in a bubble so to make them sleep well at night. What makes their happiness more important than mine? And what makes yours more important than theirs? 𝐒𝐲𝐻 asked back, voice soft and gentle. Mine is not more important than theirs, I am just afraid they won't try to understand. I said that they won't try to understand, not that they can't. I trust my family and Momo and her family with my life. I am just afraid they won't trust me and my skills enough to not try to stop me. I guess we both are on the same boat. We trust our loved ones completely, but they in exchange don't trust us enough to give us a chance, 𝐒𝐲𝐻 muttered while hugging her knees close to her chest. I can tell you what 𝐼𝐻𝐸 is keeping a secret from you, if you want, Izuku said. And how do you know? My sponsor. It saw me knowing this as important to understand why I was told by All Might that nothing could help me become a quirkless hero before my isekai happened. Your sponsor is strange. Imagine Chulhu. Then imagine the guy has a cousin that is obsessed with cooking and there you have my sponsor. Creepy. I know there must be a reason why he never told me. But by now I want to have a clear picture of the situation. No, I need to understand. What is this grand secret? Are you sure? Yes. Sigh. To put it simply, All Might can pass his quirk to other people. He passed it to 𝐼𝐻𝐸 because he saw in him a powerful heir already able to use most of the quirk's power immediately without needing much initial training. But Toshinori was also afraid of people knowing his quirk could be passed to others, so he told 𝐼𝐻𝐸 to keep it a secret just so to not have the wrong sort of people demand the quirk to be handed over. I guess 𝐼𝐻𝐸 then took that being a chosen one as some divine mission, that is why even you were not told. That's it? 𝐒𝐲𝐻𝐸 asked in disbelief. Yep. It's not even a matter of matching a fixed set of criteria. Toshinori could have chosen anybody, but one day he saw 𝐼𝐻𝐸 and said, he will do, and the rest is history. And I was not deemed trustworthy of knowing such a simple thing, she asked, shock clear to be seen on her face. You should ask them, I only know how the quirk works. Izuku answered, shrugging. You told me you work for an eldritch being beyond human understanding. That you go to other dimensions. That you had a second life during a coma where you gained superpowers. How is that okay to share compared to I inherited All Might's quirk? Please don't tell a soul. Your secret is bloody gigantic compared to 𝐼𝐻𝐸's and you still shared it with me. And we have been friends for just a couple weeks. 𝐒𝐲𝐻𝐸 shrieked in disbelief. Beats me. Izuku admitted with a shrug. Also, mine is bigger. He then added with a smirk. This is a serious matter, fool. 𝐒𝐲𝐻𝐸 replied with a playful slap to his shoulder, but a small smile still peeked out on her mouth at his corny joke, and that in itself was a small mission success for the young chef. I was just trying to cheer you up. Izuku, yes. Why did you decide to become a chef after waking up with that strength? With powers like those you could have become a hero even without a quirk. 𝐒𝐲𝐻𝐸 asked. You can call it revenge, in a sense. Revenge. When I was a kid I wanted to be a hero, yes, but I wanted to become one on my terms, my way. When I was told I had absolutely no chance to become a hero without a quirk I was devastated. I had lost the only thing I wanted in life, the only future I envisioned for myself. Izuku explained, his voice was void and dull. Then the coma happened. 𝐒𝐲𝐻𝐸 asked, gently moving his head on her shoulder as a show of comfort. As Zeus I was an average boy, neither strong nor weak. But then I was recognized as a talent for cooking, and was trained as a chef, and as a cooking student I had the exact same chance as anybody else, something I did not have in my original life. My failures would have been my own, and my victories would have been my own. Then as I told you, 𝐶𝐲 happened and everything went down the drain. You were brainwashed, it was not the real you to do those things. 𝐒𝐲𝐻𝐸 answered. I still have flashes of the things I did, and they were all terrible, he answered while shaking. It was not you, it was just a monster borrowing your face. But what does this have to do with your revenge against the heroes? That is very childish. I just decided that if they did not want me as a hero when I was powerless, then I did not want them after gaining powers. I never asked for an easy way to be a hero, I just wanted a chance to either fail or succeed, and since I could not even have that, as soon as I got powers and understood that the guys in charge would have liked to treat me like a new and easily marketable hero, I just turned my back to them and opened my restaurant instead. I decided to help people in the way I came to enjoy, with good food. Izuku answered. That's very childish. And yet I am happy. Don't be mistaken, it hurts a lot whenever I remember that I could have been a hero if only I was born with a quirk, but I am still pushing forward and I don't regret a thing. Then the system arrived. 𝐒𝐲 said with a sigh. Yep. And now between healing, cooking and utility dishes I risk calling on me even too much attention. The young chef admitted, groaning. But it also means you can become a hero once again. 𝐒𝐲 offered. Can I? Do you want to? Do I even have what it takes? If Endeavor is a pro hero, anybody can become one. Are you trying to cheer me up? He asked, smiling weakly. Maybe, she replied, smirking. Sigh. Now that I managed to put that dream behind me, maybe it's destiny, you have to become a hero, in one way or another. Maybe as a chef instead of heir of All Might. The girl offered. That is honestly scary. I just want the simple life of a chef. Now give me a hand, as a peace offering, you will help me see what recipes the bison meat is good for. Luckily I have a lot of meat to experiment with. Izuku answered, chuckling. I am all for it. But why is it a peace offering? 𝐒𝐲 asked. Because I made you angry, he answered, making her develop a shy smile. I started it by going off on you. Come on. Let's start cooking. I have lots of questions to ask. Okay. I promise I will answer them all. Izuku answered with a laugh, something 𝐒𝐲 was secretly happy to hear. She did not want to ruin her friendship with the young chef, especially because of Mirio. Meanwhile, Starlight City, Emperor's Palace, a man in overly ornate robes sitting a throne sculptured out of the massive skull of a giant beast was at the moment looking at a very old man with sickly-looking yellowed skin completely covered in wrinkles. The living mummy had sunken eyes and yet he was still looking at the scattered bones in front of him in great interest. Ooh. Ho 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 ho. Yees. This is just a confirmation. The vision I had was true. The Oracle of Bones merely confirmed it. So the ancestral Daotai is really about to return? The Emperor asked with narrowed eyes. Yes, my Emperor. The very first Daotai. He who fathered them all. One of his children has been chosen to become the vessel for his rebirth. The extremely old man answered, excited. The greatest monster, the father of hunger, the sum of all greed. So many ominous names for the strongest divine beast, the Emperor said with a malevolent smirk as he rose from his throne to pace around the empty room. And yet his power is unmatched. His rebirth is close to being complete. Your greatness must capture him right after his last molting. That will be the last transformation before his return is complete and the moment when the monster will be at his weakest. Capture the reborn ancestral Daotai right after the last molting, gouge out his heart and fuse yours with it. With both your powers combined, godhood will be yours. The old fossil answered, cackling madly. Godhood. Finally. With godhood in my hands, my reign will truly be eternal. The Emperor said with a similar crazed smile. The birth of a new god. I am assisting in the birth of a new god. The old man said with a worshipful tone. And this new god will remember your assistance. Go call my general and tell him to collect the strongest warriors and beast tamers. The Emperor ordered. Yes, my Emperor. The last molting will show us the way thanks to the monstrous chi it will release. I will personally guide the search. The old man yelled while hurrying outside with swiftness, completely unnatural for somebody looking like a living dried-up corpse. Hoo. An empire ruled by a god. Yes, I like it. It suits me. The Emperor muttered to himself with a feral smile. With Izuku and 𝐒𝐲, several hours later, Izuku was still eating. He had eaten one entire bison beast and was still hungry. The young chef's experiments had been a success. That monster's meat not only was delicious, it was also smooth and tender and with a natural faint smoky taste that really made you crave for more. And that just by roasting it on a hot rock with no condiments. The recipes Izuku created with that meat were all to die for. But how much did 𝐒𝐲 eat? 2 big steaks, that's all, barely 1 kilogram of meat, and that was a new record for her. Izuku. He had just eaten something even bigger than an elephant and was still going strong in chewing. How? She asked with bulged-out eyes after yet another 5 kilograms of steak disappeared in the chef's bottomless stomach. What? He asked back. How can you still be hungry? How much do you eat? It's a secret, okay. He answered, embarrassed. I am already going to keep a big secret of yours, Aizu. May as well add another. She answered. Sigh. I normally eat 200 kilograms of meat, 180 kilograms of carbs, 150 kilograms of fish, 300 kilograms of vegetables, 120 liters of water, 100 liters of cola, 30 eggs, 150 kilograms of dessert and 1 coffee. At lunch. For dinner I repeat that menu, but with more fish than meat. I eat like that every day. I am overeating today because this kind of meat is extremely compatible with my gourmet cells, something that will make them grow stronger faster. Izuku muttered, ashamed. Gourmet cells demand a lot of calories to work, and since mine are slowly recovering from my isekai, they are still weakened. The more time passes, the more I will need to eat. Please don't tell anybody, it's embarrassing. He added. Lift your shirt. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a demanded with a strange, dull tone. What? Lift it. Oh okay, the young chef complied, showing her a set of godly abs so perfect they looked sculptured by hand by God himself. I eat in a week a 100th of what you eat in a single lunch, and I have gained 5 pounds and have to break my back to maintain my figure. And you instead have just eaten an entire monster and still look like a living statue of a Greek god. Why? She shrieked with a red face. I have a good metabolism, he tried saying, choosing the worst possible answer to give to a woman. Got him nit. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a roared in mad fury, and marched to the camping tent Izuku had brought along for his trip to lock herself inside it. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a-chan. No. I am angry at you and at your stupid, I can eat whatever I want and not get fat. Cheat. People like you are my worst enemy. She replied from inside. Will you forgive me if I tell you I can teach you how to do it? I am listening, she said as her head peeked out from the tent in a very adorable way. It's called food immersion. It's something I wanted to teach Momo, but I can teach it to you too, as an apology for dragging you here, even if it was a mistake. Really? Really, he answered. Okay. When will we start? Tomorrow, now I will clean up and go to sleep. Izuku answered. About that, the girl said with a red face. Yes. You keep sleeping outside. You can get in the tent, it's warmer here. If you promise to keep your hands to yourself and don't do anything perverted. She offered with a low whisper. Oh okay, answered the young chef, and once entered the tent with very nervous steps, he moved into a corner of the small thing and fell asleep with both arms straight at his sides so as not to risk getting too close to 𝐒𝐻𝐼a. He still somehow woke up the following day with the girl using his entire body as a living body pillow and extra source of heat. Poor 𝐒𝐻𝐼a will spend hours apologizing for it after they return to walking. The next day, mountains. The wind howled deafeningly in their ears as soon as they walked up the mountains separating them from Starlight City, with snow soon piling up everywhere the higher they moved, and 𝐒𝐻𝐼a was once again impressed and thankful to learn Izuku was indeed so paranoid he packed provisions and equipment just in case he met both very cold or very hot climates, even if the super warm jacket he had took along was a bit too small for her. But in exchange of not freezing to death while wearing only her school uniform, she got determined and finally did zip it closed after a short struggle. Why are you sure you will be fine? She asked between her clattering teeth. I will use it as a form of training, Izuku answered with a strained tone, as his chef uniform was not a proper cover for that freezing cold, but to the girl's surprise the young man's white breath became steadily thinner and thinner until it stopped coming out. In its place he had soon started breathing out small frozen dust. Okay, I still got the breathing technique down, he muttered with a shaky smile. What kind of training can you do by freezing? 𝐒𝐻𝐼a asked, sneezing often and hugging herself. As we speak my gourmet cells are evolving to adapt to this environment. Muscles and fat and every single cell of my body is being modified to minimize as much loss of warmth as possible, and my reserves of calories are being burned to maintain my body temperature. The more time I spend here, the more time my cells have time to adapt and optimize my body's heat management. He answered, hugging himself and shivering a little. Why you are evolving in real time, she asked. Pretty much. Here, come closer. Izuku offered while hugging 𝐂𝐽𝐽 closer and guiding her through the wind, and even with Whitey walking in front of them as a shield of sort against most of the wind, the temperature was still absolutely freezing. Titi, thank you. Normally 𝐂𝐽𝐽 would have refused an offer like that, but any extra heat was precious more than gold to her in that situation, so she clung to the young chef as much as she could. There, that looks like a cave, we will rest there for a bit, Izuku said, pushing her forward a bit to help her trudge through the snow towards the small aperture on the side of the mountain. Hallelujah. Achoo. The young woman cheered with a loud sneeze that rocked her entire body. Cave, 10 minutes later. The small cave used to have a common mountain bear inside, used to since now the animal was being cooked into a stew on the fire. Started by the young chef, with 𝐂𝐽𝐽 sitting so close to the flames it looked like she was trying to immolate herself. It's not much, but Whitey should act as a good enough door to keep most of the warmth inside, the chef said while stealing a glance at the chubby robot standing at the small opening in the rock and acting as an improvised door for the two. Is every sortie of yours so extreme? 𝐂𝐽𝐽 asked, shivering still even after getting even closer to the fire. I think so, the one before this was in a very hot and humid forest. Izuku answered. And you don't want to stop and lose the chance to see new ingredients, to try new tastes. It's not a luxury cruise, yes, but I get to see new worlds and different cultures and creatures. It may not be the gourmet world, but I keep seeing appealing things. I have a level of freedom nobody else has, and I can use it to taste and try new amazing things, he answered, and 𝐂𝐽𝐽 had to admit that the excitement he showed while saying all that and the way the fire made his eyes shine. It was kind of captivating. I am still cold, though, she muttered. Sigh. Here. What he did next made her squeak in embarrassment and turn bright red as he sat next to her, covered them both with a heavy blanket and then hugged her tight to share with her as much heat of his body he could. This is the best I can do, I gave you all the blankets I brought with me, he said with an utterly innocent tone. It should be enough, she answered, and she did feel herself heat up, but she could not tell if it was just the blanket and his hug, or something else. Gwa. Eek. Any doubt though took a backseat as a loud and monstrous roar echoed everywhere. It was so furious and deafening it caused her body to be overcome by primordial fear, so much he hugged the life out of Izuku while Whitey silently watched outside with flashing red eyes and waiting for the attack order. Thump. 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 The steps that passed in front of the cave were impossibly heavy and loud, meaning that whatever had just walked in front of their hiding spot was enormous, so much so that its body had seemingly halted the storm as a whole for the short moment it had passed by their camp. Gwa! The same howl of hunger and madness echoed once again in the cave, slowly losing power as the galloping giant beast ran away from them on the notes of its heavy steps and the gruesome crunching sound of the thing munching on whatever was unlucky enough to cross paths with it. That sounded like something big. Izuku, face still smothered in 𝐂𝐽𝐽's neck, muttered with narrowed eyes fixed on the cave's entrance. And hungry, she added, trying to play off her hugging him to avoid any awkwardness. Hopefully by tomorrow it will be long gone, for now let's eat and go to sleep. Tomorrow we will descend the mountain and finally reach our destination, Starlight City. Izuku answered. That system thing said that passing the mountain was the fastest and safest way. I guess that thing was not deemed a threat big enough to worry about. Somehow. He answered. How? Beats me, the system has very askew standards. Come, let's eat. Oh okay. And don't worry, this time I won't end up hugging you in my sleep. 𝐂𝐽𝐽 promised. She failed. She failed horribly. And Izuku was once again victim of 𝐂𝐽𝐽's full body hug, only this time he also woke up covered by the young woman's very long hair, but the latter was not exactly an issue since they had an amazing scent he found he enjoyed to be smothered in. The following day, it was with a huge sense of relief that 𝐂𝐽𝐽 started seeing the top of the trees of the forest under the mountain and the faint body of a giant city beyond that in the distance, and she became even happier when Izuku climbed on Whitey's back so that they could take a custom shortcut by jumping down every ravine they found instead of looking for paths pointing downward. Like this is faster. Izuku explained with a cheeky smile. Yup. Just moving in a straight line. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a answered while floating behind the robot. The thing instead simply pummeled to the ground, creating a crater at each heavy landing, and that meant they took only 1 hour to descend from the mountain instead of 5 or 6 like normal people. A thing they decided to not comment about was the gruesome spectacle they met along the way, half-eaten creatures and hooves mark measuring several meters in diameter, meaning that the mysterious monster they heard the night prior had gone on a merry slaughter where it had eaten hundreds of creatures and even trees from the forest below before disappearing God knows where far from the city. Fortunately, the forest itself was a vast expanse of trees that grew fairly apart from one another, thus leaving plenty of space for paved roads to be built between them, one of which leading towards the faraway city the duo was now walking on. Izuku said once looked at the sky. What is it? 𝐒𝐻𝐼a asked. It's getting kinda late for breakfast, and is too soon for lunch. Want to go midway? He asked. You mean that brunch thing? Yep. Oh. I always wanted to have one of those. Yes. The young woman answered with shining eyes. Ha 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 ha. Then let's set up a temporary camp. I was not given money worth anything in this world, so we better eat now here. Okay. But what about your mission? You have to learn a dish from this world besides capturing a living animal. The dish part should technically be easy, he answered sheepishly. Ah. You see, we chefs are a kind of prideful bunch. The most famous we are, the most pride we take in our work. So if I find the most famous and snotty chef of that city, maybe I can challenge him in a cooking duel with said recipe as the prize should I win. The only problem will then be winning, but I will cross that bridge when I will get there. He answered. So you are prideful too? 𝐒𝐻𝐼a asked with a smirk. Kinda, I hardly let it go above my head, but I am also always ready to defend my skills. It's okay, the first step is always recognizing that you have a problem. She answered with a mocking tone. Sure, miss, I won the title of Miss UA pageant 3 times in a row. You are the epitome of humility. Hey! I told you that just because I take pride in my being cute, okay? She countered with her face burning red. Yes, yes. You are incredibly pretty, we know. Izuku answered, chuckling. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a's face turned way redder at that admission. Good to see you have good eyesight, she muttered shyly. Halt! It was then that a group of 6 people in heavy armor accompanying a decrepit old man in monk robes resembling a living mummy walked up to them from way ahead. Yes. What can I do for you? Izuku asked, he and 𝐒𝐻𝐼a subtly getting ready for a fight just in case, along Whitey's eyes turning red immediately. Are you 2 travelers? The guard at the head of the group asked harshly. Yes, sir. Me and my fiancé are traveling. He is a wandering chef. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a answered, and it was a miracle if Izuku's eyes did not bulge out at her addressing herself as his fiancé. Oh, man. She is taken. Come on. One of the younger guards in the back hummed in despair. Don't be a PP, a real man doesn't steal another guy's woman. We are not one of those spoiled brats from the clans. The guy's senior answered while slapping the back of his head. A traveler, yes. Uncaring of the banter behind him, the old monk walked closer to the 2. Yes, sir. Izuku answered. The monk muttered while taking out from his robes a long strp of parchment covered in inscriptions and moving it between them and around Whitey. I see. Have you perhaps met a giant creature recently? Met? Not really, heard it gallop in front of our camp. Then yes. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a answered, unnerved by the sight of a mummy speaking with them. Ah. Wonderful. When was it then? Tell me. The monk demanded. Yesterday night, it moved down from the mountain and probably ran through the forest. That direction if we go by the hooves print it left behind. Izuku answered while pointing towards the area he saw from the mountain had the most trees that had been eaten. Yesterday night, and was it eating? Lots, I think. I believe it ate everything it met, trees too. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a answered. Perfect. Simply perfect. It means the time is right. The monk exclaimed with a scary worshipful tone. What? Izuku asked, confused. There have been sightseeings of a very dangerous beast nearby. big as a mountain and extremely hungry. We have been tasked to hunt and secure that beast for the safety of the populace, just in case you better hurry towards the city. Even if ridiculously big, that monster is also fast, so you don't want that creature to set its sight on you. The guard's captain explained. Oh, I see. We were about to set up a small camp to eat something before getting in the city. We have no money, 𝐤𝐽 answered. Why? We got robbed. 𝐒𝐿 answered immediately. You are lucky they only took the money and left your girl alone. If you need a place to stay, look for Spring Flower Inn. The owner is a very generous man. Bring him something of value or offer to work for him in the kitchen and he will let you use one of the rooms he gives to peregrines. It won't be luxurious, but better than sleeping outside. The same soldier answered. Thank you, sir. Both teens answered with a bow. Enough chit-chat. That monster needs to be captured. For the honor of our emperor. The monk shrieked in annoyance while marching forward without even a small nod of farewell. Please forgive him, an important figure he may be, but manners are not his forte. Travel safety and don't stray from the path. And welcome to Starlight City. The captain apologized for the monk before pushing his men forward to chase the crazed mummy in the direction of the mysterious giant monster. Both 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐤𝐽 watched in silence until the strange group disappeared deeper into the forest. Well, that happened. 𝐒𝐿 said with a sigh. This world sure is full of strange people. 𝐤𝐽 admitted. That it is. Let's go set up the camp. I will take care of collecting wood. Okay. Then I will prepare everything else. 𝐤𝐽 answered. Perfect, I will leave Whitey with you, just in case, the young chef answered. You sure? I can defend myself no problem, just as I know you are not weak. Whitey is just to appease my paranoia. I won't let a friend of mine get hurt if I can help it. Just go, knight in shining armor. I'll be safe. 𝐤𝐽 answered, smirking, and yet pleased to see him worry about her, even if there was no need at all. Having separated from both the girl and robot, 𝐒𝐿 walked a bit through the unnaturally silent forest to collect enough wood to start a fire to cook their food, the canopy closing just a bit more than the part above the path so as to cast darker shadows here and there. So silent. I guess that giant creature scared most of the animals into hiding or even fleeing. Not that I blame them, predators as big as that thing do have that effect, he muttered, unaware that there was a pair of lively eyes following his every movement. As 𝐒𝐿 continued to gather wood for his camp, he could not shake the feeling of eyes on his back. However, every time he turned to see what was causing him to feel this way, all he was met with was the silent forest behind him. Shrugging it off, he finished picking up the final pieces he needed to start the fire and decided to head back. On his way back he felt them again, this time accompanied by a soft cry, and decided he would force the owner of those eyes to get closer while gathering a few small rocks as well. Suddenly he heard a branch get shaken. Quickly pivoting on his foot, he used his middle finger to flick a few of the small pebbles in the direction of the noise. Should have got it. He muttered, feeling confident that he got what he thought was following him. Crack! Then suddenly he heard a twig snap from his opposite direction, making him once again turn around and shoot pebbles towards the source of the noise to try to force the culprit out. Crack! Again. Something cracked from behind the chef. Whatever it was very fast and stealthy, even too much compared to the other creatures he had met up until that moment in that world. Whatever it is, it has similar stealth abilities of the licorice viper from the gourmet world. It can erase its presence completely. This is not good. Out of stones he quickly turned again to brace himself for an attack. Mid-turn however he already felt the unexpected weight on his side and fell onto the ground. DMN it. Quickly shoving off his attacker, he stood up getting ready for a fight, only to then stop mid-stance when he looked down at a creature resembling a small white fluffy fox looking up at him with big ice blue eyes. And who you may be? 𝐒𝐿 asked, both cautious and entranced by the sheer cuteness of the thing. The tiny thing answered with pinned down ears and a long whine. The creature the host is now looking at is a Dao Tai. This specimen is currently in rest mode after going through his last molting. It has now reached maturity. If the host wants, now it will be the perfect time to capture it and add it as an ingredient to his restaurant. The creature's state of starvation from the mentally and physically exhausting molting will make it an easy target. The system said. Ingredient. No. If ever, I would prefer keeping him as a pet if he wants. The poor dear is already starving and probably scared from whatever monstrosity destroyed this part of the woods. He doesn't deserve to die like that. And he is just too cute and fluffy. I can't kill it if he looks at me like that. 𝐒𝐿 answered. Is the host aware that a 𝐷𝐷𝐼 eats just as much as he does when in rest mode? The system asked. Is it a problem? 𝐒𝐿 asked back. Not really. Jewel meat will be a perfect food for the 𝐷𝐷𝐼, and once captured, the Thunder Phoenix, that ingredient too will be perfect to raise this creature as the host's beloved pet and companion. The entity answered. Good to know. Now I just need to see if he actually is interested in joining me. The young chef replied with a wide smile. Taking in the 𝐷𝐷𝐼's features, 𝐒𝐿 began to notice many more details compared to when he first glanced at the small animal that now kept studying his every move in great interest. Hey there, little one. I am not your enemy, you know. The chef muttered with a low and gentle tone. The first thing he noticed was the animal's size. The closest thing that could come to mind would be a house cat at best. Crouching down, he slowly lifted his hand towards the 𝐷𝐷𝐼's face to show he meant no harm, and after a moment of cautious sniffing, the animal tilted its head down, allowing 𝐒𝐿 to rub the top of its head. Okay, while this is DMN fluffy. 𝐒𝐿 thought in wonder. The 𝐷𝐷𝐼's fur almost felt like he was touching a small cloud. The animal's fur was most fluffy and longer on the head, chest, back and tail, while the rest of the body was covered by shorter and incredibly smooth fur. Looking closer, the young chef spotted few small cloud-like markings on both sides of the 𝐷𝐷𝐼's torso fur, as if the animal really used to be part of an actual cloud. The last feature he took notice of were the eyes. Now that we moved closer, he could feel a peculiar warmth akin to trust mimicking his own, a feeling that made both chef and 𝐷𝐷𝐼 feel more relaxed with each other. But as 𝐒𝐿 looked closer, he also felt a bone-chilling coldness to them that held a never-ending hunger buried deep inside. Ah. This won't do. You are hungry, don't you? He asked. 𝐶. The small 𝐷𝐷𝐼 answered with a low whine. I see. What about a small snack then? 𝐒𝐿 said with a smirk, and chuckling at the lively way the small thing jumped up and down in excitement. Here, here. All for you. Luckily the system seemed to understand his needs and permitted him to summon a huge chunk of meat from his storage. 𝐿𝐿. The 𝐷𝐷𝐼's eyes shone so bright at the sight of the 100 or so kilograms of meat that for an instant 𝐒𝐿 thought a laser would have actually shot out from the animal's orbs. Rip. Rip. Crunch. It took maybe 3 minutes to the small thing to devour the entire boulder of meat 𝐒𝐿 summoned, no matter the tiny bites the 𝐷𝐷𝐼 was taking with its small mouth, and yet, what would be a shocking spectacle for anybody else, for a chef that did spend most of his life in the gourmet world, watching such a tiny being eat so much and so ravenously was just the norm. So, can I consider us partners? 𝐒𝐿 asked. 𝐿𝐿. To 𝐒𝐿's surprise, the small animal actually took a very clear thinking pose while closing its eyes. Okay, this tiny thing is hella smart then, the young chef thought in wonder. 𝐒𝐿. Having reached a decision, the small 𝐷𝐼 jumped on 𝐒�'s shoulders and wrapped itself around his neck until it bit down on its own tail, and actually fell briefly asleep with a soft, adorable snoring. I'll take that as a yes then, thank you. I think I will call you 𝐵𝐻𝐼, do you like it? 𝐒𝐿 asked. 𝐿𝐿. Again thinking a bit about it, the small 𝐷𝐼 went into silent contemplation before giving a nod and a small like to the chef's cheek. Awesome. Let's go. He said with a wide smile while walking back towards the camp. Who would have thought that this lord would have found a new partner so soon after being reborn? A traveler from another world and a god of cooking candidate to boot. Finally luck smiles upon my egregious persona as well. The small 𝐷𝐼 thought while snuggling closer to his new partner. The walk back to the small camp was rather uneventful after that, and besides Negia's loud squeals of joy once she saw their new companion, nothing much happened while the rest of the morning went on without incidents as they walked towards Starlight City. It was towards the sunset that the girl actually found a small lake to take a bath in, since while the system was helpful enough to keep both her school uniform and her hero costume clean, and 𝐒𝐲𝐻 still did not understand how the entity could summon both set of clothes at will from her closet back in UA, a bath was still a bath. And better yet, Izuku didn't even try to spy on her. And yet she also found the thing a bit of a letdown. Ah. All clean. I feel at peace with the world. And a bit peckish still. I blame 𝐿 training. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 said with a happy sigh, having decided to wear her hero costume just in case they met other soldiers. 𝐬𝐽. The small pet that had joined them welcomed her with a soft whine. Are you hungry, little Shiro? She asked, cooing. 𝐬 the thing answered with his ears lowered. Then let's go find 𝐿, so he will give us some food for dinner, okay? 𝐒𝐲𝐻 offered, and with a giggle she watched the pet turn starry-eyed and dash away. Oh. You know where he is. Let's go. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 said, floating behind the small thing to find the young chef. And walk on him bathing. Without a shred of clothing on. Oh God. I am the pervert. The scene is happening in reverse. The poor girl mentally shrieked in horror, and with wide eyes and a crimson face she grabbed Lil Shiro and hurried away before Izuku could notice she had unwillingly memorized every detail of every inch of his body as the light of the setting sun shone on certain body parts in a very glorious way. When Izuku, dressed again in his chef attire, returned to their small camp, he found a jittery 𝐒𝐲𝐻 looking straight at the fire she made with unblinking eyes and a face so red to look ready to burst to flames. You okay? He asked. Yes, she yelled, still refusing to look at him. Okay. I take from the fire that you and Shiro-kun are a bit hungry. Izuku asked. Why yes. Oh. No problem, we will have an early dinner then. Are you okay with it? Oh of course. What's on the menu? 𝐒𝐲𝐻 asked, finally looking at him with a shaky smile. I luckily brought along a lot of food just in case I took too long to find the city. So we will have sausages. What do you think? Do you prefer them big or small? I even have a truly huge one if you are very hungry. The young chef answered with an innocent smile while summoning the ingredients from the system's storage. Kaya, the poor girl, answered with a loud shriek. She then ran away and hid inside the tent. Something I said? Izuku asked with a confused tone. 𝐬𝐽. Shiro answered. Sigh. Even after living an entire separate life, women are still a mystery to me, the chef admitted with a defeated sigh. 𝐒𝐲𝐻-chan. You did not answer, do you want my sausage or not? Kai-ah. Women, he muttered. Starlight City, main entrance gate. Few hours later, the place was bustling in activity even under the pale light of the full moons above it, with a huge flow of people coming and going from the main gate under the watchful eyes of the guards on the walls and at the immense doors proper. The entire city had a very elaborate and ancient-looking style. That day the two travelers could see lanterns and banners everywhere advertising some sort of tournament that will soon take place somewhere in that giant city. Silently followed by Whitey, both Izuku and 𝐒𝐲𝐻 navigated their way forward towards the center of the city, marveling at the sights and the smells of the numerous food stalls everywhere, or at the people in flowing robes flying freely in the air while riding flying swords, gourds, lances or strange creatures. Crash! 𝐒𝐲𝐻 shrieked at seeing a guy fly out of a window of a nearby restaurant to tumble on the floor like a ball. You are courting death. I am the young MSTR of the Yang clan. That seat was mine by right. The chubby young man that threw the guy out declared with a haughty tone. You fool. If there is somebody courting death, that is you. I am the young MSTR of the Xiaolong clan. That seat is mine. The guy that had just been defenestrated bellowed in answer before launching himself back inside to start a wild brawl between the two and their servants and personal guards. I'll cripple you. No. I will cripple you. Kowtow to me and beg for mercy before I smash your legs. I will smash your sister, you butt. You smashing my sister. I will smash your mother, you piece of SE. Let's just go. Izuku said with a groan. Yeah, we better. 𝐒𝐲𝐻, unnerved to the extreme by the dialogue between the two Morans, quietly followed behind the chef towards what looked like an inn of sorts. That must be the place the guard talked about, he said, pointing at the humble building adorned by tall cherry trees. Please. In memory of our old friendship. There they saw an old man arguing with the owner while carrying an heavily breathing young woman on his back. I am not forgetting that, but with the festival His Majesty the Emperor is organizing, I can't possibly let you use one of our rooms for free, the owner answered with an apologetic tone. Please, my friend. Even just a small one. My granddaughter needs a proper bed to rest in if I want to heal her. I can't. Please understand. Excuse me. It was then that Izuku jumped into the conversation. Yes, the owner asked. Good evening. I am a wandering chef and this is I am his woman. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 said, face turning into a cute shade of red at using the same excuse again. Am I woman? I was wondering if I could exchange some ingredients with you as a way to pay for a room. Izuku, face equally red, asked. Depends on the ingredients. The owner answered with narrowed eyes. Oh. I got some. I can show you. He answered. Very well. Come with me to the kitchen, my chef will judge if what you bring will be worth enough for a room. But if it isn't, don't expect me to not kick you out without mercy. Even the rooms I have for the peregrines are full today. Of course, sir, the young chef answered. Good, let's go. Young man, the old man said, grabbing Izuku's shoulder. Release the host, and Whitey immediately grabbed the man's hand in a crushing hold. The old man uttered in surprise as he failed to break free of the robot's hold, and turned even more shocked when he failed to grasp Whitey's true power, or even Shiro's that was already glaring at him hard enough to almost freeze the guy's blood solid. Whitey let him go. Izuku asked, and luckily the robot complied. What do you need, sir? He asked. Please. If you actually manage to get a room, let us share it with you too. This old man will pay you back. On my honor. But my granddaughter needs medicines and a warm bed. Please, he begged. Oh. Of course. No problem. Izuku answered, especially once seeing 𝐒𝐻𝐈's own begging look. Thank you, my boy. Thank you. The old man looked ready to burst into tears of gratitude as he watched Izuku and 𝐒𝐻𝐈 walk towards the kitchens following the owner. Several minutes later, in room. The room was small and cozy, with several small beds on one side, a small table in the middle and a small fireplace on the floor at the opposite side of the room. It was clearly a very cheap room, but the 4 people using it now did not really care about that. Finally. I can finally help my granddaughter. The old man said in elation. Do you need some help? Izuku asked. No need, my boy. I know what to do. But I still don't know the names of my benefactors. Izuku, my name is Izuku Midoriya. And I am 𝐒𝐻𝐈 Heido, the girl said. Young Izuku, young 𝐒𝐻𝐈, you have my gratitude, now please, forgive me but I will need to focus on treating my beloved granddaughter. Here, let me help you. After helping the sick young woman lie on one of the beds, both chef and hero student watched in silence as pills and other strange concoctions were poured down her throat as the old man worked tirelessly to try and help her. What happened to her? 𝐒𝐻𝐈 asked once every medicine went used and the old man stopped working to take a breath. She is just a victim of a fool's quest for power. He answered with a shaken sigh. Quest for power? Izuku asked, confused. The old man looked at the pale, shivering young girl sleeping on the bed with a scrunched expression and gave a sigh. When he looked back at them again, both chef and hero student saw him become even more frail and defenseless. My name is Sun Mucheng, and I have 2 sons, or used to have 2 sons, he started saying. Twins. Lao Mucheng and Zhao Mucheng. When they were born my happiness knew no bounds, 2 strong heirs. I said, and they were truly 2 young boys blessed by the heavens. When other kids crawled, they ran. When other sons and daughters said their first words, my twins declared small poems. Strong and smart, there seemed to be no end to their potential, old man Sun said. Then what happened? Izuku asked. They took separated paths to greatness. Lao followed the path of the scholars, he was bright frighteningly so and knew that a lone stone cannot change the course of a river, so he forged alliances, connected with lords and servants of the great families and formed bonds of friendship and peace. He wanted not just his hand to rule, but a chain of hands to shape the world. Xiao was not like him. 𝐒𝐩𝐻 asked. Xiao was more direct. He believed that a mighty leader could guide the pack without help, so he started to seek greatness through his own personal might. He mastered the way of the sword and of the lance, and even his fists became strong enough to crack mountains. He believed that he needed not allies to achieve his goal, only overwhelming power to squash his enemies. Sun answered, sighing in dismay. I am starting to understand where this story is going, Izuku admitted with a grimace. Oh. I too believed so. I too had started to fear a fight between them once their ideals clashed. The old man replied. His chuckle was completely devoid of mirth, but a mockery of a human's laugh. But 𝐒𝐻𝐻 asked. That fight never happened because, as it turned out, Lao was the menace, not Xiao, a both-dimensional travelers uttered as one. The vilest poisons in Xiao's tea caused the mightiest warrior in this city's millennial history to die with a pathetic whimper. Lao himself admitted it before banishing me and little Su from the family. Sun explained with tears once again forming in his eyes. But why? Because while Xiao was like a mighty dragon boldly opening its wings and more to challenge whoever crossed his path, Lao was a poisonous snake. He managed to hide his venom behind a colorful and meek personality while manipulating everybody from the shadows and sinking his teeth in the neck of whoever stood in his way. And even I, his father, was so foolish to fall for his tricks. Now my own brother is championing Lao and his daughter Chacha as the greatest geniuses of the 𝐻𝐻𝐿 clan. The old man answered, and after that a pained bestial howl tore its way from his throat as he fell on his knees to cry his eyes out. That is why Miss Su is reduced like that? Izuku asked. Yes. That accursed son of mine dared to poison his own niece. The last remnant of his brother. The nectar of the Dantian withering flower now flows in her veins, destroying not only her once mighty power, but her future as well. A cripple that will soon turn sterile as well. And even if I love her with all myself, I can't even muster the strength of putting an end to her misery with my own hands. This old fool has failed so much even the gods refuse to strike him down. Sun yelled in despair. Can't you challenge your son for this? Show he was the culprit. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 asked. How? My brother is at a level of cultivation way beyond mine, and even should I manage the impossible and defeat him, every other elder is already proudly standing behind Lao. The emperor's son himself is secretly helping along, supplying Lao and Chacha with elixirs and heavenly treasures to increase their power even more. If I challenge them, my life will be snuffled in an instant by a single assassin at the orders of the prince. I can't leave Su 𝐻𝐻𝐿 alone in this world as a cripple. I prefer to swallow the bitter remains of my pride and bear the weight of a total humiliation. The old man replied. So there is no way? Izuku asked. He. The laugh the chef got in answer made his skin crawl. It was filled to the brim in such foul bitterness it sounded coming from an angry ghost. Oh, yes there is. Remember that tournament I talked to you about? The one that has as a prize the storm phoenix you are looking for. The emperor himself is sponsoring it, just as I mentioned. And Chacha 𝐻𝐻𝐿 is taking part as a representative of the 𝐻𝐻𝐿 clan. For me and my son Xiao and my granddaughter Su to finally get justice, we would need to openly challenge Chacha during the finals and defeat her. Too bad I can't do that due to my own crippled cultivation. Only Su herself could have done that. But of course Lao must have planned for this as well, since now she too is forever crippled. Ha 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 ha. There is truly no justice under the heavens. The righteous will always fall in ruin at the hands of the devils. Ahahaha. It looked like Sun had finally reached the breaking point as laughter and crying mixed chaotically on his face. Can't you do anything, Izuku? 𝐒𝐻𝐻 whispered. Maybe. I don't know if my healing cuisine can actually fix that. He answered. Is healing cuisine the thing you do to heal people with food? She asked, confused. Exactly that. I basically use the innate life energy of the ingredients to heal people. It's a bit more complex than that, but that is basically what happens when I use it. Okay, and that can help her. I don't know, can you ask your sponsor? 𝐒𝐻𝐻 asked. Indeed healing cuisine can heal the woman known as Su 𝐻𝐻𝐿. But the host will need to be extra careful during preparation or he will actually speed up the customer's sickness and cause her death. On the grounds of this abrupt mission, heal Su Mu-cheng from her Dantian withering flower poisoning and save her life and cultivation. Reward: 10% bonus on experience points and unlocking of the Moore's oil ingredient. Punishment for failure: host will lose 90% of the accumulated experience points he has, will lose washing machine privileges for 2 months and Su Mu-cheng will die. I can actually do this, Izuku declared. Good. But if I fail I will make things worse and kill her. Nejiya muttered, paling considerably. Sun finally noticed their muttering and looked at them in puzzlement. Sorry, I was spacing out a bit. I was wondering if I could actually cook something for you, Mr. Sun. You look like you have not eaten in days. Oh, yes, you are a wandering chef. To be fair, I was worried about stabilizing little Sue's conditions enough to have her at least survive the poisoning. And now I have burned through the few crystals I had on me, so food was a luxury I could not give myself or her. Even staying here is merely a favor the owner is doing me because he owed me one. I could use something warm to eat, honestly. But I must ask it to be something even little Sue can eat. She herself has been starving, and even if those do fill the stomach, medicines and elixirs can hardly be considered food. The old man answered with a sigh. No worries, I will prepare a stew, so between broth and tender meat you both will be able to fill your stomach. Izuku answered. Are you aware though that this poor old man won't be able to pay you? Sun admitted with his voice filled in shame. I am treating you, not selling, he answered with a gentle smile. Thank you, please forgive an old man that has forgotten good people do exist out there, he answered, tentatively returning the smile, albeit weakly. It's okay. Izuku answered, and used his connection to the system's storage powers to retrieve a big pot and the ingredients he needed. That shell. Is that the meat of a warrior bison? Sun asked with his eyebrows shot up to his hairline. Yes. 𝐒𝐭𝐚 and I caught several of them, is it wrong? Nejiya asked. Nothing wrong with that, it's just a surprise to see somebody so young go against such a high-level beast. And even more so for us to actually eat that for free. Warrior bison meat is a delicacy, didn't you know? I recognize its high quality as a very good ingredient. That is what I need now to help you too. Izuku answered while summoning the sea dragon kitchen knife from the tattoo on his wrist. That was when he saw Old Man Sun turn extremely pale and look at the knife with wide bulged-out eyes. The sharp intake of air he took almost made the chef jump out of his skin. To that knife. The chi it exudes. What is it made of? He demanded while trying to grab it. And as soon as his hand grabbed Izuku's around the handle, everything around the old man disappeared, and he found himself in an endless white expanse while holding in his hand the very tip of the giant claw of the sea dragon herself, a being large enough to dwarf mountains and with each claw so vast a single swipe of one could easily demolish an entire city. And the thing was now locking eyes with the old man in furious contempt. Who are you to try to steal the knife of my MSTR? A knife made with one of my own mighty fangs. The dragon demanded with a booming female voice louder than every storm or rumbling seas combined. Beyond even a crystal soul sovereign core cultivator. An existence that has ascended to real godhood. A divine treasure. A divine treasure kitchen knife. Sun Mu-cheng shrieked in hysteric fear as the dragon possessed such an immense power even the legendary peak existences of his world looked as pathetic as a firefly compared to the sun itself. That was her own presence. Mighty. Invincible. Divine. Once everything returned to normal and the dragon expelled the old man from her inner space back into the real world, his hand immediately let go of the knife and he backed off while looking at Izuku in shock and awe. Please don't touch it. A kitchen knife is a chef's soul and life. If you really want a closer look, just ask. Izuku warned him. That knife has been made with a divine beast fang. A divine treasure in the shape of a kitchen knife. That is beyond preposterous. Beyond blasphemy. It's insanity in its purest form. Sun declared while breathing heavily and actually looking like he had gotten several years older still. Is it bad news? Nejiya asked. It just means that my equipment is very good, he is overreacting. Izuku answered, shrugging. May I? Sun begged with a small voice. Here. After studying the man's face with narrowed eyes for a couple seconds, the young chef slowly handed the kitchen knife to him and watched as the old man studied it in every detail in reverence. This knife. Such appealing craftsmanship, Sun muttered as he studied each and every scale that had been engraved on the knife handle with impossible precision, enough to make them look and feel almost alive. Then he studied the smooth blade, long and thin and yet sharp enough the old man believed it could cut even gods and destiny itself, and finally he marveled at how light yet unbreakable the thing felt in his hands. I have never seen such a masterpiece. Whoever created this must be a legendary being that has mastered the art of forging like nobody else before. Sun declared, voice full of awe, as he returned the knife to Izuku. Sort of, the young chef admitted. The system had long disclosed to Izuku the nature of the god of cooking kitchen set he will unlock as he advanced in his training, so he was no longer surprised to know that his equipment is and will be composed of things made from divine creatures, especially since it kind of made sense since he was supposed to ascend to godhood himself sometime in the far future. Indeed, that knife was made by a supreme MSTR. Only such a supreme lord of the forge can create a divine treasure so pure the beast's soul is fully preserved inside of it, to the point the treasure itself is sentient. Who are you, young sir? Sun asked, still with a trembling voice. Young sir, both Izuku and Nejiya parroted at the same time. I told you, I am just a wandering chef. I am just traveling to increase my skills, Izuku answered, unnerved by the man's unblinking eyes. So young but already so strong he can hunt a pack of warrior bison by himself and treat them as mere ingredients one can just pluck at their leisure. Possessing a knife that is in truth a sentient divine treasure beyond even the treasures rumored to be in the Emperor's own treasury, a treasure so rare only a handful of similar level creations exist in the entire mortal realm, and accompanied by a mysterious pet and a puppet even somebody of my own cultivation cannot tell the strength of. For a mere chef to be like this. What sect does he come from? What clan can be so prosperous and powerful even their servants are so outlandish? I never heard of a Midoriya clan, but whoever he works for, they must certainly hold him in high regard to demand his kitchen knife to be a divine treasure. This goes even beyond being extravagant. Unless, can it be that he actually is a young MSTR of a powerful clan from a faraway land that decided to walk the path of a chef? It would explain why he has such strength and resources, no matter how strange it sounds. It may be best to try to ingratiate him. The backing of such a mysterious force could be what I need to make sure little Su will be safe should the worst happen. Thinking that, Sun also took a glance at Nejiya, and his expression turned a bit sour. He already has a appealing and young MSTers following him everywhere, obviously to still take care of his needs without the risks of unwanted BSTers popping up at a later date from a random BO. It may mean it could be necessary for little Su to take a similar duty to make sure she will be safe under the protection of his clan. But even if I hate it, it may be the only chance to assure her safety. Are you okay? You are strangely silent, Sun-san. Nejiya asked with an innocent smile. Nothing, dear. It's nothing. The old man forcefully banished the idea of his beloved granddaughter being probably forced to help the girl to sate the urges of the young chef in front of him to gain some safety and gave her a small smile to go along with his answer. Then I will start immediately. Luckily the small fireplace in this room is not just nice to look at, but barely big enough for my pots to fit in there. Izuku answered in relief. He too had found the man's silence unnerving, and he immediately summoned more ingredients and started to work diligently after sitting on the floor close to the fire. At least he is a good young man. It could have been worse. He could have been one of those arrogant young MSTers thinking with their PP, he may actually treat little Su nicely. Miss Nejiya seems happy to be with him. He thought, sighing. Warrior bison, jewel meat, scorpiodile tail meat, bones of those fire vultures, system. Can I have some thunder potatoes from the gourmet world? Those and bone carrots. Izuku muttered. Analysis. The host can purchase the unlocking of those two minor ingredients for a small fee thanks to his proximity to reaching level. The unlocking of both ingredients will be 500 experience points each. Initiate purchase. The system answered. Oh, okay. I accept it. Izuku answered with a pained expression. Very well, The host is now able to utilize both gourmet world ingredients freely. Congratulations. Hooray, the young chef muttered with a sigh. When the young chef started working, Old Man Sun simply watched him out of boredom, compared to 𝐒𝐲𝐻 instead looking at him with an excited expression, something the old cultivator could not quite understand as Izuku was just going through the motions of washing the ingredients in a small water basin. Kiun. Crunch. Crunch. Kiun. In the meantime, the strange fluffy white pet rested near the chef's leg and somehow biting through and eating the discarded carapace of the warrior bison. The chef threw at it with no apparent effort. A shell that would normally have even cannonballs and hits by medium-stage cultivators harmlessly bounce off. Aizu. Aizu. Finally 𝐒𝐲𝐻 asked. Yes. Will you do that knife trick again? Hoo. Of course. It always happens when I go fast, he answered, chuckling. Yay. What is she talking about? For the second time that day, Old Sun's eyes threatened to plop out of his sockets as he watched a goddamn chef. Moving his knife so fast the blade managed to split into tens of spectral copies of itself as he started cutting the huge slab of bison meat into perfect cubes barely an inch big, all exactly the same size and shape and with no effort whatsoever. And then doing the same with the other cuts of meat as well. That is the sacred 100 ghost blades technique of the ancient sword pavilion. How? Old Sun shrieked with a high-pitched voice. The what from the what pavilion? 𝐒𝐲𝐻 asked, curious. Sounds important, even if the name is a bit edgy. Izuku answered, and he was still cutting ingredients with the same astounding speed, generating solid afterimages of his knife. The most guarded secret of the sacred sword pavilion only the personal students of the pavilion great MSTR are permitted to learn. Used for cooking. And he is pulling it off constantly with no effort. The last one able to use it for so long and so proficiently was the Sword Pavilion's founder himself, Holy Sword Saint Ranmao. Who are you people? Old Sun asked with a weak voice. Believe it or not, even if I explain it you wouldn't understand, or even believe me. Izuku admitted, sighing and barely fighting off the headache this entire trip had tried giving him ever since he and 𝐒𝐲𝐻 arrived. That food. It has chi inside still. What are you doing? How are you doing it? The old man asked. The knife makes it a bit easier, but I basically use my own power to seal life energy inside the ingredients long enough for that to fuse with them and the resulting dish. I am just slowing down the rate of dissipation until life is infused into the ingredients permanently. That's the gist. Izuku answered. What you call life, I call chi. And what you do is on par with the work of alchemists when they prepare elixirs. That is what you are doing, isn't it? Old Sun turned somber and actually sat next to Izuku on the floor to better watch him work. You are very observant, the young chef said while stir-frying various herbs until fragrant. Because elixir making is my own specialty, and I can recognize a fellow MSTR when I see them. That potato you are using has an exceptional affinity to lightning chi. Very similar to the rare lightning mint that grows in our mountains. He said, voice now calm and low, to not distract the chef. Very nutritious too, and the small electric shocks it gives when cooked in a certain way will help her weakened heart to keep beating. This is a bone carrot instead. Izuku answered, and handed him a pure white carrot literally made of bone. Fascinating, tak. Hard as a bone, but the scent is of a common carrot, very sweet. Sun said while studying the thing. It will heal Miss Sue's bones, making them return healthy and strong. That poison is corroding even her bone marrow, this will help cleanse it. The young chef answered, showing how those carrots had been easily cut and were now turning incredibly soft once cooked. It's 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's secret skill, healing cooking. He can heal everybody with his food. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 added, making him blush at the praise. I would normally scoff at such a notion, but the chi flowing in that pot is nothing short of a miracle. Poison chi, lightning chi, earth chi, water chi, fire chi, wind chi. There are pills that can boost one's healing by mixing 2 or 3 different kinds of chi together, but you are managing to mix triple that amount while keeping them all in harmony and make them work together. And with a common pot, not a pill furnace, that too is a great show of skill. But why use poison chi? I imagine it is to fight poison with poison, but the wrong choice or ratio will actually make things worse. Sun asked. Scorpiodial poison induces heart attacks and organ failure by forcefully accelerating the heartbeat and blood flow of the victim. I plan to turn that into a heart medicine, especially to stop the poison inside Sue's body from forming clots by keeping her blood flowing. I see, that is why you added warrior bison meat. They normally feed on poisonous animals and herbs. They are naturally immune to similar toxins. Old Man Sun hummed, looking pensive. I am not following. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 admitted sheepishly. Just guessing the inner workings of the recipe, my dear, yes. Izuku asked. There is a bug that it's said to actually feed on that accursed flower's pollen. If I managed to capture a few, would it be possible to use them? EU. Ha ha ha. You would be surprised to know that many bugs actually taste very similar to chicken. Izuku answered, laughing at poor 𝐒𝐲𝐻's horrified expression. I will need to check them first, but yes, if I grind them and rapidly desiccate them, I can add them to the stock, he answered. Good. They may be rare, but for little Sue this old man is ready to turn even the underworld upside down. You focus on your healing dish, Sir Izuku. I will be back soon. Old Man Sun declared, and left the room in an awe-inspiring burst of speed. He is a very strange guy, but you can't deny he loves his niece. Izuku admitted once sure the man had left. Can you really save her, Aizu? 𝐒𝐲𝐻 asked. I can only trust the ingredients will. They are sure we both can heal her if we work together, and I want to trust them. He answered, smiling a little. Must be nice hearing their voices. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 said with a sad smile. Very, thank you, for what? For not stopping me. For letting me continue this mission. For not demanding I just throw it away, or even just abandoning me, even if you had every right to do it. He muttered with a low voice and a sigh. He was surprised to feel the weight of her head on his shoulder and the warmth of her arms circling his shoulders in a tight embrace. I can see the passion you put in this, the pure strength behind every step you take or every swing of that knife. You mumble and blush and stutter, you are shy and unsure of yourself, but then you grab the knife and become another person, because that is who you want to be, a chef. And a chef can't be scared of his ingredients, or afraid of making a bad dish. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 said, sighing. A hero I think is the same. We can be scared, worried, we can doubt ourselves and our reasons, but then we wear our costumes and start smiling, even just so that others will smile as well. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 said. 𝐒𝐲𝐻, you promised you will tell Momo and your parents the full story of what you do, of all this, and I promise you that I will help you talk them into not stopping you, but you must promise me you will be careful. Always, every time. She answered. I will, promise, he answered. Swear it, she answered while showing him her pinky finger. I swear, he answered, intertwining his pinky with hers. Good. Thank you, 𝐒𝐲𝐻. Thank you. The young chef admitted, and surprised her with a small kiss on her forehead. And in answer the girl's face turned bright red in embarrassment. Hoo. Sorry, but you asking for a pinky promise was just too adorable. I see. The young woman answered with a long whine of shame, and punched his shoulder over and over with zero strength behind each hit, unfortunately making him laugh louder. Sorry, he said, smirking. Barker Aizu, 𝐒𝐲𝐻 muttered with a soft whisper, and leaning her head again on his shoulder with a pout while watching him tirelessly stirring the stew. In the silence that followed, her blush slowly subsided and her eyes drifted close to the notes of the gentle bubbling of the stew and the chef's soft breathing. His shoulder was very comfy and warm. 1 hour later, Sir Izuku. 𝐼-𝐻, the chef hissed, and the old man almost managed to bite his tongue clean off in his haste to shut up. Although he soon developed a knowing smile. Don't read too much into this. This is not what it looks like. Izuku hissed with a red face. In the hour the old man had took to find his bugs, 𝐒𝐲𝐻 not only had fallen asleep leaning on Izuku's shoulder, but had actually slipped down to lie her head on his lap without even awakening, and while the notion in itself did make the chef's heart almost stop, the mind-numbing flare of pain from the girl headbutting his PP for an instant killed any sort of romantic feeling he may have had. She still looked illegally cute if you asked him, though. Did you find them? He asked. Yes. Fate must be on our side. because I found 5 of them even. Even just one would have been a gift from the gods, but 5. Almost impossible. My son must be blessing us from the heavens. Old Sun said while delivering Izuku a folded handkerchief containing 5 plump beetles each the size of a walnut and with a golden carapace, dead but without a single mark on them. Just to be on the safe side, I used my chi to stop their breathing so as not to damage them, he explained. System? Izuku mentally asked while checking them himself. These beetles are a suitable ingredient. If the host prepares them properly into powder form, they will help fight off the effects of the flower. Congratulations. Even if not personally captured by the host, they will be added as a spice to the restaurant storage. The entity answered. They are perfect and may be what we need to make this work, Izuku answered, and with his eyes closed he neared the dead bugs to his face until they touched his forehead. I give thanks to you for being my ingredients, please help me save young Miss Sue, he muttered, and under Old Man Sun's disbelieving eyes, those dead bugs briefly gave a shy spark of light. They will help. I will start immediately. Izuku declared in determination, and with a fast swipe of his knife, the outer shell, the legs and the heads of the bugs were removed. The remaining meat was then cleaned of the BLD and the tiny organs removed, then grounded into a paste and put on the fire into a tiny pot where the mixture went stirred non-stop. That thing you did, for an instant you formed a connection with the bugs. I can hear the voice of the ingredients and understand their will. I offered them my gratitude following the teachings of food honor and food etiquette, and in exchange they offered me their help and suggestion of how to better use them for this. Izuku explained. The dead bugs talk to you. They are dead as animals, but they are alive as ingredients. I always offer my thanks to ingredients when I cook them, because I am grateful for their becoming part of me once eaten. Each and every time I eat I thank them from the bottom of my heart. He answered, slowly turning the bug's meat into a drier and drier mixture as he stirred. I think I understand. It does match the beliefs of the monks of the Beast Kingdom Temple. No death, only transformation and transcendence. Old Sun commented. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 that sounded kind of silly, but also nice. Nejiya yawned while stirring awake. Was that a good nap? Izuku asked, smiling gently and looking at the girl still with her head on his lap. Waiwa, finally noticing she not only had got her head on his lap but also turned around in her sleep to bury her face in his stomach. He had rock-hard abs. She was officially unsure what to do. The stew is almost ready. If you want I can prepare your portion without the bug spice, he answered, smiling gently and not reacting at having her in that position on his lap. Even if her female pride did sting a bit about that lack of reaction. Is it good? She tried asking. Do you trust me? Okay. Perfect. You mean we can eat that too? Old Sun asked. While officially made to heal Miss Sue, the dish has still been prepared with healing properties in mind and to be extremely nutritious as well. You may not have poison in you, but every other effect will still be good for your body. I promise. Izuku answered. Then I am eager to taste it myself, the old man answered. Good, he answered, smiling wide. Once the stew was finally ready, 4 dishes went rapidly filled, with Old Man Sun carefully lifting his granddaughter in a sitting position. Here, little Sue. Grandpa found a generous young sir to cook for us, he muttered, looking at the very pale girl with eyes filled with unshod tears. Shouldn't you try it first? Izuku said. Ah. You said you are a MSTR in elixir making, yes. You are then the best one to tell if it will work. Izuku said. You are right. Please allow me, the old man said while trying both meat and vegetables and then the broth. Host. The system has already analyzed the stew and declared it a 100% success. Why asking for this man's opinion? The entity asked. Me and you know it will work, but he doesn't. It's a way to gain his trust. His desperation should not force him to blindly trust the first guy passing by offering a solution. The young chef thought in answer. Oh my! The taste is sublime. Even beyond the chefs at the Phoenix Palace restaurant. I dare say. Old Man Sun's praise stopped abruptly when he felt every cell in his body shake in unrestrained energy. This fluctuation. Can it be? The surge of power he felt radiating from his chest was immense, soon making a faint golden aura cover his entire being. Moving from a formal sitting position on his knees to a cross-legged meditation pose, the old man circled that storm of energy through every corner of his body, through every pathway of his chi. "What is he doing now?" 𝐒𝐻𝐻 asked. "This man is doing what in this world is called cultivation. It can be summarized as him circling his life energy through his body to strengthen it and purifying each and every cell so to bring his body, soul and mind to a higher state of being and gain greater strength and power." The system answered, and for the first time, it was not only Izuku to hear the entity's voice. "Was that?" 𝐒𝐻𝐻 asked, amazed. "My sponsor, yes." That voice was really inhuman. "I got used to it," the chef answered, and at the same time the light around Old Sun's body turned from gold to pure white, and when that aura faded away, both teens felt like everything around them, pretty much reality itself, shuddered slightly, as if stretching to accommodate Sun's own presence in the universe, before everything returned to normal. A breakthrough. After all these years of stagnation. "I achieved a breakthrough thanks to your stew," Sun muttered while locking eyes with Izuku, and the young chef could see tears rapidly mount in the old man's eyes. To the two travelers' shock, Sun moved into a deep bow, leaning down until his forehead was glued to the floor before letting his tears run free. "Sun-san," both yelled at the same time with wide eyes. "My old wounds, scars and crippling blows no experts could heal, gone. My stagnating cultivation, uplifted into a breakthrough, and even my own illness. Everything is fading away thanks to you. You gave to this old fool a second chance without asking anything in exchange. And as I suspect, my granddaughter too will heal thanks to your food, a miracle I thought only the personal doctors of the Emperor were capable of. Whatever you want in exchange, just ask and Old Sun will give it to you. Everything. Even my own life." The old man answered with a tone of absolute gratitude, unaware that his features had turned slightly younger as well. "We'll talk about it later, for now we need to feed the stew to Miss Su, she needs it more than anybody else." Izuku answered, already bringing the young woman's dish to her mouth. "Of course. Please, allow me." Sun answered, snapping out of his amazement to immediately move to help the barely conscious woman eating her fill. The next day, young Sumucheng did not know where she was, she only felt a strange lightness encompassing her whole body, a sense of weightlessness and inner peace she found very enjoyable. Too bad the glare of the sun shining on her eyes managed to cut through the most peaceful sleep she had in a long time and forcing her to open her eyes so to better send her hateful scowl to the accursed fireball in the sky. And meet the tear-stained eyes of her beloved grandpa, and as soon as their eyes met, she saw any form of reason abandon the kind old man to allow maddening euphoria to take full control. "You are alive. My little Su came back to me. Ha 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 ha." The laugh that echoed in the young woman's ears was full of relief, and unfortunately the hug that followed said laugh was so tight Su feared her bones would be turned to dust. "What is happening?" she finally asked. "It's a long story, miss." The answer came from another person, as her grandfather was too occupied with his weeping at her return to actually talk. "Where am I? And who are you?" she asked. "As I said, it's kind of a long story," the young green-haired man answered with a sheepish, and dare she say it, a supremely adorable expression. Whatever that story was, Su felt like she really needed to hear about it. Tremble in fear in front of the mighty Shiro. Love, this is the first part of I don't know how it came this long. Don't get used to it. XD, this arc will be centered on the wuxia xianxia genre. The one after this, that will come later, will be sci-fi. Then there will be Western fantasy. Then fighting world, think Street Fighter. Then I will mix and match every genre. Heck, I may even do some small crossover. I don't know. Extra chapter, dimensional ingredient hunts. Happen between chapters, Minotaur spicy noodles. Dimensional Travel Arc Part 3, The Strength of the King. Home Dimension, Kurogiri's Bar, secondary HQ of the League of Villains. The living smoke-like Nomu Kurogiri was looking silently the sleeping and utterly broken form of Shigaraki lying immobile on the bed, still out cold thanks to all for one's personal doctor filling him in so much painkillers it was a miracle those drags had not fully took the place of the guy's BLD in his veins. Hoi! Himiko fainted again. What should I do with her? Darby's voice echoed from outside the man-child room, and it sounded extremely annoyed. Drop her in her bedroom, she'll wake up sooner or later. Hopefully. Kurogiri answered, uninterested. You know. When I met her I thought she would have become one of us right away, not that I would have had to play babysitter until she finally caved. Your training is taking too long to break her. Darby answered, and with how hard he was breathing, it was clear he was dragging around something heavy. She will get around, eventually. As for you, we all have to make sacrifices. Now take her to her room and stop complaining. We need her and her quirk, so do your job. I will. I will, be. Oh. Goddammit, she puked on me again. And half-digested BLD this time. Shit. Darby shrieked as a loud splashing noise echoed from outside Shigaraki's room. I'll be the one mopping that, so man up, stop complaining and do as you are told. And once you have done dropping her off, have that new recruit move here ASAP. They had enough time to make a decision. Kurogiri answered. Ugh. Okay. Okay. I dropped this BSTRD in her room. Take a shower and BA. A second loud splashing sound cut the man's answer as this time he violently emptied his stomach. Just go wash yourself, I'll take care of that too. Ugh. Thank you, Darby answered with a weak groan, and with steps sounding disgustingly wet, he moved away dragging the unconscious Himiko on his back to her room. Okay. So. Shigaraki is still out cold. Darby is way too recognizable and with zero stealth abilities, and the only one of us with a quirk suitable for infiltration won't get up before a good 3 days of overdose and random seizure fits. Fine. I will call the little spy we have in UA and remind him that if he doesn't help us he will lose that pretty quirk MSTR gave him. It is about time the investments here start showing some returns. Himiko and that kid are starting to look like they are not worth the effort. Why do people have to be so difficult? Kurogiri muttered with a sigh of dismay, already regretting going along with Shigaraki's little revenge plan against that strange quirkless chef. How can their luck be so bad even a powerless chef becomes such a big ordeal for them? Meanwhile, UA dormitories, how can a chef be such a big ordeal for her? This can't continue. Those were the words echoing over and over inside Okiko's head as she sat at her desk in the middle of the night, staring at the blank page in front of her. She was looking at it even too intensely, but she did not dare to let her eyes wander around her room. Lest her eyes landed on her waitress uniform. The pretty emerald green uniform topped by a frilly white apron with her name on the heart area inside the green outline of a cloud. The uniform that kept making her mind wander back to her part-time job in a small homely restaurant. So that she won't think about the owner and chef of that restaurant. It was supposed to be simple. Go work there, know the owner of the place and understand that curious prickle of warmth she felt when the Lord Dog came to her rescue was only gratitude she felt for Momo's boyfriend sending help and saving her life and return her life to normal. Because that was all it was. Gratitude. Plain and simple gratitude for having what would later become her best friend's boyfriend saving her life. A simple plan. Get the job and the surprisingly generous pay it offered, know the guy, become friends and squash dead every possible feelings beside friendship or you are my brother in all but BLD connection her stubborn heart was inclined to plant in her subconscious after he saved her life. Even if at the time he and Momo were actually not in a relationship still. The thing became official only later. But the timeline was not important. Even if it all hangs on Izuku knowing Momo before her, that was not important. Okiko took the job with the express purpose of killing prematurely any chance she may actually be attracted to the guy. To the guy and his adorable laugh. Or his wit. Or his poor jokes, and his ability to laugh at her poor jokes, a mystery in itself. Or his fanboying whenever she talked with him about her studies, and his utterly sincere praises to her abilities. That was always a nice self-esteem boost. Or how they shared the same taste in music and movies. She also needed to remember to return the CD he gave her to try. He was right, track 3, 5 and 7 really slapped. Or to those amazing vibrant eyes of his, she could swear she saw them actually sparkle when light hit them at the right angle. Or to his calloused and warm hands that could either move fluid like water or be steady like rocks. Did she mention those adorable freckles he has? and how they tended to stand out a bit more when he got flustered. Like tiny constellations. Then there was that time where he first taught her how to make mochi, where she ended up with a smudge of bean paste on the tip of her nose, and he let out a very cute chuckle while wiping her nose clean, and the girl's whispered curse came out as a hiss while she forcefully stopped that particular train of thought. "You are not helping," she uttered while glaring at her chest, and she will forever remark, if asked, that her heart did give 2 louder than normal beats in answer to her accusation that sounded suspiciously similar to the words "screw you." "It's easy. I will write a letter where I formally leave the job, and then I will forget about him. I will write it right now even," she said to psyche herself up. A nicely written and worded letter where she thanks Izuku for the good memories they shared, for the opportunity he gave her in taking her as his waitress, for the work experience she had collected, for the laughs they shared, for the times when she randomly burst to tears after the USJ incident and he just hugged her while telling her everything was all right, and the nice and supportive messages he sent her. And for all the times he did not bat an eye but promptly answered her phone calls whenever she called him at 4 a.m. because a new nightmare of the attack woke her up, so to keep her company until she fell asleep again. For all the autographs she managed to collect by working for him, Ella liked the selfie she managed to take with 13 he printed and had the space hero sign for her. For all the time he casually cooked more food than necessary and begged her to bring back home for free so to not waste it. And the smiles and laughs and good memories and... there goes another page. I need a new one, the girl muttered with a shaky smile as she crumpled the now wet piece of paper to take a new one. "It should not be so hard," she said, hugging her knees to her chest so as to bury her face in there. "I am sorry I can't continue working for you." Because, Okako tried reciting with a steady voice before her tone again dropped onto a shaky whisper. "Because I am afraid that if I continue working here I will seriously fall in love with you," she then admitted with her face gaining an adorable shade of red. Would it be that bad, though? Momo was a strong woman after all, she would surely bounce back. As it turns out, yes. Yes, it would be bad. Momo said from behind her, and Okako's BLD and innards for an instant condensed into a single solid block of ice as she slowly turned around to see the tall young woman level on her a stare that had no soul behind. Only 2 orbs of steel that took place of the normally warm eyes of the Yorozueris and that were now firmly locked on Okako's chocolate ones. "Your door was slightly ajar and I could hear you sniffle, so I thought to check on who I believed was a friend in distress." "I was mistaken," the young woman explained with a tone even colder than the ice Shoto could summon. Clad only in a baggy pajama, the other girls knew was a tactic to hide Momo's generous assets from view should she wander the corridors at night, and with her hair left untied in a mesmerizing cascade of silky strands, stood the, admittedly, only obstacle between Okako and a normal form of romance between herself and the young chef she worked with for. And by the looks of how hard Momo's hands were clenching her own hips while she glared at her traitorous friend, the hero student Creati was barely holding back herself from creating something heavy with the only purpose of bashing Okako's skull open hard enough to repaint the entire room in a wonderful shade of Uravity's grey matter. "We need to talk." That is all Momo said, scowling, and for maybe the first time since the USJ incident, Okako wished there was actually that Nomu thing in front of her once again in place of that angry girlfriend. Because she was sure she could actually reason with the Nomu. Other dimension, Starlight City, forest around the city, once debriefed Tzumucheng about Izuku and Nejaya, and especially on the chef's abilities. A plan was rapidly drafted between the 2 travelers and the destitute, and yet still legally legit, heiress and elder of the Mucheng clan. Since both Old Man's son and his granddaughter did owe Izuku their life, and since one of the chef's mission objectives coincided with Sun and Su's own quest for justice and revenge, the 4 of them agreed on working together. Su Mucheng will openly challenge her cousin Chacha during the finals of the tournament the Emperor organized to celebrate the 1,000 years anniversary since the BRTH of Starlight City, and win the fight so to achieve 2 things. Izuku and Nejaya will get the Thunder Phoenix while Sun and Su will have the chance of meeting the normally reserved Emperor in person to beg the man for justice by presenting him the proof Old Man's son collected detailing everything the current head of the Mucheng clan did to take over and the prince's direct involvement in it. This in the hopes that the Emperor himself was not funding and endorsing the entire thing to begin with, once asked by 𝐒𝐻𝐼, Sun had admitted that even with his newfound power from his breakthrough, he wasn't sure he won't die from sheer sorrow at seeing how deep the betrayal against one of his sons actually ran. Luckily Su Mucheng was not truly alone, and there enters her childhood friend Jun. Or Fatty Jun as the more unkind people called him, and yet the short guy did not give a DMN about it. Fatty Jun of the heaven-defying fat, but or just Jun Mosia, what does it matter? I am still me. Calling a rose SHT won't change its scent, nor calling a man fat will change his character. I am fat because I want to. Because I love to eat good food and drink good wine. I wouldn't be a man if I could not live with the consequences of my actions. And also, this amazing physique took me years to develop. How can I not be proud of it? Bwahahahaha. The ball-shaped short man answered, making his entire body tremble like jelly on the notes of his jolly laughter. I mean, that's one way of looking at it. Izuku admitted, perplexed. See. You understand. That puts you way above those narrow-minded young fools back in the city. Now, if only my older brothers, the mighty champions of the Mosia clan, could understand too, I would reach eternal happiness. Jun answered. As long as you are happy. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 answered, chuckling. Very much so, miss. This is not fat, this is condensed happiness. He replied while loudly slapping his belly. Oh, yes, you have so much happiness in there you need to roll out of bed instead of walking. Su answered. Woo 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 woo. Big sister Su is still so merciless. Even after her beloved brother Jun went out of his way to find a new sword for her to use and a battle dress for her to wear. That stuff was not cheap, you know. I had to anger quite a few young emesters down at the auction house to get them. The fat young man answered with a whine. Did they ask if you were courting death? 𝐒𝐻𝐼 asked. Why, yes. You were there too. He answered, impressed. Nope, she answered, smirking, while next to her Izuku was valiantly trying to bite back his laughter. We are just hearing it quite often ever since we got here, that is all, she explained with a clearly fake innocent smile. While all this is very interesting, and curiously almost insulting, we have more pressing matters to focus on. Little Su's training and Sir Izuku's own mission from his sect. Old Man Sun barged in the discussion with a no-nonsense demeanor. Under 𝐒𝐻𝐼's suggestion, Izuku had explained their being there specifically looking for both the phoenix and the recipe of a local delicacy as a mission of sort of the sect they both hailed from, a set of terminology the young woman was surprisingly swift in learning from the tidbits they both heard from the people around them to create a cover story clearly more believable than an extra-dimensional entity sent me here. Well, I need to train to recover my lost strength for the challenge against 𝐒𝐿. We only have 3 days before the finals and they are clearly stuffing her full of elixirs and pills to speed up her cultivation. But rest assured, natural talent won't lose to cheating this time. Su promised with blazing eyes. We will help you train as well, 𝐒𝐻𝐼 promised. Thank you, Miss 𝐒𝐻𝐼, the other woman answered, grateful. While you do all that hard work you cultivating maniacs love so much, I will instead do what I do best, aggravate assholes and find good restaurants. Because I know who to annoy into betting their prized recipes in a cooking contest. Jun instead declared with his already squinting eyes narrowing further into thin slits of maliciousness. Who would that be? Izuku asked. Meng Hao, of course. The owner of the Phoenix Palace restaurant. He is deemed the best chef of Starlight City, second only to the Emperor's personal chef. Old Man Sun asked with wide eyes. He is also an egocentric idiot that is easy to rile up if you know where to tickle him and a fellow gambler like me, with the only difference that I know when to stop, he doesn't. And we can use that as an opening to make him accept. If I tell him my family will ditch his restaurant because our new chef is way better than him, the blow to his pride and the threat of losing the money coming from my family, especially my money since I kind of like what he makes. Maybe even too much, will pretty much force him to accept. Jun explained. You would do this for me, Mr. Jun? Izuku asked, touched. You saved Big Sister Su from a very terrible fate. You saved maybe the only person in the entire mortal realm that can see beyond the fat to see the real Jun and be my friend just because she wants to. That to me means a lot, and even if I had to spit on the face of gods to pay you back, I would gladly do it. Thank you then, Mr. Jun, the chef answered, grateful. Stupid June. I am your friend just out of pity. Sue answered by slapping the back of the young man's neck roughly, and somehow that made him chuckle. You keep telling yourself that, big sister. Then maybe one day you will believe it yourself. Just like you will believe your own lie about you not having a massive crush on that young weaponsmith down at the Celestial Forge. Shut up. Shut up or I will kick you so hard you will finally turn slim. I do not have a crush on him. Sue shrieked in answer. Thunder! Izuku muttered. Oh, boy. A very bad case. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a confirmed, and both shared a smirk at her flustered face. Ah. Just like her mother, absolute zero experience when it comes to love. Old man's son muttered with a sad sigh and tear-stained eyes. Keep lying to yourself, sister. In the meantime, I will go annoy myheroacademia until he accepts the challenge. You only focus on being ready at the moment's notice, Sir Izuku. That fool may even intend to have the fight between you two right away, depending on how annoyed I manage to make him. Bwahahahaha. Jun declared with a loud laugh while running away with such fast and lightweight swiftness one would not believe the guy actually weighed like 3 people stuck together. While we wait for him to return, can I ask Sir Izuku and Miss 𝐒𝐻𝐼a to lend us your skills? You may have not been trained as warriors, but I know your strength must still be noteworthy if you could travel here alone. Sun asked. Sure, maybe even Whitey can help. Izuku answered. Thank you, even if I don't know how a chef and a 𝐻𝐼stis can actually help me, Sue answered with a dubious and slightly smug tone. She will soon regret those words when between 𝐒𝐻𝐼a's spiral cannon and her quirk's other attacks and Izuku's knocking and other assorted techniques the cultivator will be forced to play defensively way more than she anticipated. And the bruises, lots and lots of painful bruises. The next day, Starlight City, in front of the Phoenix Palace restaurant, Izuku, in his life as Zeus, had seen plenty of restaurants both in the human and in the gourmet world. Minimalist, rustic, modern, classic, futuristic, themed and so on so forth. And even after all those years, he could not help grimace, or even cringe, whenever he met a restaurant that could only be described as flamboyant, if one wanted to be really, really gentle about it. The Phoenix Palace restaurant was so flamboyant it hurt his eyes, and that was literal, a 5-story pagoda covered by golden metal that was clearly shined daily to make sure walls and tiles did reflect the sun's light as much as possible so to seem like the building was made of pure light. Then there were the giant paintings of BLD red phoenixes adorning the front of the building and the door shaped like a giant dragon head with its maw stretched open to accommodate in its throat the 2 massive golden doors covered entirely in drawings of flowers. Then lanterns, bells and banners finished decorating the front entrance of the place. Even calling it gaudy doesn't make it justice. Izuku muttered. He was feeling his skin crawl whenever his eyes strayed away from the open doors. My eyes are hurting, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a admitted, actually squinting a bit to fight off the glare of the sunlight reflecting from the building's gold coating. Yes, it's a bit on the flashy side. That is why I come here for dinner only, less light reflecting everywhere threatening to burn my eyes into a crisp. Unfortunately old 𝐵𝐴𝐴𝐵 knew what he was doing when he took over this place. At this hour of the day the light hits his restaurant just right to blind half the city in his own way to remind everybody where to find him if they want to eat well. Jun answered while shielding his eyes with a hand. And people still come here for lunch? Izuku asked, appalled. Food's good, that's all that matters to them. They just need to shield their eyes long enough to enter. Come, let's get in before a stray ray of light incinerates us. Jun answered while guiding both inside. Gold. There was gold everywhere inside, enough to be just as eye-catching as the outside. Is it all real gold? 𝐒𝐻𝐼a asked, appalled. Heavens no. Meng just knows a good alchemist. That girl knows how to create a paint that replicates gold's own color and glints to perfection. Enough that petty thieves are often caught trying to peel some off. She makes it only for him, fortunately. Even the emperor himself banned the usage of this blasted thing outside of the restaurant's own exterior. Thank God. Where is Mr. Meng? Izuku asked. I am here, youngster, a deep, gravely voice answered as a giant of a man with silver hair walked towards him. The owner of the restaurant was just as curious as his restaurant. The tall, a bit more than 2.5 meters tall body was big and muscled while the head was small and wrinkled, Just by looking it seemed like somebody photoshopped an old man's head on a 30-something bodybuilder's body. He is a golden sun core cultivator, so be careful. Jun whispered. Okay. Izuku whispered back. They had tried countless times explaining to him how cultivation levels worked, and to the chef it still sounded needlessly complicated, especially with all the edgy names the various levels had. I am level 2, that's it. Easy, simple, clearly understandable if one needed to put it on scale. Why did they have to make it so complex instead? The young man thought in misery. So this is my challenger. He still smells of melon's milk. I thought I was supposed to fight a MSTR. Meng hissed in contempt. Ho ho ho. Yeah, it's that pride that always makes sure you lose everything with the dices. Jun answered, laughing. Junior, you dare. The last 6 times were just bad luck. The man roared in answer. My being young should not be an issue, please. We are both chefs, it's a matter of skills not brute strength, Izuku answered with a tired begging tone. Youngsters these days. You think you can win only out of being 𝐂𝐩𝐲𝐵. Meng's annoying tirade against young people died messily when Izuku's hand closed tight around the man's testicles and squeezed hard, and he then further shocked the others by lifting the guy from the floor with that same hand, no matter Meng being twice Izuku's size. I have it up here with your people's boisterous talks. Everywhere we go is full of guys and girls going kowtow, courting death, or I am this level or that level, get to the kitchen and cook, goddammit. I am not here to listen to you prattling. The young chef ordered, squeezing even harder. I will. I will. I am sorry. Stop. You will squish them. Stoop. Meng begged with a high-pitched chipmunk voice. Good, he answered after dropping the tall man. Oh, God. Oh, God, I can't feel them anymore, the man squeaked while walking bow-legged towards the area he prepared for the challenge. I know I should reprimand you and tell you to be calm, 𝐒𝐲 started saying. But if another young MSTR approaches me to get me to join his HM by citing their clan name and cultivation level or whatever, I will start blasting people. This world is aggravating. She admitted in shame. And you haven't seen 𝐻𝐼Guardian or Beacon, the chef muttered. What? Nothing, just bad memories. Let's go. If you say so, she answered, shrugging helplessly. 2 wide tables had been prepared in the middle of the restaurant, in an area the owner created by moving away most of the tables besides the 2 where the 4 judges will sit and try the dishes the 2 chefs will prepare. In the name of fairness, Jun selected 2 judges while Meng Hao selected the other 2, and all 4 of them were already looking at the 2 chefs with calculative gazes. Can we trust them? If I lose, I want to lose because I was not good enough, not because, because the opponent cheated. Jun asked. Yes. Have no fear. This challenge is a matter of honor. I choose Meng Hao because I know that while prideful, he also values his own honor. He won't accept a victory through cheating, and since I personally know the guy and girl he has chosen, I also know that they will judge fairly. Good, thank you, Mr. Jun. Izuku answered, sighing in relief. You just go and show him how it's done, Izuku. Give it your all. The fat guy replied with a strong slap to the chef's back that made him stumble a little forward. You can do it, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. 𝐒𝐲 cheered aloud for her friend. When both chefs took place at their own workstation, Jun himself addressed the crowd slowly forming inside and outside the restaurant with a blinding wide smile. Welcome. Welcome esteemed guests to this amazing cooking challenge. The young man yelled with a dramatic flourish that made his wide belly jiggle violently. Today we are here to partake in a battle fought not with mighty fists or chi arts, but with a more mundane, elegant and yet equally precise skill, cooking. Jun said, basking in the cheering of the crowd. A mysterious young traveler has recently reached our appealing Starlight City while on a long, strenuous quest, become the world's greatest chef. To prove that the Tao of cooking he himself embraces is unmatched. Then who's a better opponent than Meng Hao himself, the greatest chef of Starlight City, second only to the legendary heavenly chef cooking exclusively for the Emperor in person? Well, we are about to find out if our challenger truly is a worthy opponent. Jun said while opening his arms wide. He is lying it a bit thick, Izuku muttered. Let him, poor guy, is a naturally born showman and nobody ever let him enjoy it, and a bit of hype is good, it keeps the audience focused on the action. Meng answered, smirking. True. So, the challenge is actually quite easy. Both contestants have to choose a single ingredient and create 3 different dishes with it. It will be then up to our judges to decide who won and who lost. A big applause to our esteemed judges. Jun finished his speech while moving an arm to the 2 men and 2 women acting as judges that gave a regal bow to the audience once introduced. Amazing! Now, what dishes will be prepared, I wonder? Jun asked the 2. Of course I will prepare the 3 most famous dishes of my restaurant. The roasted wings of the golden phoenix, the 1000 peas soup and my personal favorite, burning devil's legs. All made by using the tender meat of the celestial beast known as Inferno Bird. Meng Hao declared with a fanged smile, for the awe of the crowd. Which is? Nejaya muttered. Listening to the system, it's basically a carnivorous chicken big as a pig and perennially covered in fire. Its meat is very spicy by itself, so most of the skill required is in removing enough spiciness to make it edible. Izuku whispered back in answer. Oh, is it that thing we captured before going up that mountain? Yep. The thing that tried eating you, yes. A truly amazing choice. What about you, Chef Izuku? Jun asked. I will use the Celestial Bull Conqueror, he answered. The monster of Starlight Forest. Jun asked with a faint voice. Wasn't very monstrous, just big. Izuku answered while summoning from the system's storage a collection of various cuts of meat very dark red in color. Or at least it wasn't that monstrous when Shiro just dragged the beaten-to-death thing by the tail into our small camp yesterday while we helped Miss Su training. He then once remembered how giant that colossal 6 meters tall bull looked compared to the tiny white fluff ball. Izuku was starting to wonder how strong the adorable pet still asleep around his neck actually was. Many experts gave a strangled choking gasp in answer to that claim. They couldn't even declare ballsy, since they all knew the stories of that bull terrorizing 3/4 of the area around the city, of the giant single bull that even alone was the bane of Starlight City's mighty army. And what will you make with it? What question is that? Spicy beef noodles, of course. Oh. And Celestial Bull Conqueror filet mignon with Firebird's egg omuris and Celestial Bull's sweet and sour ribs. He answered with a wide smile. You actually caught that blasted thing to use it as an ingredient. You are strong, aren't you, kid? Meng said with a low chuckle. Kinda. Izuku answered with a shy smile. Why ha ha. That fatty bastard Jun tricked me. Why ha ha. It's okay. When he came to me, Jun sold you as a wet behind the ears young chef trying to make a name for himself by challenging me, and I fell for it. Wah ha 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 ha. Meng admitted with a long laugh. Mr. Jun. Izuku said with a gasp. Sorry. I had to prey on his ego. Jun answered, chuckling amused. Screw you, I am not that prideful. But at least I now know I can go all out in this little challenge. So, are you judges ready to eat some one-of-a-kind meat? This kid really got his hands on that monster bull. Meng said with a wide, amused smile. Really, the crowd asked as one in shock. On my honor as a chef and man. Meng answered while puffing out his chest. Oh gods. I am going to eat some legendary meat for free. 𝐻𝐻. Eat your heart out, Long Chen. I am the judge. Not you. One of the judges declared in unbearable pride. Screw you, somebody from the crowd roared in answer. Relax, my friends. Be quiet and let these emissaries work, because the battle starts now. Jun answered, and with his last scream both chefs immediately assaulted their chosen ingredient. While Meng started plucking away the feathers of the giant monster chicken, Izuku started by rinsing his bull ribs with running water to then transfer them to a large pot he then filled in fresh clear water until the meat went covered. How are you making them? Nejaya asked, curious. I am following the original Tang Xiu Xiao Pai recipe from Shanghai. Only with bull meat instead of pork. Izuku answered. Oh. I will use your Shakesing wine if you don't mind, he said, uncorking a bottle covered in carvings of animals Whitey took for him from Meng's storage room. Okay. Just be careful, that is from one of my best batches, don't you dare ruin or waste it. The other answered, growling. Have no fear, I know what I am doing, the young man answered, and once put aside a generous glass of said wine, he moved to cut the ginger into thin stripes, a couple green onions into tiny cubes and added those with some of the wine to the pot, everything topped by some star anise and minced chili pepper. Okay, while I wait for it to start boiling so to blanch the meat, I will prepare the noodles. Izuku declared after putting a lid to the pot. Need a hand, 𝐿𝐭𝐴 asked. If you don't mind, some water please, the chef answered while gathering the flour. Here it is, she answered, already with a big pitcher of water in her hands. So fast, he admitted with wide eyes. He. Good technique, Meng admitted, watching in satisfaction his challenger taking a very short time to mix and knead a perfectly smooth ball of dough. Thanks, and you were not kidding, you really will use a lot of speakeas for your soup. Izuku answered, smiling wide. He had just left the dough to rest on a side and was rapidly removing the foam from on top of the meat pot with a ladle while he talked. You'll see. It will taste just as good as it looks. Meng answered, smugly. Finally done with the boiling, the bull ribs went transferred to a colander to drain while the remaining broth went filtered to remove ginger, green onion, star anise, chili pepper and any other residuals. Meng in the meantime finished covering the chicken wings with the marinade mixture he had prepared so to put them aside for the moment. What about the meat? The fillet thingy? 𝐿𝐴 asked. The fillet mignon. That will be the easier dish, kinda. I have already cut them into shape and put the meat under marinade. I will need to prepare the omurice for last since letting it turn cold will ruin the taste. Izuku answered. Ah, omurice. How I love it. She admitted. Good to know. I will make your portion extra large then. Thank you. 𝐿𝐴 answered with a sing-song voice, and boldly kissed his cheek that immediately turned him redder than a tomato, all for her amusement. Even with his face reaching the melting temperature of steel out of embarrassment, Izuku's cooking skills didn't suffer a bit, and after mixing black vinegar and light soy sauce in a small bowl, he moved to the next step of his ribs recipe. Peanut oil and sugar, he muttered, collecting both ingredients from the system's storage and adding both to a wok already set on the fire at medium heat. Are you going to fry them in sugar? 𝐿𝐴 asked, confused. Surprising, isn't it? And yet it's a fundamental part of the recipe. Izuku answered, chuckling. He was stirring constantly with a spatula to dissolve the sugar slowly, and once sure that the mixture had the right consistency and gained a uniform pale yellow color and smooth texture, he immediately and carefully added the ribs to the wok. Meng in the meantime had recovered the legs from their own marinade and had started roasting them on the thin metal grill he had prepared over some red-hot stones, soon making the mesmerizing sound of the legs' fat dripping and sizzling on the hot stones fill the room, followed right after by the mouth-watering smell of roasting meat. What's important is stirring constantly to coat them well with melted sugar, until the ribs turn golden brown, then you turn off the heat. Izuku explained aloud. Okay, 𝐿𝐴 answered while taking notes on a small pad her friend gave her. Write that down, write that down. Meng instructed one of his assistants with a whisper. Yes sir, the girl answered with a nod. She too wrote down everything on a piece of parchment. A short time later, finally. With a cheerful laugh while tilting the wok, Izuku used a spatula to place the ribs on one side of the wok so as to freely scoop out the extra oil and transfer it into a small bowl, until only about a single tablespoon of oil remained. Now, this is the final step, and it's a very delicate one, Izuku said, adding more wood to the fire under his workstation to raise the fire's intensity to medium-high heat. Moving a hand to hover above the wok, Izuku checked the temperature, and as soon as he was satisfied, he added the vinegar and soy sauce mixture over the ribs and quickly stirred them until the resulting sauce reduced and turned thick enough to coat the ribs. Done. Now some garnish of chopped green onion, and they are ready. Izuku finally declared, adding the tiny green flecks of onion to the various plates of ribs he prepared. Oh, they look delicious. One of the judges admitted in surprise once she got her portion delivered. Here are my sweet and sour bull ribs. Please enjoy. The meat of that living nightmare. I wonder how such a scary monster will taste. a male judge said while lifting one of the ribs with a pair of jade chopsticks and plopping it whole in his mouth. Squeeish. Oh. The answer was, delicious, and the man's at the taste showed it. The meat itself is just so springy and tasty. I think I have bitten through the bone without noticing, but I can't stop chewing. Another judge admitted, and while throwing away her composure, the lady kept filling her mouth in ribs until her cheeks bulged out like a hamster and then munching the giant mouthful voraciously with loud cracking sounds echoing in the room since she did decide to eat the bones as well so to not risk wasting even a single atom of meat. I'll be damned, boy. This is good. And it goes well with wine too. Ha. Meng admitted with a loud laugh. He just kept eating ribs and drinking big dishes of wine, and by the time his plate was empty the guy's face had taken a vibrant red color. Your legs. Izuku answered. F. Meng shrieked in horror at his slip-up. Luckily his own dish still came out perfect no matter his small moment of distraction. Here they are, my spicy inferno bird drumsticks. The burning devil's legs. Meng declared proudly while delivering the portions of his own dish. So spicy. So good. Izuku admitted with shining eyes while eating. No nitpicking. No looking for errors to put me down. I am your opponent, you know. Meng asked, surprised. I know we are having a challenge, but I am a chef first and foremost. I care about the final dish and seeing the ingredients being respected and handled properly. And you did an amazing job at that. He answered. Oh. Thank you. So you really liked them? I loved them. Do we move to the next dish? Izuku asked. Yes. Of course. Meng replied. My word. Choosing a winner will be so hard. One of the judges admitted. Never eaten so well before, Meng should get challenged more often, he is cooking even better than usual, another said. The stranger is a big surprise too, so young and cooking like that. That's a prodigy all right. What followed was Izuku's spicy beef noodles Lord Dog seal of approval against Meng Hao's spiceful chicken soup, and this time as well, judging by the loud slurping sounds coming from the judge's table, both dishes were so good manners went thrown out of the window without a second thought as the 2 men and 2 women shamelessly liked their plates clean. I think this round is on you, Meng muttered with a bitter voice. Izuku, already moving to have seconds of the guy's soup, asked. Nothing. Finish that second portion of soup you took, then we will move to our final dish. Thanks. Who taught you, though? You use some exotic techniques and your speed makes golden core cultivators like me look slow. This is ignoring the ridiculous notion that you have got a divine treasure kitchen knife, of course. My teacher was a SLV driver. A madman that knew no mercy when training his pupils. Izuku answered with a wide smile. Then he was a good teacher. No mercy shown means that the students that survive will be good ones. Bwahahahaha. My own MSTR was the same, and I remember my hatred for him oh so fondly. Meng replied while returning to his workstation. Boss, aren't you being too friendly? One of the man's underlings asked, confused. I thought he was just a stuck-up brat with too big ego. What he is instead is a MSTR of the kitchen just like me, and MSTers respect each other, he answered with a fanged smile. But he is younger than me. And that means you will need to train harder. Now shut up and let me work. My golden wings are my pride and joy and I won't let anything distract me from preparing a perfect dish. Meng roared, making his workers scamper away in fear. Unfortunately, while Izuku was recovering the various cuts of filet mignon of the giant monster ball he had put aside, a strange intruder forced his way inside the restaurant to point a bony finger at the chef with a savage sneer. That boy is finished. Meng Hao has no rivals in Starlight City when it comes to cooking. The very old man declared with a wheezing laugh. He was clad in fiery red robes left open to show his chest that while extremely muscled was still completely covered in wrinkles. Oh, no, it's him. Meng Hao whimpered with an expression of misery. I wouldn't underestimate 𝐒𝐭𝐚 if I were you. He is the king of chefs. Nejaya answered, nonplussed. Foolish brat. He is just a frog at the bottom of a well. He has no idea how harsh the world is outside. Yes, yes. Can't see Mount Tai and all that. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐴 interrupted him while rolling her eyes. No. I mean, yes, but I was about to say that thing about Oriole and cicadas. Or the distance between heaven and earth. She asked, sighing. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐴 had finally remembered where she had seen a situation like the one both she and Izuku were in unfold, only she saw it happening in one of those novels her friend Tamaki would read from time to time and that she tried to read too, but while cringe in itself, it was even worse living it in person compared to reading about it. Show some respect, brat. This old monster is not afraid of administering some discipline to a bimbo like you. The old man answered, and the bimbo remark caused 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐴 to bristle in fury. I was taught to respect my elders, but also to not forget my own self-respect. You are being very rude. She answered. I don't have to play nice. I am stronger than you, so I can act as I please. The old man answered, and moved to grab the girl's neck with a claw-like hand. Whitey! Clang! Without even lifting his eyes from the wok he was cooking with, Izuku gave a gentle order and the robot's big hand closed fast as lightning around the old man's wrist to stop him. Thank you. All yours, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐴. Sorry, but I can't look away from the eggs, the young chef said while still carefully mixing the eggs he was cooking. I am sorry for insinuating that you people talk like a broken record. That was uncalled for and I apologize for my rudeness. But violence is hardly the right answer to it. The girl, surprisingly, apologized to the old man with a formal bow instead of attacking him. Che! You don't know how the world works then. Your words can only be amended with your death or me selling you to a bia. Only then will I be able to save face. The old warrior answered, this time sending his other hand towards 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐴's throat with its fingers straight like a blade. Clang! Troublemaker, cease the attack or you will be stripped as an example to others. Whitey declared once grabbed that same hand to give 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐴 time to fly back and away from the guy. Stripped? Meng asked, appalled. It's Whitey's way to teach manners. Izuku answered, shrugging. You want to sell me to a bia? 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐴 roared in anger with thick spirals of energy flowing around her like a storm. Why? You think you are good for anything else? Besides standing there looking pretty, you don't really offer much else. That's it. Okay. Screw it. Spiral cannon. Turning almost apoplectic in rage, and interrupting Izuku's own roar suddenly enough the young chef painfully bit his tongue, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐴 gave a spectacular scream and, for a lack of better term, pulverized everything in front of her with her strongest attack to date. The savage storm of energy launched the crowd of onlookers out of the restaurant together with the psychotic old man, and the warriors between that crowd had to activate whatever magical artifact they possessed to protect themselves while still being sent flying. Boom! My restaurant! Meng shrieked in horror. Feeling better? Izuku asked, looking at her in worry. Yes. I am sorry about this, I shouldn't snap like that. She answered with a mortified tone sigh. I can't exactly blame you, that was Lin Li of the Blazing Fists, and while a strong warrior, he is as unpleasant as you can make it. I don't want him anywhere near my restaurant, but I guess he managed to sneak in all the same thanks to the ruckus of this challenge. Meng Hao answered, sighing. If he is that unpleasant, why don't people call him out on his manners? Izuku asked. Because he is a monster all right, monstrously strong. And he knows he can get away with whatever he does or says just thanks to his strength. That's unfair. Tell it to all the people he crippled or killed just for a laugh, or while he was drunk, the world is not a nice place. Meng answered with a miserable expression. If he is that dangerous he should be arrested. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐴 said, appalled. Oh, they tried, but there seems to be no prison able to keep him contained for long. And strength like his is too valuable, so many influential families help him stay out of prison in exchange for him taking care of issues they don't want to fix themselves. Boom. To both travelers' surprise, old Lin Li reappeared inside the restaurant only slightly disheveled from an attack that back home could send even giant villains fly into dreamland. His robes were now a bit crumpled while he was scowling harshly. But not a bruise could be seen anywhere on him. You dare attack me instead of accepting your fate? I won't be sold to a BL just to appease your ego. 𝐒𝐲 answered, scowling just as hard. I decided that is your fate and that will happen. No. Because the world doesn't revolve around you. You villain. She answered. My strength is unmatched, and the world is ruled by the strong, so what I say happens. Not on my watch. I will never leave justice in the hands of a selfish man like you. 𝐒𝐲 answered while once again collecting spirals of energy in both her hands. So a mere child dares lift her head in front of me. So be it then. Don't blame this senior for being merciless. You asked for it. Lin roared in fury as he dashed forward. With both hands covered by pure black fire. Spiral cannon. 𝐒𝐲 yelled while pouring as much power as she could in the giant storm of energy she shot at the old psycho. Burning palms of the raging Buddha. Shockingly, the two-handed palm move of the old warrior pushed through the attack with great effort, but he was still soon upon the girl, ready to hit her on the chest with full intention of killing her instantly. 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐿. Whitey. Izuku in the meantime gave a tired sigh and asked for his robot's help. Die. Lin roared. Boom. The sound was atrocious, forcing many members of the crowd to cover their ears in agony as blood faintly dripped from them. But when the smoke cleared, Whitey was in front of 𝐒𝐲 with both Lin's flaming hands lying flat on his round belly and no damage whatsoever visible from the impact. Sigh. Thank you, 𝐒𝐭𝐚, the girl said with a sigh. What? The old warrior gasped in shock. I would have intervened myself, but I am almost done with the Omurus. Whitey has been created to deal with these issues, so it was not a problem asking him to help you. I know you have no need of somebody protecting you, your strength is great in itself, but you will need to forgive me for butting in still to protect somebody precious to me. Sorry, but I can't help it. Izuku admitted with a shy smile. I know, I am not offended. 𝐒𝐲 answered, smiling wide herself. Him calling her precious helped as well. How dare you ignore me? I will just smash your puppet to pieces and then I will tear apart your precious woman. I will force you to eat her corpse. Lin declared with crazed eyes. Whitey. I had enough. Strp him. To Izuku's surprise, 𝐒𝐲 herself gave the order. Host. You heard the lady, go ahead. Izuku answered with a helpless shrug. 4. Your toy can't defeat me. Life-ending palms of the Ashura. The crazed old warrior yelled as hundreds of hits landed on Whitey's chest in a single instant. Troublemaker has shown no intention of stopping. Initiating disciplinary stripping. On the notes of those words, and while the old man was still hitting him, Whitey's big left hand went up. Wham! And then the same hand came down right after in a vertical slap that instantly slammed Lin face down and buried his body several inches into the floor in a perfect imprint. Nobody present could wrap their heads around what they just saw. Lin, the monster of the blazing hands, downed by a single slap, and the ones between them that actually fought the guy and miraculously lived to tell the tale felt both vindicated and humiliated, because that robot made it look so easy to down that human demon. Strap. As an added insult, that same hand then teared off the old warrior's clothes like nothing, and the crowd knew those robes used to be made with the rare and priceless skin and fur of some high-level and hard-to-kill demon beast, and yet the robot managed to tear those like tissue paper. Just the price of replacing those robes made many faint in horror. Oh, God! Old man butt! A youngster in the back shrieked in disgust as the completely naked and unconscious Lin flew past him once thrown outside by Whitey. Never heard of breathes. 𝐒𝐲 shrieked in horror while covering her eyes. Apparently not. Just like with personal hygiene, good manners, and much more, he never bothered with it. Meng answered, grimacing in disgust. I really hope that slap will be enough to make him drop this and just leave, Izuku muttered. How dare you? A howl of madness resounded from outside as a blur flew back into the restaurant. Apparently not. Meng answered, sighing in dismay. He is very persistent, you have no idea, my boy. This old monster won't lose face against a stupid puppet. Lin yelled as an aura of thick black flames encased his body, luckily hiding his bits from view. The troublemaker is not backing down and has been branded as a menace to the host for his killing intent. Entering battle mode. Whitey declared with his monotonous robot voice gaining an icy edge. Battle mode. You can't defeat me. Taste the full power of my secret technique, toy. Soul-rending, Tao-destroying, Dantian-severing, heart-crushing billion raging Buddha's palms. Linley roared in mad fury, and upon reaching the robot, the naked old man rained on Whitey's chest a deluge of hits delivered with such speed it literally looked like a billion hands were attacking the robot at the same time. Thumb. 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 And still the robot showed no reaction whatsoever. He just stood there with a relaxed posture and waited for the fool to finish his tantrum. Troublemaker, please desist, this is humiliating for us both. The cringe levels are too high. Whitey asked. Shut up. Standing here, I realize, 𝐒𝐲 hummed to herself, and Izuku could swear he heard that from somewhere before. Troublemaker is making a fool of himself, and this unit won't permit a troublemaker to waste the host's time with their temper tantrums. To Linley's horror, Whitey walked forward through his endless rain of hits and then bent down to grab the old warrior's right ankle in a lightning-fast fluid motion. Wham! 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 Without any fancy names being called out, Whitey simply lifted Linley above his head by the ankle and slammed the guy down on the floor several times so hard the entire restaurant trembled like in an earthquake. Had enough? The robot asked. 2. Not yet. Linley answered definitely after spitting most of his teeth. Wham! 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 Once again, Whitey used his hold on the man's ankle to slam him on the floor, in the exact same place so to deepen the body imprint that had formed. Had enough. No. Wham! 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 Had enough. I barely felt it. Good heavens, one of the onlookers muttered in horror. Wham! 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 Had enough. Whitey, Izuku tried saying. Wham! 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 Had enough. Whitey-chan, I think that's enough, 𝐒𝐲 tried saying as well. Wham! 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 Had enough. Is your bodyguard enjoying this? Meng asked, horrified. I don't know. Izuku admitted. Wham! 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 Had enough. SSS stupid puppet. Oh, come on. Are you a MSCST? 𝐒𝐲 exclaimed in shock. Wham! 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 Had enough. YYS. Finally, after several rounds, Linley, or whatever mass of bruises that used to be him, hung limp in the robot's grasp. Good. Will the troublemaker trouble the host and his guest again? Whitey asked. No, sir. Linley learned his lesson, sir. Good. You can leave the premises now. The robot declared, lifting the old man again above his head, but this time instead of slamming him down, he threw him, and the once mighty Linley was simply sent flying away out of the restaurant so fast the old man disappeared beyond the horizon in less than a second. Anybody else wishes to aggravate the host or Miss 𝐒𝐲? The robot asked. Sire, the various people present, and the young emesters hiding in there now doing everything they could to not stand out, answered as one. Good. Sigh. Sorry about the sorry spectacle. And about your restaurant? Izuku said with a sorrowful tone. Don't worry, I had already planned for renovations to begin with, your bodyguard just sped up my schedule a little. Is your dish ready? Meng Hao answered, having finished wrapping the wings he was working on in edible gold leaf, and having done it with such care every crease of the skin was still present, as if the wings had been naturally made of gold. Yes, I am ready, here is my dish, Celestial Bull Conqueror Fillet Mignon with Firebird's Egg Omuris. Izuku said while presenting the thick discs of perfectly cut meat topped by the wobbly spheres of golden armlet. What is that? Meng asked. The gold I will use to cover the meat, and contrary to yours, my gold will actually be tasty. Izuku answered, and with a swift movement of his knife he gently punctured each small egg bubble that then ruptured and delicately unfolded to cover the bite-sized portions of filet mignon in a thick cover of golden egg custard interspersed by tiny specks of green herbs and red chilies. It really looks very similar to molten gold, one of the assistants of Meng admitted in surprise. Silence. God, you don't have to give a comment about everything that happens. The giant guy bellowed, annoyed. A bit of sauce, and it's ready. Izuku finished the dish by topping everything with a spoonful of a delicate sweet and sour spicy sauce he made to give the gold a bit of red color. Here, try it. My own gold dish. Don't mind if I do. Meng answered, using 2 jade chopsticks to pick up one of the meat discs in his plate and plopping the entire thing in his mouth with an eager expression. Ahahaha. Just what I expected from somebody endorsed by old man Sun Mucheng. This thing is DMN amazing. Jun admitted with a jovial laugh after wiping his own plate clean in a matter of seconds. He cooked the egg into a salty custard, and managed to create a pocket out of the same egg to contain it. His handling of the ingredient is nothing short of sublime. One of the judges commented, pleased. The meat was just melting in the mouth at each bite, a flavor encompassed by the egg cover that, while delicate and soft, hugged and coated the tongue in the pure taste of the egg, enriched by the chilies tickling the nose and the herbs giving it a more round taste with a faint, captivating 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐻 undertone. How was it? Izuku asked. DMN good. Just as I thought, you are no ordinary chef. There is a thing I don't understand, though. Yes. I admit that my gold-covered wings have always been my joy, so I may sound pretty defensive of the recipe, but I need to ask, why do you hate gold leaf that much? Meng Hao asked. Because it's only glitter. Izuku answered immediately. Echen. It has no flavor, no texture, no nutritional value, and so it has no place on a dish. Even as a decoration, it adds nothing, besides bragging rights about somebody being so wealthy to eat gold. Your wings are exceptional. The taste is amazing, the skin crunchy and flavorful, and the meat has a smooth and tender texture that shows how the ingredient was treated with the care it deserves while cooking. But it didn't need a gold wrapping, it was already golden the right way, with the color of that appealing skin. Hey, you really love food, isn't it, kid? Meng asked with a sad smile. I love ingredients and cooking, yes. Izuku answered, smiling. I could see that. There was a chef that held the same level of love for cooking that I respected with all myself, you know. I built this restaurant's name and its fame as an homage to him. The giant of a man explained with a fond tone. But he died in anonymity. Nobody knew the miracles he could do whenever he entered the kitchen. Too mundane, too simple. Not classy enough. That was how those ignorant fools always marked his dishes. He too hated gold leaf, especially since that wrapping was the very same reason his rival won their challenge and took away his restaurant to turn it into. This. In the name of revenge, I just took what I learned from that great man and added to it the same gold wrapping, and won back this place. Did gold change the taste? Not even in the slightest, just as you and him used to say, but by letting go of that small morsel of pride, I could avenge my idol, in a sense. Believe me, while I came to like the color of gold, I would give everything to not see it in my dishes ever again. But life is often made of compromises. They want to show their status, by any means necessary. Izuku admitted with a sigh. Sadly, yes. Sorry then, I pinned you for a kind of chef you clearly are not, my apologies, the young man admitted with a bow. No need to apologize. I can't really blame you, you know. After a while playing the same role day after day for years, the character and the real person get blurred together and not even you yourself can tell where the real you starts anymore. Meng admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. Still, it was not nice for me to jump to conclusions, Izuku admitted with a small smile. Spare me the pity, you kicked my butt with food already, don't twist the knife in the wound more. Meng answered, chuckling. Sorry. I get it, I get it. So, what's the recipe you want to know about? But we haven't voted yet, one of the judges tried saying. Shut it. Who cares about it? I had fun, the boy had fun, and you got to eat for free, be happy with that and don't ruin the moment. Meng cut her off with a growl. I never. Yes, whatever. It's so tiring, Izuku, I often feel more like a babysitter than a chef, the tall guy admitted with a whisper that made the other chuckle. I don't envy you. Yes, enjoy my misery, you tiny bstrd. So, the recipe. I would like to know about that fire-filled dragon carp fish dish the city is so famous for, Izuku answered. You went for an old classic. That's nice to hear. For an instant I thought you wanted to know about one of those fancy and new daring recipes that are all the rage between the new generations nowadays. You can't imagine how much that actually raises my respect for you. Meng admitted with a loud laugh. Oh, I am happy to hear that. So can you help me? Izuku answered. Of course I can. But in exchange I want you to tell me how that Omurus thing works, because that is a form of gold I can get behind. Of course. Actually, there is also another piece of gold I can offer if you want. Izuku answered. Really? Do show me. Meng said, excited. It's a form of glazing called mirror glazing. I saw some nice yellow fruits between the ingredients in your storage. I will show you how to use them to make a jelly that shines like a mirror, and with that color, it will be extremely similar to gold too. Izuku answered. Hoo. So excited, okay. Show me your magic, young chef. Meng answered. Yes, sir. Izuku was happy for that chance. Those strange fruits had the consistency of apples but tasted like pineapple. He had to get his hands on those. Understood. The seeds of those fruits, if put aside by the host, will count as a captured ingredient and will be added to the restaurant storage. Good job. The system confirmed with a small jingle. Said that both chefs returned to their workstations, only this time each working slowly and explaining in great details each step of their creations. It's fairly easy, all things considered. The dragon carp in the name is mostly a poetic way to present the fish meat that has turned red as a fire dragon's scales after cooking. Same with the fire-filled thing, it's all about a sauce made with chilies, but it's not that spicy. In fact, it's pretty mild. It's a matter of flavor in this case, the spicy taste in it, not the burning sensation. The tricky part is opening a pocket in the fish the right way to not have anything spill out until it is done cooking and you add it to the soup. Meng explained while removing scales and bones of the fish. Nice. As for me instead, first I will show you how to extract gelatin from fish and cattle bones, then how to refine it, and finally how to use it to make both desserts and other dishes. Luckily your restaurant is so outlandish you actually have a way to freeze food and keep it cold the way I need, even if to do so you use a low-level ice element demon core. Izuku in the meantime went through his own small lesson, with both chefs rapidly exchanging tips and suggestions as they worked. The audience watched in amazement then as both chefs somehow managed to both teach and get taught a new recipe at the same time as the most famous dish of Starlight City and a brand new method of dessert making came to be at the same time. Is that boy a monster? One of those pompous heirs muttered in horror. He is 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 monster. Nagiya answered, proudly and with an adorable dusting of red on her cheeks as she gave her declaration. It's useless, Wang Lin. You can't have her, the guy's friend muttered dejectedly. Goddammit. I am a soul refiner, silver core, tiger claw, snake spirit, big dong, heaven sun, dust hand, earthquake, warrior level cultivator. I am supposed to always get the jade beauty. I know. The heavens are merciless. Just don't spit BLD over this. I don't even know if I should laugh or cry. Hush. Nagiya hissed with a frown that managed to silence the two, with the added result that the two guys turned even more depressed. Finally, once both chefs finished their cooking lesson, they presented the resulting dish. On Meng Hao's workstation stood a perfectly done fire-filled carp dragon, a appealing fried fish with its heavenly tender meat filled by a spicy and smooth chilies cream red as BLD. The fish was swimming in a sublime pristine brown soup with algae, carrots and mushrooms cut in shapes to mimic a pond, with the steam of the dish giving it a very mysterious air. Izuku instead presented a pie glazed with a golden fruit glaze perfectly smooth and unblemished and shining like a mirror of gold, and to the side, several slices of the same fruit he used for the glaze had been cut and layered to form a gorgeous lotus flower. He then had added as a tiny bit of flexing a 2-inch miniature of Meng Hao himself sitting cross-legged in a meditation pose in the center of the lotus, that too made from one of those same fruits. Golden Pie of Ascension. To give it a name in style with this restaurant. Izuku declared with a cheeky smile. Wahahahaha. It really looks like gold. And it actually reflects like a mirror. That technique of yours really is nice. You sure you want to teach me that? Meng Hao asked. It looked like a fair exchange between friends, yes. As a MSTR to another, as you said. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 answered. Well, you did defeat me and took one of my knives as a trophy. Teaching me a new recipe sounds like a nice peace offering. So yeah, I can accept that. Just let's go through the motions one more time step by step, because that really sounds complicated. The tall man replied. Of course. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 answered with a happy smile. Before that, though, yes. Who was that man that inspired you? Who else? My father, of course. The best diamond chef of Starlight City. Meng answered, proud. Nice. Sigh. One down. We only need that phoenix bird now, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 said with a sigh of relief, and was happy to see the situation closing on such a positive note as the two chefs actually becoming friends instead of enemies. Day of the tournament's finals, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 was sleeping soundly, at peace with the world and all things. The bed felt heavenly, warm and comfortable, and she never, ever wanted to wake up. 𝐒𝐽𝐽-chan. We really should get up. We need to accompany Mr. Sun and Miss Su to that arena. 𝐒𝐿 voice cut through the idyllic sensation of peace, a thing that forced 𝐒𝐽𝐽 to bury her face in his hair to escape the need to wake up. 𝐒𝐽𝐽-chan. Please. 𝐒𝐿 begged again from the confines of her forelimbs, crushing hug and the cover of her long hair. Yes, she had sneaked in his bed again, but that was because she was cold and because she needed to save appearances and keep the lie of them being together ongoing. 𝐒𝐽𝐽-chan. There was also the fact that after all those days together, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 was starting to get used to seeing his face that close every morning when she woke up. He had a very adorable sleeping face to go with the amazing warmth he exuded. 5 more minutes, she whined while clinging to him harder. Normally I wouldn't mind, but we made a promise. 𝐒𝐿 answered. Fine. She had finally come to terms about her and Mirio being done, and for the first time, her sleep was finally serene and peaceful. But still, they did promise they would have been there, so she gave a last squeeze to 𝐒𝐭𝐴's entire body and then finally got up from the bed. Sorry for waking you up. 𝐒𝐿 actually apologized and rapidly got dressed. It's okay, it's okay. I am more awed you never tried cupping a feel. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 answered, pleased to see him turn around once again to not watch her change. I am not that kind of guy, he answered, appalled. And that's cool. But, you know, I wouldn't have minded if it was you. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 answered. What the slam? The girl didn't even let him finish his shocked statement that she was already out the room and slamming the door closed. Kyun. Shiro gave a long call and actually looked curious, head moved to the side and all. I hate when they tease me, 2 lifetimes and I still can't deal with that. 𝐒𝐿 answered with a groan. This esteemed lord can only offer a prayer to you, partner. I fear things will become more hectic still, in the future. But I'll be by your side all the same. The small ancestral Doutai thought in answer while jumping on the chef's shoulders to wrap himself around his neck like a scarf. Sigh. Let's go, Shiro-kun. 𝐒𝐿 said with a sigh, hurrying to join 𝐒𝐽𝐽, Sun and Su outside. Arena of the tournament. The arena was a perfect half-sphere built with dull black stone bricks and slightly buried into the ground. The whole thing measured at least 500 meters in height and had several feet of water occupying the middle of the arena right under a suspended platform acting as ring for the fights. The seats for the audience ran in concentric rings along the entire perimeter of the building, with the highest seats being reserved to the emperor and other dignitaries. At the opposite side of the emperor instead sat the fighters, and right next to those there was the opening mechanism for the retractable bridge connecting their seats to the small platform above the water. A round disc of smooth rock 50 meters in diameter suspended barely a foot above the freezing water thanks to 4 giant chains. As 𝐒𝐿 suspected, the fights were just as brutal as the concept of chi cultivation suggested. He and 𝐒𝐽𝐽 saw the 10 finalists battle against each other in a series of battles of increasing brutality, with men and women zipping through the air exchanging blows at absurd speed, and more often than not with various elements, like fire, water, and wind, trailing behind each hit or defensive technique to further increase their already insane power. Had things not be that absurdly violent and bloody, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 would have compared it to a real-life anime episode. But after seeing a man getting both his arms torn off like tissue by a tiny girl half his size, and the guy returning the favor by literally biting the girl's left leg off, she preferred to say nothing. That phoenix is an obscenely rare spirit beast, Having it as a companion already means having victory in your grasp at all times, but if you fuse with it through a ritual, your power will increase thousandfolds at each new breakthrough, and with the added bonus of healing from every wound no matter what. That is why they are so ready to tear each other limb from limb. They are all betting everything on their victory with the hope that by fusing with the phoenix, they will heal back every piece they gave up. Old Man Sun explained with a sorrowful tone. Does it really work like that? Izuku asked, horrified. I can't say, it's all a legend based on the only other case of a cultivator fusing herself with a firestorm phoenix to achieve a breakthrough that saved her from certain death. Many, like me, actually wonder if that is only a fairy tale, or even worse, that effect works only with that particular race of phoenixes. He answered. And they all still throw their lives away like that? Nejaya asked in horror. The world is a harsh place, and some instead of learning to adapt, aim to reshape it to fulfill their own desires, and for that they need power, and the most unscrupulous are ready to do everything to get that power. Sun answered. I see, the girl muttered, saddened. SSH. It's Chacha's turn. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 interrupted them with a harsh hiss while pointing at the center of the arena where a tiny girl with her hair tied in 3 buns and wearing a bright pink 𝐿 dress was about to fight a giant hulking man with a wild hairstyle resembling a lion mane. Get ready to jump in once she is done to challenge her. Sun reminded her. Don't worry, I have been ready to fight her ever since I woke up, the young woman answered. They all though missed the emperor walking away from the fight once alerted of something by a servant. Belly of the arena, while Chacha was fighting, splash. 𝐔𝐬𝐽, a young man with pristine and expensive robes gasped futilely while his head was being forcefully held deep under the water of a stone basin. Up, the emperor ordered once he joined the various armored men filling the empty room in the arena dungeons. BWHA. FA father. The young man, Starlight City's prince, gasped for air and watched his approaching father with scared eyes. Zhongxian, your father is very disappointed. The emperor answered with a scowl, and the burly guard holding the prince by the back of the neck took it as a signal to once again force the youngster's head underwater. 𝐔𝐬𝐽, the young man trashed futilely to try breaking free of the hold on him. Up. Wah. FA father. It is not what you believe. I would never conspire against you. The prince begged, his tears mixing with the rest of the water dripping from his face. I thought I taught you better, but instead you still lied to me. Down. The prince begged, but any further words became just a mass of bubbles escaping from the bottom of the basin. Up. I was not conspiring, I swear. My deal with the Mucheng clan has nothing to do with the throne. Prince Zheng hurriedly said as soon as his head was forced out of the water. You aren't even good at lying. I am the emperor. Nothing that happens inside my territory escapes my sight. You promised that fool a seat as your personal advisor as soon as you ascended to the throne, in exchange of you getting both little Chacha and little Su as your concubines. The emperor said with a disappointed tone. How? Your father has been covering for your foolish escapades with women for years. Have you any idea of how many BSTRD children I had to make disappear? Your loins have always been your weakness. Your willingness to go to every length necessary to sate your urges are worthy of legends. And yet I, your father, hoped that sooner or later you would have set your head straight and become a proper heir. But I was wrong. Your lust for women has reached such a level that you are ready to kill your own flesh and blood in exchange for some carnal pleasure. The emperor spat in great fury, and this time the prince was kept under the water almost long enough to make him lose consciousness. BW. Father. I am sorry. Spare your son. Please. Zheng begged with ragged breath and half-lidded eyes. Spare you? A traitor? Why should I? The emperor asked. I will kill Chacha myself. As a proof of loyalty. I will kill her as a mark of me abandoning my ways and becoming worthy. I only ask for a last chance to father. Fool. Chacha Mucheng is already fated to die. She has been ever since she got PNT with yet another BSTRD child of yours. That was what brought you here. The man answered. WW what? Dispose of him, Captain. You already know the punishment I bestowed on him. the emperor declared while walking away without sparing another glance at his first son. Yes, your imperial celestial majesty, the captain of the guards answered immediately. No. Father. Father. The prince exclaimed in horror as 4 men grabbed a limb each to force him on the ground spread-eagled. Your privates brought you to this point, blame them, not your esteemed father. On that cue the captain shouldered an extremely heavy-looking war hammer, and aimed it at the prince's PP. No. No. I will spare you and myself further ignominy by saying that the current head of the Mu Cheng clan tried assassinating me for some absurd plan to steal the throne and that you died to save the emperor's life. At least nobody will ever know you died bleeding to death from your crushed pelvis. Farewell, my son. With those words the emperor closed the door behind himself just as the heavy hammer started moving downwards. No. Not a single guard in that room flinched at the crunching sound that cut that wretched scream short, and none of them saw a shadowy figure leave the room unnoticed after spying on the whole thing. With the emperor, showing an absolute lack of caring for what had happened to his own firstborn, the emperor met again the same shockingly old-looking monk he had sent to catch the ancestral Daotai fundamental for his ascension to godhood, and only then the emperor showed an emotion, unbridled rage. I seem to remember my esteemed persona telling you that unless you returned with that accursed Daotai on a leash, you would have died by my own hands at our next meeting. And I don't see any creature of infinite greed bigger than a mountain anywhere. So why are you here in front of me? He roared. My lord. Please have mercy. My talismans keep telling me the Daotai is somewhere in this very city. But this poor old fool doesn't understand how that is actually possible. The mummy-like old man begged in despair. What? The Daotai is here. Right now. In my city. Yes. Every talisman I use catches the lingering traces of the bottomless power of that almighty beast, but no matter where me and those guards look, we can't find it. Have you checked everywhere? Yes, my lord. Even underground. How can this be? Do the legends describe the ancestral Daotai as having any special powers its own descendants don't have? The emperor asked. Many, my lord. As many as the stars in the sky. As the first Daotai and the source of all greed, he has many terrifying abilities. But nothing recorded talks about abilities that could permit such a mighty beast to roam free in this city unseen, especially with its immense sizes. The monk replied in tears. I see, I will believe you this time. There must be something we are missing. The emperor answered with a thoughtful tone. I am combing the city, my lord. Every stone is being upturned. Good, continue. Once I deal with the last remaining details of my son's latest idiocy, I will triple the soldiers at your disposal for the search, the emperor declared. Thank you, my lord. Boom. It was then that a loud explosion rocketed the entire arena and caught the attention of both men. What is happening? My lord. A guard screamed in horror. Ankh burst into the corridor. What? The emperor demanded. A tragedy, sir. Before we could shoot the arrow to kill that girl, the heiress of the Mu Cheng clan showed herself still alive and challenged her to a duel. The soldier said, Okay, and... Sir. The elders of the Mu Cheng clan are fighting together against the disgraced son. While Lao is battling against a strange chef and his puppet, Eso. Deal with them. You can't possibly be so demented to need my guidance or orders to resolve such a simple matter. The emperor growled in answer, unable to believe his own soldiers were that incompetent. Your Majesty. That girl, Cha-Cha, before the battle with her cousin started, has boldly declared her being pregnant with the prince's heir. Everybody heard her, the soldier said with a small voice full of horror. What? That little where? And the soldier was right in feeling such fear, because before he even had time to react, the emperor exploded forward in a rage-filled dash nothing could stop, not even the poor soldier's body that exploded into a giant splash of blood upon contact. Wait, my lord. I will help you. The monk declared while chasing the emperor, and uncaring of the dead man's remains he stepped over in his haste to follow his MSTR. Arena, it was a mess. High in the sky old man's son was fighting alone against the other 3 elders, one of which his own brother, thanks to the miraculous breakthrough he had with Izuku's healing cuisine. and right under them, 𝐿𝐴 and 𝐶 were locked in a stalemate as they exchanged lightning-fast blows so violent the four massive chains holding up the ring shook violently enough to look about to snap. In the stands, now vacated by any audience, Izuku was parrying Lao's spear attacks with his own Sea Dragon kitchen knife while Whitey and Nejiya faced the personal guards and occasional assassins of the Mucheng clan in a 2 vs 30 battle with no quarters given. Why? Clang. You. Clang. Oppose. Clang. My ambition. Lao Mucheng spat furiously, each word accompanied by a wild move forward of the crystal head spear in his hands meeting the kitchen knife in a shower of sparks. I do because your ambition was built on murder and manipulation. You killed your brother. You crippled your father. And you crippled and almost killed your niece. You even used your daughter. On what ground could I just stand there and watch as you played with people's lives as you please? Izuku answered, and his own swipe managed to cut the body of the spear in two, for Lao's horror. I was of the idea you were a chef, not a hero. Lao answered sneering, returning the broken spear inside the ring on his hand and summoning from there an overly ornate sword with a roaring dragon engraved on its wide blade. That is the thing, you idiot. I decided I can be both. Well said, 𝐿𝐴. Nejiya declared from the sidelines, proud of her friend. Troublemakers, you will all be stripped as an example to others. Whitey declared while helping the girl fend off the joint attacks of the clan's guards. Who are you, even? To force me to bring out my trump card, the sword I secretly created to deal with the emperor himself with the ancient fang of a dragon. That knife of yours is very annoying, so it's time for it to break. Lao yelled in rage, and with a flash of BLD red chi aura he appeared in front of Izuku in the blink of an eye. Die. Die under my SKY cutting dragon sword. The madman yelled while slashing down with his sword. Oh, shut up. One blade, samsara cut. Ito, Rina Orosha the young chef answered with an upward slash himself. Splat. Gya. Lao shrieked in agony as the golden blade that went shot from Izuku's slash not only sliced through the sword like butter, it kept traveling forward cutting away the man's right arm at the shoulder, cleaved in half the stands, cut in two one of the chains holding up the ring and finished its fly cutting in half the opposite wall of the arena, all under the impressed look of the emperor and monk duo that had just walked out to watch everything unfold. Father! 𝐿𝐴 yelled in horror, and that moment of distraction was all 𝐶 needed to deliver a final, world-crushing punch to the girl's face that sent her flying, but before her body could actually go though the opposite wall, 𝐶 had already hurried past her to catch the now unconscious girl. 𝐿𝐴, you should thank the new life growing in your WMB if I focused my attacks on your limbs and head only and never really went for the kill. The children should never pay for the sins of the parents, so until he or she is born, I will protect you. But after that, well, we'll see. 𝐶 declared while gently moving 𝐿𝐴 to lie on the floor out of harm's way. Up in the sky, Eno. Lao. One of the elders cried out in horror, right before breaking formation to hurry at his nephew's side. Bo! Come back here. One of the other two elders roared in anger. Don't get distracted, O mighty second elder. Your life will be over otherwise. Sun said with a victorious roar, his muscles had grown immensely as he unleashed his full power on those three elders, turning him into a vengeful hulking demon raining hits on the three men he once called brothers, one of which was his actual BLD-related brother. We crippled you. We banished you. How have you become so strong? Third elder demanded while helping second avoid a punch coated in enough chi to resemble a flaming meteor, thus saving his life. Bwahahahaha. I always knew it was no accident what crippled me. You and my brother had always been little traitorous shs veering for more power than you deserve. And today I have the chance to avenge my son and granddaughter. We recovered from your machinations and are here to return you everything with interest. The judgment has been cast. Death. Sun answered while assaulting the two elders that were now desperately trying to hold back who used to be the strongest of the four elders, and that was now even stronger than before. I am coming to help you, grandfather. It was then that 𝐶 joined the battle, making the two elders swear loudly. One monster was already a handful. But two. Do the descendants of Sun Mucheng all have demon BLD in their veins? With Izuku, brother Sun recovered his old strength and even achieved a breakthrough. Su not only healed from the deadly pollen we fed her, but even kept her cultivation and monstrous strength. All this happened right after you arrived in Starlight City. Was it all your doing? Elder Bo demanded with a snarl after covering Lao's stump with a gelatinous paste that immediately stopped the bleeding. I may have chosen the path of a chef, but deep in my heart, I still want to be a hero. And meddling with the plans of villains is the pure essence of a hero. To me at least. Izuku answered. You cut my blade in two. What's wrong with that knife of yours? Lao asked with a faint, yet ferocious growl that made him sound more a beast than a man. Your sword was made with the fangs of a young dragon, my knife. Mine is made with the fang of a appealing dragon lady that has reached maturity, the chef answered while flashing a proud smile to his kitchen knife, and he could swear he felt pride emanating from it for just a second at the praise. Well, I hope your clan knows that even with all the treasures of the world, they won't escape the wrath of the Mu-Cheng clan. Once we've resolved this minor setback, I will personally guide our full might and eradicate you and everybody you love. No woman, elder or child shall be spared. Elder Bo promised with a crazed look. Host doesn't need to worry, none of them has the qualification to be a threat to you. Nobody else in this universe does. The system declared solemnly, and the fragments of the broken sword and the ring on Lao's severed hand started glowing in light. Ah! The Phoenix is now within grasp of the host, and with the success of this abrupt mission the host level will rise to in commemoration. The system will use the imperfect divine treasures in possession of the man named Lao to create a new instrument for the host. Should the host achieve ascension and become the god of cooking of the hero world, that piece of equipment will then be officially recognized as part of your own god of cooking kitchen set. The entity declared as the ring and the broken sword disappeared into specks of light. What? My treasures? No. The DLVOI will take a while as everything will need to be broken down and purified of impurities and imperfections before being used to forge the instrument. The system apologizes for the delay. Once returned home, the host will be free to give every specifics he wants for its creation. Oh, cool. Izuku admitted with a wide smile. What have you done, boy? Bo demanded with blazing eyes. To his dismay though, the very last Mu-Cheng guard just happened to fly past them undressed, signaling that Nejaya and Whitey had done dealing with them. Me, nothing. My sponsor. They are about to give me a commemorative present for ruining your plans. Izuku answered with a cheeky smile. Oh, a souvenir? Nejaya asked as she and Whitey joined Izuku to stand at his sides. Yep. I am surrounded by incompetence, the old man roared in madness. With a tiger in my right hand, I am unmatched on land. Sun was heard intoned from above them. Oh, no, not that technique. Bo uttered in panic. Stop him. With a dragon in my left hand, I am undefeated in the sky. Stoop, both elders in the sky yelled as one. Go, Grandpa. Avenge father. Su was heard screaming right after. This is not revenge. This is justice. Heaven Earth style, twin beast king's punch. Sun roared like a mighty beast. Thumb. Thumb. The time between that victorious scream and the actual hit was probably less than a second, and yet the loud dull sound of Sun's double punch landing on the two elders' chest was so loud it rang through every corner of the entire city, and with an almost synchronized double explosion, the two elders went shot down to the ground and through the arena until they both disappeared deep underground with their chest cavities smashed inwards. If they survived that attack, their fighting days were still officially over forever. Second elder. Third elder. Lao gasped in horror. It's over, brother. You are alone now. Admit defeat, confess your crimes, and you will be given proper justice following our laws. Sun asked once he and Su landed behind the elder and Lao. Both traitors were so alone and surrounded by enemies. My plan. My scheme for the throne. All in ruins. Bo yelled in rage, and all the others could see only madness burn in his eyes. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Lao muttered weakly. Silence, you fool. I championed you and that 𝐿𝐿 Chacha and put up with your insufferable ramblings only to see everything go up in smoke. And all because of that damned chef. Dai. Bo's scream was deafening, and with a beastly roar he assaulted Izuku with the clear intention of ripping him limb from limb. Iken! Nejiya screamed in horror as the old psycho was upon them in the time she needed to blink. Troublemac-swing. Splat. To everybody's surprise, a thin blade flew by itself to behead Bo in an instant, making the elder's head plop harmlessly at Izuku's feet while the rest of the body continued its charge past him to splatter on the floor right after. Clap. 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 What followed was an excited clapping as the Emperor himself made his way towards them while he used his chi to guide the sword back in the scabbard at his hip. Amazing battles, each and every one of them. This Emperor truly is impressed. He then said once reached the group. Your Majesty. Sun Ansu said as one while kneeling down. Raise. Your Emperor is way too excited to deal with stuffy etiquette. The man answered, grinning wildly once his eyes landed on Izuku. And Shiro sleeping around his neck. It's there. My lord, the talisman cannot be wrong. The boy has the Dao Tai. The monk said with a wide, crooked smile. There it is. My precious ancestral Dao Tai. My dear chef, not only you helped destroy an evil plan to usurp our throne, but you also brought us the greatest treasure we were unable to locate. The Emperor said while putting both hands on Izuku's shoulders. This Emperor is almost humbled by the sheer amount of debt he has towards you. Name everything you want, and as a thank you for your services, we will give you everything you ask tenfold. He then said, I would not believe him if I were you, young sir. My father has a habit of coating every word he says in poisoned honey. Sweet at first glance, and deadly right after. A new voice said, Second Prince. Sun gasped in shock. I see that my father's lie about my unfortunate death on the battlefield is still widely spread, unsurprising considering how different our worldviews are. The second prince was a dashing youth, tall and strong and exuding a majestic aura worthy of a hero from legends. You, the Emperor said while clenching Ichi on Izuku's shoulders, and the chef's discomfort caused Shiro to stir awake and immediately turned zest off at seeing such a blatant show of intimidation aimed at his partner. Me, father. I have long since returned from that nice suicide mission for the good of the empire you so generously sent me to, a mission I completed in success, mind you. I appeased those people that wanted you dead for what you did to them, and they promised that as soon as I succeed you on the throne, they will actually form an alliance with us. Especially since my wife comes from these lands. You survived, this emperor is happy to dash, stop lying, father. You are just as bad at it as Zhong was, before you killed him. The first prince is dead. Su gasped in horror. I am not following. Nejiya admitted. Lots of backstabbing happened. Whitey supplied. Oh. You. Young chef. The second prince said. Yes. Izuku asked, already a second away from using knocking to break free from the emperor's hold on him. My father wants that Dao Tai of yours to become a god following some silly little legend without a shred of legitimacy. He is a madman obsessed with eternal life and scared of death that has killed people by the thousands just to gain a single year to add to his lifespan. I suggest you do not give him that pet of yours, because the only prize you will get from it will be a swift death, same goes for your woman. Lies. You are trying to steer people against us. The emperor answered. Host, you may be aware already, but the system will offer a confirmation. Everything that man said is indeed the truth. No lies have been detected by the system. Good to know. Izuku answered with a sigh. Ah. Impact knocking, nirvana. With a gong-like sound, Izuku's right palm impacted with the emperor's chest, sending him skidding back with a perfect imprint of the chef's hand on the man's armor. Ua! My lord! The monk shrieked in horror, but before he could do anything, the second prince chopped him on the neck and knocked him out. So you dare go against an emperor? Foolish children. With godhood within my grasp, I will never stop. No matter how many have to die. The man yelled while brandishing his sword and assaulting Izuku. My word, these people are aggravating. A cultured deep voice was heard before a delicate fluffy paw slapped down, painfully slamming the emperor face down. What? Shiro-kun? Izuku asked, unnerved. In the flesh, even if I don't really like talking like you people do, it is uncomfortable to my throat. But even I grow tired of these people and their empty words. There is only so much verbal mstrbn I can take before it becomes too much, the ancestral Doubtai declared while jumping down from Izuku's shoulders to stand above the downed emperor's head. Why would? The man growled while weakly pulling himself up to stand on all fours and glare at the small animal. I heard of that legend back in the days, you know. It was quite the hassle and it cost me my beloved partner. She was killed by a dirty fool like you that thought eating my heart could turn him into a god. I loved that girl. The Doubtai said with narrowed eyes, then his body started to grow exponentially. The fluffy fur retracted to leave it place to smooth skin as white as snow and filled in powerful muscles. 2 ice blue eyes became 4 and red as BLD, the tiny cute paws with otherworldly soft beanies swayed place with 4 giant and sturdy hooves massive in sizes, and the petite mouth and face went transformed into a monstrous mouth filled in dozen of rows of teeth. One could actually declare being too much teeth. The true form of the ancestral Doubtai was so massive the entire arena went crushed to dust under a single hoof while the beast dwarfed the entirety of Starlight City, and its appearance, besides sending the place into panic, forced the fighters still in the arena to take flight to get some distance, except Izuku's group that instead found themselves on Shiro's massive back, admittedly the safest place on the entire DMN planet. What the F? Both Nejiya and Izuku cursed as one in surprise. What you are seeing is the ancestral Taotia's battle form, the form it takes to fully utilize its powers. Please don't be scared, he is on our side as host Izuku's partner and pet the system alerted both. Kind of hard to stay calm. Nejiya admitted. Shiro-kun. Izuku instead asked. Who? Have no fear, my beloved partner. I will just deal with this small pest then we'll get home. I already smelled that electric bird you need, so we will collect it no matter where they are hiding it. As for you, the ancestral Doubtai answered before nailing the floating emperor with 6 BLD red eyes devoid of pity. You are looking at the Doubtai you wanted so much. What now? Surprisingly, the emperor turned tail and tried running away. No running, coward. You tried attacking my partner, and that means I am on a bond to devour you. Gravely offended by the guy's attempt at fleeing, Shiro opened his mouth impossibly wide enough to look like he could ideally swallow the entire Demon City whole and launched from deep inside his mouth billions of thin black tendrils that snapped forward at light speed and latched onto the Emperor to drag him back towards his maw. The Emperor shrieked in fear as he was unable to break free, but before he could disappear inside the Taotia's stomach, the second prince intervened. Lord Doubtai. Please wait. My father has committed many sins, many grievous crimes, and I want people to know. I want him to stand trial for his many misgivings and let the law decide his punishment. The prince begged. You know well that by law he will be condemned to death. Will you then be the one to carry on the task? Will you bear the weight of killing your own father? Shiro asked. Yes. I know well there is no chance my father's fate won't be death penalty, and I will be the one to cut his head. But he still needs to stand trial, even just to not get down to his level and merely kill him. Justice and laws exist for a reason, it is what separates us from the beasts or the monsters, and I want to stand by those ideals. He will have a trial. And I will be his executioner. The prince answered. Take this DMN fool. Shiro, rolling his 4 eyes, released the struggling emperor, and as soon as the man tried fleeing again, one massive hoof moved down like a guillotine to shoot him through a nearby building like a human bullet. He really was an idiot. Shiro said with a sigh before returning into his small and adorable rest mode form around Izuku's neck. Sigh. I will go collect him, please forgive me, the second prince answered with a defeated sigh as he moved to make sure his father was just unconscious instead of death from that merciless attack. This day has been pretty eventful, Sun admitted while ogling Shiro and Izuku in apprehension. Who are you people? Why does everything about you two makes no sense at all? Su asked, groaning. Shiro-chan's monster form was a surprise for us too. Nejiya admitted, and she hated how the small Doubtai looked clearly smug about it. Just give me that DMN lightning phoenix. I wanna go home. Izuku asked with a tired groan while massaging his temples. Right. I will ask the prince where it is. Give me a minute. Sun answered immediately. There wasn't much of a fanfare when the scared bird was delivered to Izuku and Nejiya. In fact, the two travelers had to sneak out and pretty much escape the city like thieves thanks to the combined effort of the second prince, now emperor, and both Mucheng warriors just to avoid being lynched by civilians and guards alike, and the portal the system used to bring them open couldn't open fast enough if you asked them. Later that day, with Nejiya, UA dormitories contrary to what she expected, her return to UA did raise a huge commotion between a worried sick Ryukyu and a desperately apologetic Night Eye pestering her in question about where she had spent the night and if she was okay. Along with the two pro-heroes promising that should she wanted, they were more than open to the idea of skinning Mirio alive for her. It's okay, Mirio made his choice and I understand. I am not mad anymore. I got over it, she answered. You got over it, in a single night? Ryukyu asked, confused. It may have been a single night for you, but for me, it felt like days. I am okay, I just want to return to my life now, study, being a hero, meeting friends, the usual. Nejiya answered. I am glad you are okay, just remember that both me and Ryukyu are there for you, your friends too. You are not alone. Night Eye said. Thank you, I am happy to hear that, the girl answered with a wide smile. Both pros were happy to see her being up to her usual standards. Whenever you need, Nejiya. Now go, in a couple hours the sport festival will begin, and I know you will hate to miss it, Ryukyu said with a small smile of her own. Right. I need to collect a couple things and ask Tamaki-chan something. I need to go. Thank you for helping me, bye. Nejiya answered before zooming away at high speed. Hoo. She really is okay, thank God. The dragon hero said with an elated chuckle. Whatever miracle helped her, I thank it from the bottom of my heart, Night Eye answered, sighing. What's important is that she is safe. Come, let's have a celebratory coffee. With pleasure, he answered. He will still kick Toshinori and Mirio's butt for this incident, but he will have his coffee first. Meanwhile, Tamaki's room, Tak. Who's it? The super shy boy asked aloud once heard knocking. Tamaki-chan. Can I come in? Nejiya asked. Yes, feel free, he answered, sighing in dismay, but letting her in. Thank you, what do you need? He asked once seen her take a seat at his desk. Nothing too extreme. I saw you read a couple wuxia on your phone, right? Yeah, he answered while sitting on his bed to look at her. How would you describe the whole genre to somebody that knows nothing about it and still wants to give it a try? She asked. You sure? Ahoo. I need to know how bad that world really was, because many things sounded eerily too over the top to be normal. Nejiya thought, grimacing. Sigh. Fine. The genre is pretty much Chinese Dragon Ball, only with cultivators instead of Saiyans, are you following? Yes. Kinda. Good, they also all pretty much follow the same structure with the MCS going mostly through the same steps all the way to the epilogue. Ahoo. And those steps are. Sigh. Imagine you are the MC, often reincarnating in a wuxia world from a planet like ours like in our isekai, and once old enough you basically do this for the entire novel. You eat a pill, sit on your butt for several years and once you're done, you go from rank 8 ping pong to rank 2 ching chong, which is still like 100 ranks below the heavenly golden dragon god emperor star ancestor. But it's okay since there are still about 3,000 chapters to go and all big PP characters that could kill you. With a fart are currently busy, so you can go and wipe out the Ding Dong clan, which obsessively wants you dead because you courted death by destroying the King Kong clan after its young MS-star picked a fight with you over your jade-like beauty childhood friend. Tamaki explained. That is a wuxia novel. Young MSTS and courting death and all that. Nejiya asked in disbelief. Pretty much. It mostly works like that for the very trashy ones, but there are some diamonds hidden under the layers of CRP that are kind of good instead. You just have to be good at searching. He answered. Oh God, me and Iken were in a very bad one then, Nejiya thought in misery. So how do you choose one to read? I basically look at anything with immortal in the title in distrust until proven wrong. which is to say that 99% of the time, those are actually bad. Do you have some good ones to suggest? She asked. Sure. Tamaki answered with a shrug. Thank you. Send me a couple titles by message then, I need to make a call. The girl declared while exiting the room. Okay. With 𝐒𝐲, first-year students' dormitories, let's see, Tak. Who is it? It's better be thing important, because I have only 5 minutes to get ready and go crushing a thing festival. Rumi answered once pulled the door open. You are Rumi-chan, yes. 𝐒𝐲 asked with a smile. Yeah. And you are that big 3 girl, what do you want? Wanna team up to get it and all for ourselves? 𝐒𝐲 asked, her smile now gaining a more mischievous glint. Get in. Rumi answered while forcefully pulling the other girl inside the room and slamming the door closed. Another long chapter. My apologies. Author explains, I know it sounds like parody to some of you, but in truth what happened in that world is not far from what usually happens in a real wuxia novel, and if among my readers there are people in the know about the genre, I know they can testify about this being true. There are some bad Chinese novels out there, and finding a good one under the CRP is very, very hard. In this chapter, Izuku uses one of the fighting techniques of Zeus, the one blade, samsara cut, Ito, Rinne Orosha. How does it work? Izuku uses a knife to cut an enemy in half. Even if the target's body is shielded, the slash will still hit, ignoring any obstacle and heavily damaging the target. Its secondary and most lasting effect is that the wound will be ingrained into the target's genetic makeup, making the scar a hereditary trait for several generations. Samsara is the Buddhist cycle of reincarnation. Yes, the attack is that bullshit. XD make time. Extra-dimensional ingredient hunt, episode 2, Yatagarasu egg custard. And waifu. Green Cloud Restaurant, please collect 10 eggs of the legendary Yatagarasu bird and successfully create a custard pie with it. The system instructed as the new portal opened. Can I find a Yatagarasu in a normal city? Izuku asked. Host can either hunt them himself or have somebody grab them for him. The system is offering a relaxing mission this time as an apology for the mishap with the Minotaur noodles. The entity replied. Thank you. Even if I know it was not your fault if that place was that insane. The young chef replied with a gentle smile while stepping through the portal. It is still a mistake from the system, and that is not supposed to happen, the system replied. It's nice for them to actually apologize. 𝐒𝐲 said with a wide smile while following Izuku. You were not there, 𝐒𝐲-chan. It was a nightmare. I am here now, I will protect you. We are combo other than a couple, remember? She answered, kissing his cheek. Thank you, he said with a happy smile and a bright red face. As soon as they stepped into that new world though, several eyes subconsciously snapped towards their general direction, no matter where those people were or what they were doing. School, a small flash passed through the mind of a young girl with pale pink hair, making her head snap towards the window while her eyes widened slightly. Oh! Konna-san. One of the kids said, confused. Who's it? The kid muttered, curious. Apartment, stupid human. What part of your job as a support escapes you? You are supposed to heal. Why do we keep you in the team if you fail at such an easy task? A man with long black hair hissed in contempt while madly mashing on his keyboard. On the screen there was utter chaos as the simple raid of the guy's favorite MMO turned into a pure mess. Hang on, Faf-san. We are almost there. The man's friend said from the computer behind him. He too was typing at high speed. Then you should work harder and dash. The black-haired man's tirade stopped abruptly when he felt a faint stabbing pain come from the back of his skull. An interloper. He muttered darkly, and his growl was not a sound a human was supposed to be able to produce. Quaint house, AW. I missed you so much. A very well-endowed woman emmed in elation once seen a young boy return home, and her hug almost drowned the kid's head in her massive chest. Don't do this, you demon. The poor kid, face completely red in embarrassment, shrieked while trying to break free of the bubby hug. Unaware of how good he had it. I am no demon, shouted Kuan. I dash twing. The strange tingling sensation traveling up her spine made her stop abruptly and actually open her eyes to show the mismatched irises she possessed. "Oh, we have visitors. 2 of them even," she said, chuckling amused. Visitors? Where?" the kid asked. "That way," the busty woman said while pointing in a general direction while smirking. "Really?" "Yup. 𝐵𝐴ny𝐸 ancient magic too. Let's go see who is it," the woman said while dragging the boy away. Wait. I am not a baby. Stop carrying me. Stoop. Market district, are you sure you have to check on this? A woman with red hair and a kind of dead fish-like expression asked, bored. I felt a strange wave of magic, different from the kind I am used to seeing. And a very powerful one at that. The young woman with short black hair answered while marching forward. "Then why did you insist on me coming with you?" Another woman, dressed like a typical maid and with her hair in 2 ponytails, asked in annoyance. "Because I may need help in fighting them off if whoever it is it's here to make a mess. And you are the only one I trust," she answered, shy. "I am glad to see that you made peace, finally." The last member of the group, a short girl with way too big assets, added, huffing. "Thank you for coming. As well, Ilulu." The only human of the group said. "Just because you personally asked, Kobayashi." "Hoi! Hoi! Don't make doe eyes to her." The maid hissed in contempt. "Oh, it's you guys. Hi. Kobayashi, Toru. Fafnir and 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿. You felt it too?" Elmer asked, surprised. "Yes, interlopers," the black-haired man uttered in distaste. "I still don't understand what's the problem," Kobayashi asked. "Whoever opened a portal here used a different form of magic," 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 explained. "And it was too different. Imagine writing a book in Japanese, then suddenly a page written in gibberish appears out of nowhere, and when you try reading it you see it written in an alphabet that does not even exist. That is the basic feeling." Fafnir explained. "So alien magic?" the human woman asked. "Nope. This feels way different. Ancient but completely detached from anything I have ever seen. And I did meet aliens." 𝐒𝐿 answered. "That felt very powerful too powerful." Elmer added. "Divine?" Toru asked, unnerved. "I fear it was beyond even that," the other replied, grimacing. "Impossible. You can't cook like this. You are not human." A restaurant nearby descended into chaos just as the group passed in front of it. "I am plenty human, you are just being a sore loser," a young voice replied calmly. "Ah," Kobayashi muttered, unsure. "I'll give you some sore losers beating then." "Troublemaker," a robotic voice answered, and barely a second later, the restaurant owner was seen flying out of the place only in his boxers. "There was no need, Whitey." It was then that Izuku and Nejiya exited the place followed by the tall robot. The troublemaker was about to attack the host. "That is unacceptable," the machine answered. "Sigh. You are way overprotective." Izuku answered. "He is just doing his job, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿. Unfortunately we can't stop him when he decides to strp his victims." Nejiya replied, giving his hand a gentle squeeze. "Found the interlopers," Fafnir declared once the 2 groups met. The young chef muttered, uncertain. "Good evening, you come from another world?" the only human of the group asked. Yes. "Are we in trouble?" Izuku answered. "It depends on the motive of your visit," Ilulu said. "Oh. That's easy, I was looking for some Yatagarasu eggs." "What?" Toru asked. "Yatagarasu eggs, here." Elmer asked, dumbfounded. "Not here, but I was told that I could find help here to get some," the chef explained. "Why?" "I am a wandering chef and oh my. You are a chosen. It's been a while since I met one." 𝐒𝐿 said with an excited wide smile. "A chosen?" Kobayashi asked, confused. "Oh, you know?" Izuku asked with his eyebrows shooting up to his hairline. "Of course I do. What are you blabbering about?" Fafnir asked, snarling. "Our guest has been chosen to become a god of cooking. That's why you are here, isn't it?" 𝐒𝐿 asked. "Yup. And one of my tasks is to find some Yatagarasu eggs. I think I will try making a custard pie with them. And maybe some profiteroles. Izuku answered. A god of cooking. Kobayashi asked, confused. How many? How many do you need? Elma demanded immediately while grabbing his shoulders to wildly shake him. For God's sake. I haven't even cooked this time. Izuku shrieked in horror. Pinch. Please forgive her, she is a glutton and sweets are her weakness. Toru apologized while painfully grabbing and twisting Elma's ear to pull her away. Okay. Okay. I understand, the young chef answered, breathing in relief, and gladly accepting Nejia's comforting hug. I still don't understand what a god of cooking is supposed to be, Kobayashi admitted, sighing. Just a useless pretender full of himself. A fake deity that isn't even worth cooking. Wham. 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 To their shock, Whitey interrupted Fafnir tirade by lifting by the leg and slamming him down on the ground several times until he remained buried upside down up to his chest, unconscious. Puny dragon. Whitey declared simply. Later that day, after Fafnir recovered and Elma returned with the eggs, Kobayashi's apartment. So, basically, a god of cooking is a literal title. Kobayashi asked. Exactly. They are mortals that are given a chance to ascend to godhood and become the god overseeing and blessing the chefs of the mortal realm. Their skills are supposed to be beyond human understanding. Lukoa answered. They all were sitting in the living room of the human woman's apartment waiting for Izuku to finish preparing his custard pie. And they travel through different worlds to do it, she asked. That is the strange thing, normally they don't. The local deities test them and that's all. This is the first time I hear of a candidate going dimension hopping to do it. Toru answered. It's all because 𝐒𝐭𝐚's sponsor has very high standards, Nejia answered. And your sponsor is called the system. Elma asked. Yep. Izuku answered while still keeping tracks of his dish. Never heard of it, Connor admitted. I tried divining their identity and only got a splitting headache in exchange. Shotokuan. Kiss the pain away. Lukoa admitted with a whine. Stop it, the kid answered. And you, Fafkuan, the only other human of the group asked. I don't want to talk about it, Fafnir answered, face glued to the tabletop and voice full of agony. He just did the same, with the same results. Ilulu explained, smirking. That is actually scary, whatever that entity is, it must be terrifyingly strong. Elma muttered, unsure. The system says that you should stop nosing about, they hate being watched. Izuku warned them while finally bringing out the finished dessert. Here it is. Yatagarasu custard pie. Please enjoy. The young chef said with a happy smile once divided the thing into equal portions. Wooa! You did it. Connor said in amazement. Yatagarasu eggs are not an easy ingredient to use, even for demons that actually handle them daily. I wonder how a human managed, Toru muttered, curious. I have great expectations instead. I still remember how good the offerings were from that candidate I had between my fans. Lukoa said with a wide smile. You mean during the Maya Empire? Toru asked with a teasing smile. I have very fond memories of that time, yes. Enough talking. Let's try it. Elma said, drooling down a river and taking a first bite big enough half the giant slice disappeared in an instant. And it was otherworldly fluffy. Amazingly sweet and delicate. A custard that mortal words could barely describe, all framed by a crunchy and flavorful crust with just the right amount of vanilla flavor to mesmerize the senses. He did it, Fafnir was begrudgingly forced to admit. Oh my! This is even better than dear Asmodeus' own version. Lukoa admitted, chuckling. Very good. Congratulations, Kobayashi offered with a kind smile. Thank you, Izuku answered with a shy smile. Izuku, Elma was next, and she marched up to him to look into his eyes fiercely. Whywis, the poor chef said, unnerved. Marry me? The dragon woman asked, dropping to one knee and taking one of his hands in both of hers. There were even sparkles shining around her. What? The other yelled in shock. Spiral cannon. Nejia instead was completely not amused, and showed so by shooting her full power against Elma, sending her fly outside the apartment and then shooting herself forward to fight the hussy trying to pull a move on her boyfriend. Sigh. Once again. This happens, Izuku muttered, dejected. Not the first time. Kobayashi asked while she, her co-worker friend and Izuku watched the other dragons trying to stop Elma and Nejiya from murdering each other. No, the chef answered with a desperate sigh. My condolences. Kobayashi answered, and hugged the poor boy as he broke down in tears. Why? He just wanted to be a simple chef. Why does this keep happening? Whyyyyyyyyyyyyyy. Sport Festival, the wisdom of the steamed buns. UA cafeteria, breakfast time. In occasion of the sport festival, Lunch Rush had surprisingly issued a special breakfast menu for all students, with the caveat that whoever wished to participate had to wake up earlier than usual so to eat and still have time to prepare for the festival, and even more surprisingly, pretty much every student was present. Something helped by the rumors of the chef pro hero declaring himself the sworn rival of a certain quirkless chef and swearing to surpass him. The sudden increase in the quality of Rush dishes did show he was taking the challenge seriously too. Nominative. Although, what caught everybody's attention was something else entirely. Another plate, please. Nejiya, who everybody had by now heard had broke up with Mirio, was back into being her cheerful self. Only now eating enough for 6 or 7 people. Again. Rush voice came from the kitchen in a stricken shriek. It's not as good as 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿's, but at least it's filling. She answered with an innocent smile. It was a dragon's roar that echoed from the kitchen, because no human could produce that sound, even if mad in rage like he was. Slam. A truly giant bowl of ramen, with several liters of broth in it, was soon delivered to Nejiya by Lunch Rush himself, who slammed the bowl on the table with a bit too much emphasis. Here. Choke on it. The man hissed in contempt. Ramen for breakfast. Curious. Oh well, thank you. Unperturbed, Nejiya thanked the guy, lifted the bowl and drank the entire thing in 1 go and in a matter of seconds. How? The pro hero asked with a small voice. Special training. Now I am full. She answered, and the people in the room could only stare in awe at the giant towers of empty plates all around her. But there was a bit of silver lining, at least for the other girls. After eating that much, Nejiya's belly was now so round she looked like she had swallowed a giant watermelon whole, finally ruining her flat belly and top-model physique they all secretly envied with every fiber of their being. Justice finally was served. And now, I give thanks to all the world's ingredients. Thanks for the food. Unfortunately, Nejiya then followed up by doing as Izuku taught her, and once given her honest and heartfelt thanks to the ingredients she had just eaten, she joined her hands like in prayer, closed her eyes, focused and then gave a long exhale. And her big, round, bulging belly sank back in an instant, sending visible ripples along her entire body, returning it to its former slim godly proportions as soon as those ripples faded away. Goddammit. The female students from every course of UA cursed as one in vitriolic hatred. How? I eat 1/10 of that and got a bare belly already. How is that possible or fair? A girl from the support course shrieked while painfully tearing off 2 handfuls of hair out of sheer disbelief. She had almost gone insane at seeing that miracle happen. Hoo. I was taught how to eat all I want and not get fat. I only gain weight, but no more belly for me. Forever slim goddess look. Nejiya answered with a cheeky smile, a victory sign and a wink. Madness, the scream the female population of UA released, teachers included, was the pure physical manifestation of madness as several minds came undone upon hearing that answer. Serves them well, already talking behind my back for my breaking up and siding with Mirio just to get back at me. Wallow in envy as I now can eat all I want and not show it. I can live with weighing 300 kilograms and look like I at best weigh 60 or so, at least I don't show it, so blia. She muttered to herself, and with a last raspberry to her haters, she flew away towards the area where the sport festival will be held. Leaving behind a shocked Lunch Rush that still could not fathom what had happened and an entire university of young women ready to either kill her or beg her to share the same amazing secret. Meanwhile, with Izuku, Green Cloud Restaurant, While 𝐂𝐸𝐲 was mercilessly destroying the self-esteem of all her haters, 𝐒𝐿 instead was giving the finishing touches to the food he will take along to the sport festival arena, having got a mission from the system as soon as he returned from his latest dimensional trip. Abrupt mission: sell 20,000 units of food during the sport festival. Prize: 10% bonus experience points. Unlocking of the ingredient, mellow cola. 𝐒𝐿 didn't mind getting a new mission as soon as he returned home, and by the small bonus of the system, he knew that it was indeed deemed a very important one to further advertise his restaurant, and he was all for it. And the unlocking of the Queen of Colas was especially endearing, especially since the only cola in existence better than that could only be found in the gourmet world proper and guarded by an entire pack of devil snakes, each strong enough to wipe out countries by their lonesome. So having the second best cola on the entire planet 𝐷𝐻 was still an awe-inspiring prize, especially so that in 𝐒𝐿's world that cola would instead be unmatched. The sport festival was after all an huge event, and being there to sell a small sample of his cooking while wearing his chef attire with the restaurant name on it will surely bring some nice increase in his business, thus making his stay enclosed for lunch worth it. Your breakfast, Junko-san, he said with a gentle smile. Ah. Thank you, Boss 𝐒𝐿. The woman with bi-colored hair answered with a grateful smile. Boss. Is the new DLVRY ready? A voice asked from outside. Yes, a minute and I will bring it to you, Ippan-chan. Okay. Kyun. Oh my god. What is that? It's so cute. The awed scream of Mount Lady momentarily snapped him out of his musing. 𝐤𝐻𝐼 the ancestral Doutai was also another source of appeal for his restaurant. His rest mode was cute and fluffy enough. He had pretty much doubled the influx of female customers as soon as the chef opened his restaurant and the customers saw him. 𝐒𝐿 had set up a big puffy purple cushion near the cash register for 𝐤𝐻𝐼 to lie on so to survey the entire room, all following the Taotia's own specifics about color and location. By the way, look at how fluffy he is. My god, I want to bury my face in his fur. Another female pro hero, Speed Limit, added with love-struck eyes. Boss. Please, one of her interns, also working for 𝐒𝐿's DLVY service, begged in shame as he and his pal looked ready to die of embarrassment. See. They all love me more. This esteemed Doutai is way more endearing than you mangy dog. 𝐤𝐼 smugly sent out telepathically. This Lord Dog doesn't need such empty praises. Blackie sent back with a growl. Being so salty, as they say, is not healthy. Just admit this esteemed Doutai surpassed you and you will feel better. My Lord Father has eaten one of your children. Don't get cocky or this Lord Dog will emulate him and eat you. Ooh. But I am not one of my children, and you are not your father. For all you know, you may be the one getting eaten. 𝐤𝐼 answered in cruel amusement, while also gladly accepting Ryukyu's belly rubs with a very cute Kyun. And a purring fit. You dare. My paw can squash you any moment. Blackie hissed in anger. And my hoof can flatten you, you fleabag. Say that to my face if you have the guts. I don't feel like it now. I prefer basking in the adoration of the masses just a bit longer. 𝐤𝐼 answered while giving a playful like to Mount Lady's cheek and enjoying her squeal. I will dash, Blackie. Time to eat. In that precise moment, and blissfully unaware of the tragic situation, 𝐒𝐿 came out of the kitchen to gently deposit in front of the dog the giant bowl of spicy beef noodles for his breakfast. Umph. You are lucky, the noodles saved your sorry life. Blackie declared haughtily before starting to savor his beloved noodles and ignoring the rest of the world. TCHE. This esteemed Taotia's beloved sweet and sour pork ribs are way superior to that bog. 𝐤𝐼 answered, huffing, a cutesy sound that made the female customers swoon hard for the tiny thing. Blasphemy! Blackie roared in mind-numbing fury. And the ribs for 𝐤𝐼-kun. Eat slowly, they are still hot. 𝐒𝐿 then said, delivering to the Doutai a gargantuan mountain of pork ribs. Kyun. The starry-eyed animal couldn't sound happier as it started to immediately devour them all. Look at him go. Oh. He was starving. A customer said with a stricken tone. Where did you find him? I can't seem to recognize any race he should belong to. The pro hero Edshot asked, curious. He is closely related to the fennec fox, but his quirk mutated him a bit, Izuku answered. It has a quirk. It's rare in animals. Nothing extraordinary, he just eats a lot, Izuku answered, chuckling. Partner, that is not very nice. I understand that you want to keep my real identity a secret, but this poor ancestral Daotai still has a dignity. At least downplay my abilities a little instead of making me sound like a mere glutton. Shiro, the ancestral Daotai and basically the physical manifestation of the concept of gluttony and pretty much the actual source of the thing itself, mentally bemoaned with his head still buried under a mountain of ribs he was devouring with zero manners. Yes, I can see that. So, are you ready? Night Eye, sitting at Edshot's right, answered once adjusted his glasses. Kinda, the breakfast service won't be over before another half an hour has passed. Are you sure it is not a problem? The young chef replied. You went through the loops of getting Nezu's permission to sell food during the sport festival, so somebody had to come collect you at the right time. I happen to be a regular here, so they asked me and I accepted. I already planned to come here, so for me it was not a problem. Toshinori asked you, didn't he? Izuku asked with half-lidded eyes. Yes. The other admitted after a long silence. Figures. What does he plan to get from this? Just a peace offering. As far as I can tell, he really wants to make peace with you. He hopes the third time will be the charm. Ahoo. And we others are still worried about this system incorporated and their plans for you, Night Eye added. You heroes are a paranoid bunch, HN. Comes with the job, mostly. Edgeshot admitted, shrugging. How much do you know? Izuku asked. Not much. But I was asked to snoop around this mysterious group as a personal favor. I owe Nezu a couple favors, so I won't ask what is happening behind the scenes and just trust the rat. You are a good kid too, so I am not exactly lacking in motivation to help, he answered. The system wants to remind the host that they won't find a single thing out of ordinary. You can rest assured. The entity declared. I know. Don't worry. Very well. I will finish organizing and alert you when I am ready, thank you, the young chef said, sighing. Sure. Meanwhile, your alliance dormitories, common room, Arctic cold couldn't even begin to describe the air in the main room of the dormitory. Even Todoroki was seen eyeing the two women sitting at the opposite sides of the place in worry, as if ready to bolt at the first spark before the explosion. So, it's about time we go to that arena place, yes. Mina tried saying with a nervous smile. Croak. Yes, we really should go. Tsuyu answered. I feel the need to remind you that this is a friendly event, and that murder is not heroic, Tenya reminded them all while eyeing the two women warily. There is no need to worry, mine is not jealousy, just disappointment. I am mature enough to not need to resort to petty tricks, I do have some dignity. Momo answered. Me as well, I am not that petty, Okiko answered. I will hold you on that, but you did betray my trust. I didn't betray your trust. Feelings are feelings, you cannot control them. Okiko said. So you admit it even. Does it have any use to lie about it? It happened, and, to be fair, I don't regret it. TCH. You should, though. Momo hissed. Let's just go, please. I am sure that once you blow off some steam in the festival you will be more open to talk. Toru tried suggesting. Fine. Both girls growled as one. At the same time, 1B dormitories, Rumi was looking at Nejaya with narrowed eyes. She had just finished listening to the kind of absurd proposal of the older girl still floating about in her room and could not decide if she should start laughing at the absurdity of it all, or cry in misery at the existence of another rival in her love quest. But still, she had only until the start of the festival to give an answer to what Nejaya offered before breakfast. It was now the time for her to make a decision. You are suggesting an alliance, as in, we both get him, instead of Yorozu. Correct. She finally asked. Yep. I heard about your rivalry with her, and so I thought about offering my help. For a fee. Nejaya answered, lazily floating around the room with a serene smile on her face. And your fee is me letting you be part of the relationship. Exactly. Let's be honest, Me and you are universally recognized as stamina monsters, even just one of us would be too much ha. The thundering laugh of 𝐒𝐲 caught Rumi completely by surprise. You sweet innocent bunny. You have no idea. 𝐒𝐲 said, still chuckling, and now looking at her with a very amused expression. Ah. 𝐒𝐭𝐚 has many secrets, secrets that I recently got access to that Momo herself has not been told about either yet. He can deal with the two of us and then some, by a large margin. Oh who? Do tell. Rumi said with a fanged smile. Only if you accept my plan and turn your future relationship into a polyamory, the other replied with a sing-song voice. I don't really like to share. Rumi admitted with a scrunched nose. What's better? An ally, or yet another enemy? If we do this, we both get equal share. No ranking. The bunny girl finally conceded. Of course. I never planned for that to happen, it would be unfair for every part involved. We'll be a perfect triangle. 𝐒𝐲 answered. Good. Can you answer a few questions now? I am actually curious about this hidden power of his, of course. What do you need to know? Strength. Speed. Durability. PP size. Stamina. Secret techniques. Whoa. PP size. Rumi shrieked. Okay. Let's start from that. Wait. Later that day, arena, the people sitting there were fidgeting in place waiting for the event to start. Some were even cheering already or loudly demanding for everything to start, creating a rather striking mixture of hype and anticipation that was building up at insane speed. Here is your steamed bun. And remember to visit my Green Cloud restaurant for more amazing dishes. Izuku said after delivering an orange-sized steamed pork bun carefully wrapped in a pale green piece of paper with the restaurant name and address printed on. Whoa! Still hot. Awesome. The young woman answered with starry eyes while paying for her order. Only the best for our customers, the young chef answered. Boss Izuku. Over here. A male voice called out. Ah. Nakami-san. You are here too. He answered after recognizing one of his regulars. My niece is taking part, of course I am here. Why are you here though? I asked Mr. Nezu and he said yes. Izuku answered, shrugging. That's it. The man asked in surprise. I guess he trusts me, so. What can I give you? A steamed bun for my wife and. You really have sushi bentos in there. The man said alongside the bulky square backpack on Izuku's back. Yup. They are sold in limited numbers. Whitey is holding most of my other stock. He answered, and jamming a thumb towards the fridge-sized backpack of the chubby robot. Then one of those, thank you. Izuku of course didn't mention that thanks to the system the robot's backpack was actually bigger on the inside, much bigger, enough to contain the several thousands of assorted snacks he prepared and was supposed to sell for his mission. If asked, he had an excuse already ready of other similar backpacks stashed in the room Nezu left him to use as a storage deep in the arena's belly. Pro hero seats, opposite side of the arena, He really is selling food. And with a good rhythm too. Ectoplasm said with a chuckle. Not surprising really. Gunhead answered. Ping. Oh. Message. The bulky hero muttered in surprise. What is it? Aizawa, who was about to go with MIC to their seats in the commentator's booth to start their duty as hosts, asked. Nezu is about to place his order to Midoriya-san by phone. He has a copy of everything Chef Izuku brought along and wants to know if we want something. We will pay him back after the event, Gunhead answered once checked his phone. An uneasy look was soon shared between the various pro heroes present. Should we? MIC asked. It would be kind of unprofessional, Aizawa answered. He has made bite-size or snack versions of his menu items. All of them. Gunhead added. I am placing an order. At that the weakest of them declared with a thin line of droll escaping her mouth. Me too. Me 3. And I mean portions. Rainbow fruit cupcakes. Mine. May as well. Spicy duck buns. I need them. Gimme. I am on a diet, but what the hell. I can take a pause from time to time. The floodgates soon smashed open and Izuku's phone pinged right after to show Nezu's message and the huge list of orders he was expected to deliver to the pro hero seats, and the young chef's mood improved immensely in that single instant. Meanwhile, down on ground floor, with the contestants, conversely instead, down in the arena the students were nervous, no reason to deny it, every single one of them taking part to the event was a human-shaped ball of nerves desperately trying to not self-combust out of sheer worry, looking everywhere and trying to shy away from every look they perceived as too judging. Not a single word of Aizawa's pep talk managed to return to the front of their brain to cut through the fog of anxiety as they could feel every single pair of eyes of the audience study them in great detail. They all thought they were ready for the huge crowd scrutinizing them, but unfortunately they all had underestimated the sheer weight of all those eyes looking down on them. "You know, for once I am glad nobody can see me," Toru admitted with a shaken voice and nervous laugh. "I got it worse. I am bright pink so I am standing out too much instead." Mina answered. "I thought you loved being the center of attention." Gyro asked. "Do I like being noticed?" "Yes." "Do I like this feeling of we will judge every single little thing you do?" "Not at all," she answered. "Oh. Makes sense." They all were also wearing their hero costumes as well, updated just a week before the event so to have them shining new, ready and proper for the audience there and back home to see. "Try to not make a fool of yourself," Momo said while looking straight ahead. "Likewise, do not trip on your own feet." Okako answered, just as frosty. "Does anybody want to SWCH places?" "Please." Zero asked with a pleading tone. He was standing between the two women and hating every single instant of it. "I can't see Mineta anywhere, where is he?" Kaminari asked, confused. Still in probation, the things they found in his room were even worse than we thought. Apparently he did manage to get a camera inside the girls' changing room. Luckily he still had to activate it, as he was caught right after installation. From what I heard, they are still deciding his fate, but for now he will sit this one event out. Tenya answered. "That guy has issues," Sado answered, sighing. "Nobody is that corny, maybe this is a medical problem." Toru added. "I say we wait for the teacher's decision, it is not up to us." Mizo answered. "What he did is a crime." Gyro hissed. "Not saying it isn't. Just that we should wait before casting our own judgment." "Oh. Here are Yoyorozu and Uraraka. Still biting each other's throat." A new voice said with a mocking tone from the incoming Class 1B. Usajiyama, both girls hissed as one. "Please, just Rumi. We are friends after all. You are my future bridesmaids, we should get along." Rumi answered with a fanged smile. "Bridesmaids?" Momo asked, actually confused. "You? Married? With whom?" Okako echoed soon after. "And you need to ask who's gonna be the groom," the bunny girl answered with her smirk growing even wider and more savage. "Never," both students of Class 1A roared once clear who was the supposed groom. "I am usually all for antagonizing Class 1A, but this may be a bit too much," Monoma admitted, unsure. Of all the days there could be a feud. They had to choose this one where they will probably fight, Itsuka added with a sigh of misery. "As fun as this is, and believe me, this is hysterical, it's finally time to start. So back straight and look professional, because it's time for the opening speech." Nemurai interrupted any further talk by jumping in and playfully cracking her WHP. "What? Sensei, you have a chocolate smudge on your nose." Mina said. "Oh, DMN. Sorry. That Saka cupcake was just too good." The woman answered with a chuckle while wiping it off. "And now I want one too." Toru answered with a long childish whine. "Whatever. Move aside, I have a speech to give." Katsuki cut in with a smug look while marching towards the mic to address the crowd. Who the hell decided Bakugo was a good choice to give the welcome speech? Zero exclaimed in shock. "I am sure our teachers had a very good reason to do this," Mizo answered. "With Izuku, teachers' seats, Bakugo-san as the spokesperson. That's a strange decision," Izuku muttered with a raised eyebrow. "It was actually randomized. To avoid favoritism." Ectoplasm answered. "And you still added his name." He has a very bad personality and a hilariously short temper, but he has potential. He just needs to learn how to act human. If you are sure he can actually achieve that, Izuku answered, walking away. As he moved through the other seats to deliver his orders, he soon walked between the seats of the upper year students that were as well cheering and analyzing the younger years down the arena. "Iken! Over here!" It was then that he heard 𝐒𝐻𝐼a call him out, waving her arms wildly to catch his attention. "Oh! 𝐒𝐻𝐼a-chan!" The young chef answered, smiling wide, and hurrying towards her seat. "Oh! He is here too." Tamaki really wondered how deep his friend's Mirio jealousy ran if now every male getting close to 𝐒𝐻𝐼a soured his mood that much. "Don't be a Tamaki-chan, Mirio. It doesn't suit the next All Might. Just smile." 𝐒𝐻𝐼a answered, and while she said that with her usual smile, the jab hidden under it still cut deep enough Mirio almost bled for real. "Please don't use me as an emotion." Tamaki begged with a groan. "Good morning, how do you feel?" Izuku asked once he finally reached their seats. "Splendidly. I had some breakfast here, but while filling, it could not match yours, not even close. Did you get something for me there?" 𝐒𝐻𝐼a answered with an eager smile. "Are you eating again?" a girl sitting nearby shrieked. "Mind your business, please. But yes, I am still peckish. As luck would have it, I do have something I made specifically for you." Izuku answered, smirking. "Goody." 𝐒𝐻𝐼a answered with an excited smile. Down in the arena, under the worried eyes of students and teachers alike, Katsuki cleared his throat to give his speech. "I won't go into a too long spiel as I don't need one. I just want to warn you all that you are going to waste your time looking at a bunch of extras giving their best to look decently prepared at the very least, so keep your expectations low and your mind very DMN open," he said with a very condescending tone. "Just be gentle, they are still learning to not be useless, at least compared to myself," Katsuki said with a shrug. "As for the other guys and girls here behind me, go at it and give your best. Just don't cry if I leave you behind in the dust, that is all," he finished saying, unaware of the doom he had just called upon himself from his very annoyed classmates. With Izuku, whatever they are doing to curb his ego, it's either slow burning or failing spectacularly. I hope it's just a case of the former, but knowing WHO is number 2 in the hero ranking, I don't exactly hold any hope," the young chef muttered while shaking his head. The clapping of the audience around him was awkward to the extreme, meaning that at least few people were sharing his doubts about the blonde's attitude. More surprising though was that quite a sizable slice of them actually sounded happy with such peculiar speech and clapped excitedly. Fans of Endeavor, probably. They seemed to like the cocky hero archetype. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a answered between mouthfuls of the gigantic bento box Izuku recovered from Whitey's backpack for her. "We have not been introduced yet. I am Mirio. Nice to meet you." Mirio chose that moment to get up from his seat and present his hand. Is he trying to assert dominance or something? Izuku thought, unimpressed, once seen how the young man tried to accentuate his higher height and musculature compared to him. "I am Izuku. So you are Mirio, finally we met." Plastering his nicest smile on his face, the young chef grabbed the hero student hand. Now, Mirio might have planned to squeeze the chef's hand a bit harder than intended as a joke, not because jealous or anything, just enough to make the guy's bones crack a little, nothing much. As a joke. Crack. What he did not expect was for the chef to return the gesture 100 times over, making the now sweating Mirio wonder if that was what it felt like to put his hand under a hydraulic press. He just knew, instinctively, that if Izuku squeezed just a fraction tighter then his hand would probably burst like a water balloon. "I heard a lot of things from you, it's good to finally have a face to add to all that." Izuku, still smiling, did something to his hand Mirio even later will fail to explain it, and the young hero felt his own muscles become jelly, enough to force him back on his seat. Snort. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a's barely hidden laugh was just another searing hot blade piercing Mirio's back. "Good things, I hope." Still, he was a future hero, so he showed a dazzling smile and gave a thumbs up. Not even in the slightest, and Izuku smashed that too, and while still sporting a sugar-sweet smile. Woo! Tamaki liked that sound. Honestly, it sounded hilarious, a mix between a sink getting unclogged and a bear getting a surprise PRSTT exam with a telephone pole. But it doesn't matter, what's important is that 𝐒𝐻𝐲 recovered, he then added. That I did. Come on. Selfie. You too, Whitey and Shiro-chan. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 answered, and once grabbed Izuku in a one-arm hug that squished his head a little against her right melons, and caused Mirio's BLD pressure to spike dangerously high. She took a selfie with herself and Izuku, and with Shiro looking straight at the camera and Whitey showing 2 victory signs salute behind them. Thank you, 𝐿𝐼𝐾. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 said, adding a truckload of salt to Mirio's wounds by kissing the chef's cheek. Think nothing of it. I really must go now. The event is about to start, Izuku answered. Oh. Sit with me then. I don't mind. Upon hearing that, Mirio's face took on a very worrying shade of red, and Tamaki was secretly finding everything too amusing. I don't think here is the first event, a nice obstacle course to warm our young heroes up and get their BLD pumping. Midnight declared to her own microphone while pointing at a giant door on a side of the arena. She then turned to look directly at the students. Heard that? It's about to begin. Sit here, you'll continue selling food later. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 decided for him, and with a surprisingly strong pull, she forced Izuku to sit on her lap so as to hug him from behind and lean her chin on his shoulder right next to Shiro's tiny head. Crack! Mirio was sure that the noise was one of his teeth shattering under the pressure of his clenching jaw, soon followed by a vein somewhere in his eyes bursting, because by the burning feeling coming from his orbs he just knew they were both awfully bloodshot. There aren't many rules, what's really important is that you stay on the track, beyond that you are on your own. We will follow close behind you so people can watch what you are doing, so don't slack off. And don't you dare make us look bad either, I will personally punish whoever does that. In the meantime, Nemirai had finished her speech and moved everybody's attention to the faraway giant gate opening. Yes, the students answered as one. Well, I am at a good point of my mission objective, I can take a small pause. And she smells so nice, the young chef thought with a groan. There is a free seat over there. Mirio tried suggesting with a very forced smile. I am sure somebody will benefit from that, Mirio. Now hush, it's about to start. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 answered without even looking at him, she just kept rubbing her cheek against Izuku's over and Mirio swore to God he was not jealous. Not at all. Those two are just friends and 𝐒𝐻𝐲 was just being the childish and petty one between them, that is all. Down in the arena, good. That's the door you have to get through. In 3-inch Nemirai said with a wild smirk once seen every student's muscle tense to the breaking point. 2. She kept counting, prolonging the torture for her own twisted amusement. 1. The students were so tense they were about to explode. Go. At the 𝐔𝐬 signaling, the students seemingly forgot every notion of self-control and clamored towards the exit, pushing and kicking and in few cases even biting whoever stood in their way so as to be the first to get out. FOFF. Katsuki was heard roaring as he pushed himself forward with a duo of explosions from his hands that propelled him towards the door and launched everybody else behind him flying back. A bit in the back, 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐾 lagged behind to keep an eye on Momo herself, barely hiding the sense of guilt for what he was about to do. I am sorry, Momo-san. I have to. My family, my life. Please forgive me. The young man thought in misery while looking at the tall young woman's determined expression. Why her, even? Why? What happened to have those monsters ask me to kill her by accident? What has her family done to have their daughter killed as a punishment? 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐾 wondered. Meanwhile, secret HQ of the League of Villains, pub, the truth behind the attack had actually nothing to do with All for One, it was merely a personal request of Shigaraki before his unfortunate encounter with Blackie, and since Kurogiri found Momo inconsequential in the grand scheme of their plans, he conceded the psychopathic manchild his wish, even just to make him shut up. And the smoky Nomu actually enjoyed a bit of murder from time to time, he only found it a pity that they had to pass it for an incident. All for One himself said it was still not the right time for another open attack of the League, so making it look like an accident was the only option left. Now both him and Darby were looking at the live feed of the event thanks to UA's cameras plastered all over the field of the obstacle course. How's Himiko? Kurogiri asked. Still convulsing, I put a sock in her mouth so she won't bite her tongue off. Darby answered. Good. Not that it would have been a great loss, her voice is grating. Be nice, we need her quirk for our more covert operations, that is why you have me act all chummy with her. Just until she breaks and becomes more malleable, the 𝐻𝐻𝐽 answered, with a shrug. Wouldn't it be easier to just rip her quirk out and make a 𝐻𝐻𝐽 with it? Darby asked, lazily drinking from his glass and watching several students start assaulting the first obstacle of the event, a field full of robots. 𝐻𝐻𝐽s are for direct attacks and mayhem, they lack finesse. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 answered, knowing full well that the doctor said how a 𝐻𝐻𝐽 like him was just a one-time wonder they still could not replicate at will. And 𝐻𝐻𝐽 has finesse. We are drugging her and turning her into a psycho, Darby asked, scoffing. Give her time, once we've rounded the edges she will be our perfect little spy, and even then, soon we will stop needing to act from the shadows, so her turning into yet another attack unit won't be a problem, on the contrary, with her quirk it will actually be a step up in her usefulness. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 answered. Bah. Whatever. As long as I get a shot at Endeavor, everything else is just collateral damages. Well said. By the way, how's Shigaraki? Darby asked. He has finally started waking up. As soon as he is coherent again, I will tell him that the girl is dead like he wanted, it should placate him a little. He is getting really unhinged lately, what do you think happened? My guess is that he had a run-in with that dog again, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 answered, sighing. Still can't understand how a fleabag gets that strong, Darby admitted, and unknown to him, the system heard him and relayed the moniker to Blackie. And the Lord Dog was not amused. Once we have dealt with the owner, that dog will be brought here for study, its quirk may be what we need to further our goals. And Shigaraki said he wanted to eat that dog right after. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 answered. Dog soup, sorry but it doesn't sound appealing. Darby admitted, gagging. It's more about revenge than taste. Don't worry, you won't have to eat that. Demon, Shigaraki has really lost it. He never was really sane to begin with, but just like Himiko, he has a role he is expected to fulfill. That rabid animal with disintegrating hands. Darby asked with a raised eyebrow. He won't be rabid for long. The 2 beatings he got from a mere dog will actually help us to mold him. The lower his self-esteem is, the more receptive he will be to our leader's ideals. If you say so. Look. Seems like our little traitor has finally found the opening to off the girl. Darby said with an excited smile while pointing at the TV. Thank goodness, finally somebody is following the script. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 answered with a relieved sigh. Obstacle course. With 𝐒𝐻𝐽, the young hero student had been blasting robots left and right with his naval laser while secretly keeping tabs on Momo's movements, and once seen the girl move in a way that left one of the robots between them both in a way that could justify him not seeing her, he shot that robot with his strongest laser, putting in the shot every ounce of power he could muster. So the woman of my partner is once again in danger. Truly, you did a bad job at making those weaklings understand she is off limits. 𝐵𝐻𝐼ro thought with an annoyed huff. What are you blabbering about? Blackie replied. Through the telepathic link opened by the Daotai. This esteemed Daotai is just annoyed you were so bad at scaring a weak bad guy wannabe that he now thinks he can send a pawn to kill my partner's woman. Luckily my esteemed persona is here to fix your messes. Finally this chef has somebody doing their job as security properly. 𝐵𝐻𝐼ro answered with a haughty tone. Oh. You believe you are a big shot. Let this Lord Dog educate you on divine retribution then. Blackie roared in answer. This exchange was happening so fast that AMR's laser was still midway from even hitting the robot. Oh, please. Just keep eating and sleeping. That is all you are good for. This esteemed Daotai will take care of this, 𝐵𝐻𝐼ro said. You dare. My paw is even too much for this little thing, but if it is to shut you up, this Lord Dog will gladly show you how it's done. Blackie was now apoplectic with rage. And the laser had just now hit the robot and was starting to drill its way through it. Do not delude yourself, you do not have the skills for this job. 𝐵𝐻𝐼ro answered. Your mother has not the skills to fondle my ball. I'll show you. As soon as the laser pierced through the robot with still enough energy to hit Momo and kill her on the spot, From a small black portal an exquisite black paw emerged, and at the same time, from a tiny white tear in reality a fluffy white paw as well made its appearance. Piff! Both Shiro and Blackie roared at each other while their paws slapped away the laser like nothing. From outside everything happened even too fast, something even the cameras failed to record it. An instant the laser was moving through the robot and towards Momo, and the next the thing had done an 180 and was sprinting back towards AMR at even higher speed. The system noticed this, and since the entity still needed the little spy of All for One for a last job, the young man was saved by the terrain seemingly shifting under him by itself to make him trip and fall an instant before the laser went reflected back by the two monsters, making the light sail above AMR's head just enough to burn off most of his hair but saving his life. Boom! Many students shrieked at the giant explosion happening right next to them, but luckily nobody got hurt. Please avoid killing the system's pawns before they have fulfilled their role. That boy is needed for just another job to help the host's advancement. Wait until after that if you have to kill him. The system warned them. Fine, both Shiro and Blackie answered, annoyed. Good, the entity said, pleased. I will take my anger out on the ones organizing the attack then. Blackie declared, huffing. Pub of the League of Villains, lasers don't work like that. Come on. Darby screamed in annoyance. Honestly. How can her good luck be that massive? The bloody robot reflected the laser. How's it possible? Kurogiri added, just as angry. A small black portal opened in front of them as an answer to that. What's that? Darby asked. Oh, no, Kurogiri instead recognized what was happening, and he felt fear mounting inside of him. Bounce for this lord, you fools. Blackie ordered aloud, and his exquisite paw patted downward. That playful-looking pat wrought havoc in the entire pub, as if a world-ending hurricane was breathed right in front of the two villains, and while Darby was merely sent waist-deep into the wall leaving only his legs dangling out, Kurogiri got hit way worse as the Nomu actually bounced up and down in a horrifying floor-ceiling fast rhythm for several times until he finally dropped down boneless, both arms and legs broken in various painful ways. Kurogiri, it's time for your weekly repper. What the hell happened now? The personal doctor of All for One, and the one acting as voice for the villain to the League, asked in disbelief once seen the absolute destruction that had befell the pub and the League members. With Izuku, Sport Festival Arena, at the same time, oh god. Is everybody alright? Izuku asked in shock. Should be, they would have stopped the thing if anybody got hurt for real. While extreme, this is still an organized event, they do try to keep incidents to a minimum. Nejaya answered, humming. That's a relief, the young chef answered, relaxing visibly. You are still sitting on her legs. Shouldn't you be out there selling stuff? Mirio asked. Right. I really must go. Sorry, Nejaya-chan, but I really have to go. Izuku answered with wide eyes and jumping to his feet to hurry away, closely followed by Whitey. Steamed buns. Spring rolls. Gyoza and baozi. Get your snacks here. Fresh from Green Cloud Restaurant and here for you. Steamed buns. Spring rolls. Gyoza and baozi. Immediately Izuku started again advertising his products and serving customers, soon leaving the students' area to move towards the other seats. You really had to, don't you? Nejaya asked, annoyed. He has a job to do. You can talk with your friend whenever you want, now let him work in peace. Mirio answered, now smiling wide, even wider than usual. TCH. That's it. The first time me and Iken sleep together I am sending Mirio the full video. In 4K. Nejaya thought in scorn, and a shiver of dread ran up Mirio's spine. With Izuku sharing his attention between his customers and the rest of the obstacle course, especially by watching in Worry Momo and Okako make their way through a gorge and then an actual minefield, the latter causing the chef to almost hyperventilate in worry once seeing the guy right next to Momo blew up in a thick cloud of flour. Each year they make a new challenge to keep it interesting, but don't worry, they are careful to not hurt the students, a near woman said. I was told that already, yes, he answered, sighing. Then relax, those kids are fine, the woman said with a gentle smile. I'll try. Later that day, student seats, contestants wing, The cavalry battle had been a mess, Katsuki had to admit it. He thought he was determined to win, but as soon as the thing started, he watched Momo and 𝐒𝐿 SW's gear and go ballistic on everybody else. Determined not to actually win, but just to rack more point than the other girl in their own feud, then Rumi had come barreling through them like a tank, forcing Katsuki himself to go full throttle just to keep his name in first place since those 3 lionesses were out for BLD and he too risked being between the victims. Whatever talk those two had the night before they even did jackassery, that was awfully clear. For God's sake, Momo had actually decked Katsuki in the eye when he tried to take her headband, and with a new black eye forming, the young hero student wondered how could Izuku manage a relationship with that living hurricane. "How's the eye, Baku bro?" Kirishima asked, worried. "It has seen better days," he answered. "Your victory means nothing." Rumi was heard growling from the sidelines. "Oh, I believe it means a lot instead." Momo answered smugly. Katsuki had finished first, barely. Momo was second and just 2 points behind him. 𝐒𝐿 was third under Momo. Rumi was fourth under 𝐒𝐿, by a single point. "TCH. All luck." 𝐒𝐿 hissed in contempt. "Honestly, you are being ridiculous," Mina answered. "If even Mina finds this too much, you know you are overdoing it." Tsuyu added, chuckling. "Hey! Just saying that if even you, who love romance wars, find this ridiculous, then they are exaggerating." Gyro answered, snorting. "It is not even my fault," Momo answered, indignant. "Hard to believe it, seeing how you assaulted me," 𝐒𝐿 answered. "It was well within the rules of the event," the other replied. Not to play devil's advocate, but yes, Momo-san actually followed the rules to a T. Except for the haymaker she delivered to Bakugo-san, Tenya answered. "Faye. I barely felt it," Katsuki answered, mostly out of ego. "This means fing nothing." Rumi growled. 𝐼-Q. A long animal whine echoed in the seats as the fluffiest, cutest thing they all had ever seen appeared from nowhere to jump on Momo's lap to look at her with big ice blue eyes. "Oh, my God." Toru, lover of all things fluffy, immediately fell in love with the animal. "And who you may be?" Momo asked, gushing. The white cloud of fluff answered by climbing on her shoulders to wrap itself around her neck and even give a tiny like to her cheek. "No fair. I wanna pet it too." Mina's shriek was worthy of a kid throwing a tantrum. "Me too. Me too. Please." Toru begged in need like a drag addict. "Gimme. Gimme. Gimme. Gimme." Soon followed by Pony showing a needy expression. "What a curious animal," Tenya commented. "Shiro. Shiro, where are you?" They all heard a panicked voice call out. "That voice. Izuku." Momo answered, happy to see her boyfriend getting near them. "Kyu." In answer, the small Daotai gave a long call that attracted the chef's attention. "Shiro. Why did you run away?" he said in relief once seen where his partner went. "It's yours." Pony asked. "He is Shiro, my new pet. Come on, come here." The chef answered, sighing. "Kyu." Shiro answered while leaving Momo and returning to lie around Izuku's neck in a matter of seconds. "See. This esteemed Daotai is even surpassing you as a wingman for my partner." Shiro sent to Blackie through a telepathic message filled to the brim in smugness. "Oh, F off," the Lord Dog replied, scoffing. "Sorry about this, he hardly ever leaves my side, I don't know why he suddenly rushed here." "It's okay, what's important is that he was not in danger." Mizo answered, then he noticed the big backpacks he and Whitey had. "What is that?" he asked. "Oh. I am here to advertise my restaurant, and in the meantime I am selling some food, all snack versions of my normal menu." Izuku answered. "Grew." Several stomachs immediately woke up at hearing that, and many faces burned red in shame. "Please forgive us," Itsuka said, ashamed to near death. "Ping. You can sell food to them too, send me the total, I will make sure to collect the money from them and send it to you once the event is over." Nezu had probably taken a second to compose that message, and Izuku once again wondered how something so small could be so scary. "Ah. What?" Kaminari asked. "Mr. Nezu says I can sell food to you too, I will just need to take note of your orders and send him the total. He will then have somebody collect the money you owe me after the event, he answered, shrugging. I have a small list of what I brought along if you want to study it first. I can wait. Izuku said, turning to the side to show the long list of stuff he and Whitey offered printed there. Few names were crossed out to show they were no longer available. Can I pet Shiro-kun in the meantime? Please. Toru begged. Me too. Me too. Pony asked as well. Kaiun. The small Doutai just gave a soft call and jumped towards the two girls by himself. Apparently he doesn't mind. Go on. Just be gentle. Thank you, the various girls interested in petting the Doutai answered as one. Are you others ready to order instead? Izuku asked. I believe so, but please follow just one rule. Do not overeat. The sport festival is not over yet. Tenya warned everybody after seeing the hunger shine in every student's eyes. 2 items max per person, nothing more. Itsuka added too much whining from the others. Commentator's booth, 10 minutes later, ping. Flourishing businesses are always a pleasure to see, Nezu said in amusement once seen the new message detailing the names of every student that had ordered food from Izuku and the total each one of them owed the chef. Good for him, I guess. Aizawa answered with an uncaring shrug, although still munching. Once done here there will be the fighting part. How are the kids holding up? MIC asked. Eating, chatting, glaring at each other in hatred. The usual. Power Loader answered once checked with a pair of binoculars. At least they will be motivated to give their best during the fights. As long as they do not try to kill each other. Aizawa answered. That is what you and MIC and Nemirai down there acting as referee are here for, to avoid murder. Yahahahaha. Nezu answered with a deranged laugh. Ah, yes. Put all the responsibility on us. Hisashi answered, grumbling. It's one of the perks of being the boss. Nezu answered, smirking. Corridors of the arena, later that day, all things considered, for Shoto things had gone kind of smoothly. Besides Katsuki there weren't many that could keep up with his ice quirk, and yet, during the preliminary fights he could still hear Endeavor demand him to use the fire the man knew Shoto had also inherited alongside the ice. I'll be caught dead before using his fire. Shoto hissed finally with some emotion surfacing from his usual monotonous tone. His fire. Doesn't sound right. The new voice made him WHP around to look at the intruder, only to see Izuku accompanied by Whitey and the sleeping Shiro around his neck. Sorry, I was looking for the bathroom and got lost. This place is a maze, the chef answered, sheepish. I did get lost before. Bathroom is that way, Shoto answered, pointing behind Izuku. Oh thank God. I'll be going then. Do you want a steamed bun? Izuku asked out of the blue. Oh. That question surprised Shoto enough to stop abruptly and once again turn around to look at the chef. A steamed bun. The very last, free of charge. Izuku answered, gently throwing the wrapped thing at Shoto in a soft arch. Why? He asked once caught the thing, somehow it was still pleasantly warm. Throw it back. In answer, Izuku kept one hand palm up and looked at him expectantly. Echen. That request was strange, but still, the young hero student complied, and once again the steamed bun went flying and returned to Izuku's hand. And yet something was apparently amiss, since the chef walked closer to him while studying the wrapped thing with calculative eyes. As I thought. It's yours, I can't take it back. Izuku finally declared, taking Shoto's hand in his and gently depositing the steamed bun in his open palm. What are you? Do you know what I hate? The chef asked. No. This continuous suching was starting to make Shoto feel dizzy. Wastes. Wasted food, wasted ingredients, wasted opportunities. You are letting that fool Endeavor dictate what you can or cannot do with your powers. Izuku said. You don't know anything. No, I don't, the other answered, simply. I don't because I never had a quirk to begin with. But I know that I am seeing somebody that by good or evil has been given the power to make a difference, and you are not fully using it. It's his fire, and I got it through his machinations. Shoto hissed. I heard the rumors, although rumors imply that it can actually be false, But I do serve heroes, and thanks to them I know those are not rumors, but facts. Then you also understand why I can't use his fire. Does he daily infuse you in fire to charge your reserves? No, he can still use his quirk, so I guess he did not pass it to you. A quirk can't be passed on like that, so your body produces that fire. Izuku asked, once again interrupting him. Yes, but then if your body creates it, and Endeavor in no way gives you his own. Why do you keep calling it his fire? He asked. Because it comes from him. Because he wants me to use it to surpass All Might and say he did it. So you will surpass All Might and Endeavor will celebrate it as his success. Is your father so pathetic he needs reflected glory to feel better about himself? Izuku asked. You would be surprised at how low he would step to appease his ego. Shoto answered, bitterly. You do know instead. In detail. Unfortunately, yes. And you still play along. Izuku asked. I remind you that the mighty Endeavor was reduced into a wreck by a mere spicy dish, cooked by a quirkless he challenged just because Whitey strapped and threw out his sidekick Burnin. If I could stand up to him with just some tofu and chili sauce, why can somebody like you who can summon ice and fire on command, cannot? You are limiting yourself out of spite, and at the same time inflating his ego by calling your own fire his, further feeding his delusions. Izuku asked with crossed arms. You inherited his fire quirk, yes. That is undeniable. He gave you his fire, but that fire is now yours, he can't take it back. Just like I gave you that steamed bun and I can't take it back anymore. You are free to throw that food away, squash it under your feet or just leave it to the side forgotten, just like that fire you have inside. But then, what do you gain from this? I gave away the last bun I had lying around my backpack and Endeavor gets bragging rights on your results. We both win, but what about you? The chef asked. What about me? You are helping Enji to stand on a pedestal he has no rights to stand on, you are helping him cast his shadow over you by willingly choosing to not walk out of it. Surpass All Might, surpass Endeavor and be your hero. You are nobody's ticket to the top beside yourself, throw Endeavor's words back at him. It is not your fire. It's mine. My fire. Never yours. My fire, Shoto muttered, still looking at the small wrapped bun in his hands. We are not our parents, nor we are an extension of them. We are our own person, their sins and accomplishments should never fall on us, and the same happens in reverse, you just need to remember this yourself and to remind Endeavor over and over again, no matter how many times you have to repeat it. Izuku said while walking away from the hero student. And what about this? Shoto asked, showing the retreating chef the wrap. Were you even listening to all I said? It's your steamed bun now, just like it's your fire, Todoroki. Izuku answered, smirking, and with the robot in tow, he disappeared behind the corner. My bun. My fire, Shoto muttered, absent-mindedly unwrapping the thing to eat it on his way to the arena for his fight. It was not soba, but for some reason that little thing tasted liberating. With Izuku, I guess I should thank you. Endeavor asked once accosted Izuku as soon as the chef walked away. I would prefer you don't. Izuku answered, coldly. That would imply I did this for you, but I did it for Shoto instead. Still, he needs to use his fire, Enji-san. It never was yours to begin with, and you know it. I don't understand where this mania of yours for stealing your son's accomplishments has come from, and frankly, I don't care. I just saw a customer in need of help, and as a chef, I am honor-bound to offer a good dish and a gentle word or two to ease their plight. Is that your excuse? He is a customer. Enji asked. I did give him a steamed bun, technically speaking, yes he was. Izuku answered with a grin. You still decided to stick your nose in matters that didn't belong to you, the man growled out. Are you challenging me again, Enji-san? The chef asked. There is no spicy tofu saving you this time. Endeavor answered, and even with the serious tone he used, that answer would still sound ridiculous to whoever heard him. Wanna bet I can defeat you with a finger instead? Izuku answered with a way too kind smile. Don't be ridiculous, you are 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. 𝐒𝐿 muttered while jabbing his index finger hard into Endeavor's stomach. Uff. Okay. That hit harder than expected, but I barely felt it 𝐔𝐬𝐵. 𝐶 Sanskrit usually translated as devoidness, emptiness. I apologize for the use of such a philosophical term for a knocking attack that forces the victim's bowels to empty violently. I am sorry. 𝐭𝐻's smug answer died on the notes of his stomach, giving just a single alarm signal echoing in the entire corridor like a faraway rumbling thunder. Then his complexion became ashen and he started sweating hard. No. Whyyyyyy. The invincible pro-hero number 2 howled in misery as he desperately dove for one of the bathroom stalls in a painful encore of the last time he challenged 𝐒𝐿 in anything. I thought you learned your lesson and stopped challenging chefs. 𝐒𝐿, entering the place more leisurely, asked with a sing-song tone. Whyyyyyy. Why did you do this to me a second time? Whyyyyyy. Endeavor cried out in despair as once again violent and loud trumpeting noises thundered all around him. Don't blame me. You asked for it by bullying whoever doesn't agree with you. Well, I am off. That attack will last a good 2 hours, non-stop, have fun. Having finished his own business, 𝐒𝐿 gave a last farewell and promptly escaped before the fumes could actually reach him. No. Wait. I am sorry. Cancel this thing. Please. Unfortunately for the now crying Endeavor, his pleas will fall on deaf ears. He was truly alone in his misery. With 𝐒𝐿, after the sport festival closing ceremony, congratulations to the host for completing his mission. For selling all the units of food required, the 𝐿𝐿 has been officially unlocked and added to the restaurant stock. Congratulations. The system alerted 𝐒𝐿 as soon as he walked out of the stadium with Whitey behind him and every backpack now empty and carefully folded into a bag in the robot's big hand. It was a good show. I am happy Shoto-san got first place. Maybe coming second will help Bakugo-san learn a bit of humility, 𝐒𝐿 admitted with a sigh. Momo had lost badly against Tokoyami instead, same going for Okiko against Katsuki. He had his hands quite full in consoling both distraught girls, especially with how hard they were crying and feeling disappointed in themselves. It gave him the opening he needed to invite Momo and her parents to his restaurant at the closing hours after dinner, but doing so while watching her tear-stained eyes did not make him feel any good about it. Rumi was nowhere to be seen instead. I fear that third place was too low for a prideful girl like her, but it's not her fault for actually not knowing Shoto could actually use fire too. Was it my fault she lost? 𝐒𝐿 wondered aloud with a sigh. He did feel partly responsible for her defeat. Wah! To the chef's surprise, Tenya of all people blurred past him at high speed thanks to his quirk, and the young man's face betrayed a deep sense of guilt and pain. Even for that single instant 𝐒𝐿 managed to look at him before the hero student disappeared from view. He looked upset. Maybe he too hoped to win more fights. 𝐒𝐿 asked aloud to nobody in particular. I hope he will get better soon, he is a nice guy. He then declared with a sigh. All things considered, besides the very important talk he will have with his girlfriend, her parents and his parents, the day had gone fairly smoothly. He did his job, sold his food and met some familiar faces for some friendly banter. Really, he could get used to a nice life without problems. Pat. 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 It was when 𝐒𝐿 had reached his restaurant that the soft sound of small bare feet running on the street reached his ears and a small kid girl dove for his arms. Pee-pee, please help me. The poor kid begged with a very weak voice. She was barely dressed in a dirty rag acting as a dress, had both arms and legs covered in dirty bandages that still left numerous scars visible, and beside the solitary horn on her forehead, she looked extremely underfed. It's okay, I am here. Get in. I have some food and a warm bath with your name on it. All those things immediately made both hero and chef sides of 𝐒𝐿's brain flare to life, and with extreme care he took the kid in his arms and took her inside the restaurant. I am 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya, you? He asked with a soft voice so as not to scare her further. My name is 𝐒𝐿. The kid answered, still looking scared out of her mind with how much she was shivering. It's okay, 𝐒𝐿-chan. You are safe now. 𝐒𝐿 answered while the door locked itself behind him. One could have said that Izuku had jinxed himself earlier, but considering who he was, his sponsor and the overall security inside and outside the restaurant, it could be argued that it was instead overhaul the one victim of bad luck, as he will soon learn on his own skin. PAINFULLY. Make time. Dimensional Recipe Hunt Episode 3, Vegetable Soup and Strawberry Sundae. City, night. A very tall wolf with pale fur and wearing a student uniform was breathing loudly while running through the streets of the shadier part of the big city as fast as his legs could carry him. Her scent. That way. He growled while moving on all four to gain just that tiny bit of extra speed while turning a corner. His beloved Haru. Kidnapped again. What was her problem? How did she manage to always attract kidnappers like a DMN magnet? He had promised to become strong and protect her, but if that tiny rabbit kept attracting mad carnivores and molesters, Legoshi knew he wouldn't just become white-furred, he would go DMN bald. Crack! To his surprise, a giant guy, a brown bear, just flew past him once he passed through a small rusted gate to finally find his girl, and when he checked the flying guy's trajectory in reverse to see who sent the 500 or so kilograms of bear fly with an utterly destroyed face and skull, he saw something. It wasn't very tall, 5 feet 3 inches maybe. Maybe slightly taller but not by much. Furless. No, it had some very scarce fur on its arms, none on the face and a wild mane on top of its head, and somehow that fur was naturally green instead of dyed. Legoshi smelled no chemicals from it. Green lively eyes, smell of a male. A furless monkey. No, he did not have a tail, the scent he had was very unique too. What the young wolf saw though was that strange guy grab a hyena by the mandibles and force them closed with one hand and chop the guy on the neck with the other hand hard enough the hyena fell unconscious instantly. Thump. The strange thing then threw the hyena behind him on a pile of unmoving carnivores, then the lion guy attacked. "I'll eat you." Legoshi heard the guy scream in enough rage and madness the young wolf's fur stood to an end. Body pestle. The strange being replied by, somehow, enlarging his entire arm and fist to twice the sizes of his attacker's entire body and punched the lion with a loud booming sound and the clear chorus of shattering bones and teeth before the giant carnivore became a living bullet that flew against the wall and threw the thing like it was paper instead of concrete and bricks. Troublemaker. Cease your attack or you shall be stripped as an example to others. It was then that Legoshi saw the thing's companion. A robot, straight out of a sci-fi novel, with a chubby belly and a big round head adorned only by 2 big round eyes easily fighting off 3 or 4 carnivores at a time. Each punch of the metallic puppet destroyed the attackers that went then stripped down to their boxes, for some reason. Those 2 strange guys were fending off an entire band of crazed carnivores by themselves, and between the 2 Haru was on her knees with the few rags left of her school uniform barely covering her virtue. Curiously, she was holding in her arms a strange creature resembling a snow-white fox, but whenever Legoshi tried to meet the small thing's eyes his instincts begged him to run away screaming to avoid death. It was then that he realized it. Those 2 strange things were protecting Haru. And he would be DMN'd if he did not help them. Haru! With a scream, the young wolf joined the fight by tackling to the ground a young cheetah to start grappling with him. Legoshi! Haru yelled, afraid. Friend of yours? Izuku asked while snapping like a twig the arms of the pitbull dogman that tried grabbing him on a bear hug. And my boyfriend, the young dwarf bunny replied. Very well. Whitey, help him. The young chef ordered, suching from brute strength to knocking to really start piling up bodies. Thump. 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 Under the shocked eyes of those criminals, the young chef picked up speed and each tap of his fingers downed one of their fighters, no matter where he poked them, forehead, neck, back, chest or stomach, one attack and the victim would fall down unconscious. Understood. The robot in the meantime either slapped or punched its targets, and those poor fools would get sent tumbling down the floor like toys no matter their weight or sizes, and then as an added insult get roughly undressed to their boxers, tighty-whities right after and then thrown into a random dumpster nearby. Troublemaker. Whitey said, easily grabbing the cheetah Legoshi was rolling on the floor with by the neck to shove him against the wall with enough strength the guy's head dug a hole in it. The poor cheetah did not stand a chance. Stripe. Why strp them? 𝐿𝐿𝐿 blurted out, even if his eyes were still glued on the cheetah's teeth that had remained stuck deep into the wall from the previous impact. Disciplinary stripping is essential. Troublemakers are always stripped as an example to others. The robot replied while dumping the hopefully still alive naked cheetah guy into a dumpster with the others. That guy is a monster. The robot is a maniac. Ruun. Finally, survival instinct made its presence known, and as soon as one of the criminals said that, everybody else took the hint and scampered away fast. Of the 24 that had started attacking Izuku and Whitey as soon as the chef stopped their leader from abusing of Haru, only 4 or 5 actually managed to escape, just enough to tell the legend of a mysterious furless creature with freakish strength and accompanied by a robot. Sigh. They are gone, finally. You okay, miss? Izuku asked while Shirokuan the ancestral Daotai returned to lie around his neck like a scarf and soon fall asleep. Why yes. Haru answered with a shaken voice. Haru the young wolf yelled as he ran to hug her. 𝐿𝐿𝐿 the dwarf rabbit answered, breaking down in tears while hugging him with all her strength. Were you helping her? He asked. Well, I saw that guy tear off her clothes. And I felt the need to show him how little I appreciated that. Izuku answered with a nervous smile while pointing at a bundle of bruised flesh that was probably a wolf once, although now it looked like something had chewed him a couple times before spitting him out. The guy was barely breathing, so while still alive, the poor bestiary was now probably wishing for somebody to put him out of his misery. You did that? 𝐿𝐿𝐿 asked with his ears pinned down low. I kind of went heavy-handed. Sorry, he admitted. I would have done the same. We better move though, if others arrive the situation will be complicated to explain. The young wolf said. Right. This way. I have a room in a hotel in a more polite part of town. Izuku signaled them to follow him, and without many other options, both Dwarf Rabbit and Wolf followed him and his robot. Hotel, penthouse, 1 hour later. Here, some tea to help you relax. Izuku said while handing a mug to the bunny girl. Thank you. Haru answered, accepting the thing with a small voice. She was also wearing a spare shirt of the chef that was actually big enough to reach slightly below her knees, almost like a loose dress. She also found the words spare shirt written on the front kind of amusing. Your sponsor takes good care of you. 𝐿𝐿𝐿 admitted, impressed, while drinking his own mug of tea. Yes, let's say they had to apologize for a couple mishaps that happened in the past, the young chef answered. So you are traveling the world to learn new recipes? The wolf asked. Worlds, plural. From where I come from most of you are ingredients, here instead my race does not exist. I was sent here because since animals have a full-blown society here, you developed different recipes that utilize fruits and vegetables to cover for a carnivore's need to consume meat for sustenance. Izuku explained. Worlds. It would explain why I never heard about humans, not even while surfing the net after meeting you. 𝐿𝐿𝐿 admitted with a sigh. I am just glad I did not take Nejaya-chan or the others with me this time. One human already attracts too much attention, Izuku replied, sighing. I am talking with an alien. When I was a kid I imagined my meeting with one being different. Haru admitted with a small chuckle. Sorry about that. Izuku answered, chuckling. Well, you and your bodyguard saved me, so I am not mad, she replied. Thank you for that, 𝐿𝐿𝐿 added. I am a chef that once dreamed to be a professional hero. I still have the drive to help whoever is in need, either by filling their stomachs or to protect them from harm, he answered with a sad smile. I don't know what your planet wants from a hero, but seeing you knock down a bear with a single punch while being less than half their size would be enough here. 𝐿𝐿𝐿 said, trying to cheer up their strange new friend. It was nothing. It was something instead. You saved me. I want to return the favor. Haru, no, not that way. I don't do that anymore. She then answered with a red face. What way? The young chef asked, confused. Nothing, nothing. 𝐿𝐿𝐿 answered, coughing nervously. I meant helping him with his recipe hunt, the dwarf bunny said. Really? Yep. I will introduce you to the cooking club in our school. They know lots of recipes, one of which their prize strawberry sundae they make at every school event. I am sure 𝐿𝐿𝐿 can talk them into sharing some knowledge. Why me? The young wolf asked. They seem to like you a lot while on the contrary not a single one of them likes me, and you know why. Haru replied with a frown. Alright, I'll take care of it. Maybe Jack can share some recipes from his mother's repertoire, he always says she is a great cook. Thank you. Izuku answered elatedly. The next day, cooking club, school. Okay. I think I got it. Here is my version of your strawberry sundae recipe. Izuku said with a small proud smile once put the last strawberry slice on top of the whipped cream, and completing another piece of art that will join his repertoire back home. While he did that, though, the members of the cooking club had each finished trying the vegetable soup they taught him how to prepare, and they were all now looking at him with a hard-to-fathom light in their eyes. Luckily the club leader clarified their intentions by jumping Izuku with a feral and needy yowl. Please stay. Join our club. Everything you want you can have it. Even me. You can have me as well. Just stay. The young female student, a striped cat with grey fur and a very slim waist, begged while latching onto Izuku's leg with both her arms. Legosu-san. You said they were not insane. The young chef shrieked in horror. Tabitha-san normally is very stoic. I don't know why she is acting like that. The young wolf replied, unnerved. That may be because your strange friend just watched them cook each recipe once and then immediately replicated them both, but better. Legosu's friend Jack replied while trying to pry the catgirl away from Izuku's leg. I think Mr. Midoriya simply rewrote a few laws of physics too while cooking, that didn't help either. Juno added from the sidelines, she like many others attracted by the noise of the cooking club begging the young chef to stay in a chorus of crocodile tears. I wasn't even going that fast. Izuku replied while hiding behind Whitey. You did the work of 10 people to cook for all of us. Alone. Another member of the cooking club answered with a shriek. Yeah, that was pretty much a snail pace, he muttered to himself. Unfortunately he was in a school of animals, they all had DMN sharp ears. A deep silence fell in the corridors at that. Izuku, Legosu and Jack said as one while their legs' muscles already tensed once they felt the rising tension around them. Yes. Run. Grabbing the young chef under his arm, Legosu gave an awe-inspiring sprint and started running away followed by Jack and his other friends. Catch him! Tabitha the catgirl yelled, making the members of her cooking club hurry to chase the escaping group. Why does this keep happening? I just want a simple life as a chef. Whyyyyyy. Izuku, finally free to run with his own legs, cried out while helped by Legosu and the others to escape. Were you expecting the RWBY1? 2 bar art. I will use it in the next chapter, promise. XD just to be a tiny bit evil.